Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Hampshire Franklin Worcester State Senate District. My name is Joe Comerford, and I am honored to serve as Assistant Vice Chair of Senate Ways and Means. Welcome to the first regional hearing of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. I'm so very grateful for the gracious hosting of the University of Massachusetts Amherst and the work of the Joint Committee, the clerks, Legislative Information Services, the court officers, and everyone who is allowing us to come to you today in person and hybrid via a live stream. And welcome to the folks who are joining us in a hybrid formation. You know, UMass is the People's University, so it is really wonderful that we're talking about public education here at the university. I'm so glad to be chairing with my friend, Representative Andy Vargas, and to be focusing on education and local aid, arguably two of the more consequential areas of state investment, especially as our Commonwealth builds back from the inequitable ravages of the COVID pandemic. Let me extend my thanks to everyone who is testifying today, either hybrid and via the Teams and here in person. Thank you for traveling if you're here in person. And I also want to extend my deep thanks to the caregivers, students, faculty, staff, and municipal leaders who grapple every day with state decisions spanning early ed to higher education across 351 cities and towns. There is a very good deal of good news in the Healey-Driscoll administration's first budget blueprint, and this joint committee's charge is to listen deeply to testimony coming in from every corner of the Commonwealth in the service of our constituents and in strong partnership with the administration to drive a budget process that will yield spending levels and parameters that endeavor to achieve the greatest and highest good for the greatest diversity of people in the Commonwealth. I'll recognize Senate colleagues on the committee, and then I'll turn it over to Chair Vargas for his welcome and introduction of House colleagues. So please, today, let me raise up and thank the work of Chair Michael Rodrigues, who's Chair of Senate Ways and Means, Vice Chair Cindy Friedman, Senator Michael Brady, Senator John Cronin, Senator Lydia Edwards, Senator Paul Feeney, Senator Ann Goby, who is with us today here in person. Others will be via Teams, and others may also arrive in person. Senator Pat Jalen, Senator John Keenan, Senator Jason Lewis, Senator Liz Miranda, Senator Michael Moore, Senator Michael Rush, Ranking Minority Member Senator Patrick O'Connor, Senator Ryan Fatman, and Senator Bruce Tarr. So thank you to my Senate colleagues for their excellent work on this committee. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chair Andy Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and what a pleasure it is to be here in Amherst. I bring greetings from the House. We are so appreciative of this space. I also want to thank the students of UMass Amherst for voting to fund this space, which is incredibly beautiful. Thank you, students. Education and local aid, as the chair mentioned, is one of the most important parts of this budget. And selfishly, as a former city councilor and someone who's married to an educator, this is my most exciting part of the budget. So I'm very excited to co-chair here with my esteemed colleague, Chair Comerford. I'm going to run through the list of House colleagues that are here and those that might be trickling in as the day goes on. Of course, our esteemed Chair Michaelwitz, our Vice Chair Ann Margaret Ferrante, our Assistant Vice Chair Representative Patricia Haddad, Rep. Holmes, Rep. Higgins, Rep. Montaño, Rep. Altrino, Rep. Sylvia, Rep. Howard, Rep. Doherty, Rep. Duffy, Rep. Cairns, Rep. Blay, Rep. Beal, Rep. Fernandez, Rep. Kilcoyne, Rep. Ramos, Rep. Kearney, Rep. Lipper-Garabedian, Rep. Tyler, Rep. Williams, Rep. Lenatra, Rep. Murray, Rep. Haggerty, Rep. Hawkins, Rep. Barber, Rep. Smola, Rep. D'Amelia, Rep. Muratori, Rep. Berthomew, right? I got that right? Like perfume? Yes. Rep. McKenna, Rep. Pease, Rep. Sullivan Almeida, Rep. Zaros. We've got a full football team here with us, whether virtually or in person. Thank you for your participation in this hearing today. And thank you to all the folks that made it out to Amherst. It's great to get across the Commonwealth for these hearings. And I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful, a full football team.
Yeah.
I've never heard us called like that, but it's a good idea. So friends, we're really delighted today to welcome two supporters of the university and of our state institutions in general to offer us a welcome. We'll kick off with Provost Tricia Serio. Madam Provost, thank you for being here. And then we'll have a welcome from Representative Mindy Dom.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to UMass Amherst. I'm the Provost and Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and I have the honor, along with Representative Dome, of welcoming you to our flagship campus today, as Chancellor Subbaswamy is out of state on a fundraising trip. And while he's not able to join us, he sends his warm regards. I thank all of you for being here today for this important deliberation of the fiscal year 2024 state budget focused on education and local aid. We're very appreciative of all the support of the great and general court and excited our Senator Jo Comerford and her team have brought this important hearing to the flagship campus. We're also appreciative of her constant support for UMass Amherst in particular and public higher education in general. We're also thrilled to welcome House Co-Chair Representative Andy Vargas. His support and leadership in taking on food insecurity across college campuses is invaluable. Welcome as well to all your colleagues from the House and Senate who join us both in person and virtually. It's also great to see Secretary Tutwiler, Department of Higher Education Commissioner Ortega, and many other officials from the Healy administration. I know we'll hear much more from President Meehan and his team later, but we deeply appreciate the commitment your budget proposal has shown to the students, faculty, and staff of this campus. With your support, the campus has gone from our origins as a land-grant college founded by the Morrill Act of 1862 to our current ranking among the top 30 national public research universities. UMass Amherst has been steadfast in its mission to educate the citizenry of Massachusetts and work for the betterment of all through innovative research and active engagement across the Commonwealth and beyond. Today, as UMass Amherst experiences unprecedented momentum and success across all major campus metrics, this commitment to the Commonwealth has never been more critical. The current and future economic vitality of Massachusetts is dependent on its reputation as one of the most innovative states in the country. And it is imperative that Commonwealth continues generating new discovery through cutting-edge research, and employers continue to have access to that pipeline of talent they need. When it comes to providing talent that fuels our economy, UMass Amherst is the most important institution in the Commonwealth. We award more undergraduate STEM degrees than any other college or university in the state, public or private. And those alums remain in Massachusetts, driving the innovation economy and raising the next generation of talent. Beyond STEM, our students excel across every other academic discipline, and we now educate more Massachusetts students than the state's top 8 private colleges and universities combined. Our students represent every community and district in the Commonwealth, and 5 years after graduating, more than 62% are still living in Massachusetts. We also have a deeply rooted commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Reflective of this commitment, the class of 2026, which arrived in the fall, is 37% African American, Latino, Asian, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and Native American, including 17% who identify as underrepresented minorities. The campus has also been a longtime leader in sustainability. In our daily campus operations, our teaching, and our research, we walk the walk when it comes to addressing the issues of climate change. And last Earth Day, we announced UMass Carbon Zero, our commitment to achieving a completely fossil fuel-free campus by 2032. The effort will bring together our students, faculty, and administration as we lead this cutting-edge transition. And we look forward to partnering with the Commonwealth as we successfully pioneer large-scale sustainability and provide other institutions with a model for their transition away from carbon. Once again, on behalf of the entire campus community, we're honored to host this hearing. Thank you for being here, and go UMass.
Thank you, Provost, for that welcome. Now over to you, Rep. Dom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was expecting the marching band to come in.
It's spring break.
Oh, spring break, that's why. First of all, thank you so much, my honored colleagues, for locating this hearing in my district, the 3rd Hampshire, on the flagship campus. You've just heard a wonderful summary of why it's relatively easy for both the senator and myself to love to advocate and represent the university. But I also want to call your attention to the fact that the flagship exists in the town of Amherst. And I welcome you to the town of Amherst. I welcome you to take me up on an offer to return to the town of Amherst and tour our farms, our museums, have a good meal in one of our restaurants, shop in our stores, and check out the amazing community that I get the honor of representing every day in the Massachusetts House of Representatives. We are one of the few towns, if the only town in the Commonwealth that I know of, that every day a food insecure person can get a free meal. We host Craig's Doors, which is the only harm reduction shelter in this part of the Commonwealth. And we have a host of nonprofit organizations that every day are meeting the needs of our constituents, our shared constituents, and meeting our shared goals for the Commonwealth to be a home for everybody. So I welcome you to come back. I get to enjoy and share representing the 3rd Hampshire with Senator Comerford, a stalwart and fearless partner in this work. And I'm just so proud that there are so many House members here today, and I welcome you, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Representative. The feeling is mutual. All right, friends, thank you for your welcomes. And now we turn to the first panel of today, and I'm very delighted to welcome up Secretary of Education, Dr. Patrick Tutwiler, the Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. Noe Ortega, Commissioner of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, Jeffrey Riley, Commissioner, and Acting Commissioner of the Department of Early Education and Care, Commissioner Kershaw. Welcome. We are so very grateful that you've traveled to UMass Amherst to offer testimony today on your budget blueprint. Mr. Secretary, I'm assuming you'll kick off and then members of your team will join. And thank you so much again.
Indeed. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's great to be here with my colleagues. And good morning to all of you, Assistant Vice Chair Comerford and Representative Vargas, and all of your honorable colleagues for inviting us here to speak and discuss the Governor's House 1 historic investments in education. I'm Pat Tutwiler, Secretary of Education. Before I begin my testimony, I want to take a quick moment and thank Chancellor Subbaswamy, or Swamy as he's affectionately known, for welcoming us all to this beautiful campus today. The Chancellor, as we all know, is stepping down at the end of the academic year, and while I've been Secretary only for 3 months, I've been hearing about Chancellor Swamy for many years. I want to thank him on behalf of the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor and the Commonwealth for his vision and his commitment to the students and faculty at this campus and his steady leadership at our state's largest public higher education campus during the pandemic. As you mentioned, I'm joined here by my colleagues, Commissioners Ortega, Riley, and Kershaw, whom you'll have a chance to hear from shortly. I'm grateful to them for their partnership and for their focus on our shared missions as we have hit the ground learning instead of running. While I've met with some of you individually, I've not had the opportunity to testify before the full committee before. I'd like to take a very quick moment to tell you a little bit about who I am and what I am to accomplish in my role as Secretary. I've come to a set of core beliefs, ones that I hold dear and that have guided my philosophy as an educator and now as a public servant. One that I picked up from a mentor administrator in the early stages of my career, and it is this: we must love the student, the teacher, and the craft of teaching, none more than the other, but in that order. I come to you today with a student-first approach. The priorities set forth in the governor's budget recommendations are targeted at all the learners across the Commonwealth, from our early education and care providers to our K-12 schools to our public higher education institutions. But the reality is that although we have an education system to be proud of, one of the best in the country even, there remain far too vast inequities in opportunities and educational outcomes for our students across racial and ethnic groups, zip codes, income levels, languages, and for students with disabilities. These opportunity gaps were only exacerbated by the pandemic. The investments set forth in the House 1 budget are targeted at stabilizing, healing, and transforming our public education system to be competitive, affordable, and equitable for every student. The use of the words stabilize and heal are deeply intentional and designed to convey that we are still in a recovery period. We are not back. But these investments in groundbreaking new programs will do more than get us back to where we started. They're designed to push learning further, transforming our system to ensure that we are innovating and expanding our educational opportunities in Massachusetts. In our K-12 schools, this begins with fully funding the provisions of the Student Opportunity Act. This includes the third-year phase-in of Chapter 70 increases and what is now envisioned as a 6-year phase-in, as well as the completion of the full phase-in of circuit breaker and charter school reimbursement increases. The over $6.5 billion commitment to fund Chapter 70 would be the largest investment in K-12 schools in our state's history and the largest percentage increase in funding in over 2 decades at 9.8%. House 1 also supports critical educator retention efforts and wraparound services for students and families. Along with the new investments in innovative programming, the budget includes $1 million to support teachers working under the emergency license and getting their provisional license, and $1 million for universal mental health screeners in schools, a critical initiative that I utilized myself as an educator, and one that I've heard a desire for from district after district in my visits thus far. In addition, we need to continue to transform the high school experience for students as we work to reimagine college and career readiness and engage students in more hands-on and work-based learning. To provide more access to hands-on career training, technical opportunities, and higher education preparedness, House 1 includes a $46.9 million for early college and innovation pathways, a $14.4 million expansion over fiscal year 23. Included in that is $2 million for early college, an early college line item for Reimagining High School, a pilot program that we intend to leverage to build out new ideas of what a high school day, month, and school year could be that would truly engage students in a meaningful learning experience throughout the year. The governor's budget also funds a $200,000 expansion of the STEM pipeline to increase professional development for educators in critical STEM subjects. These investments are historic when implemented and will be transformational. But these big numbers are more than dollar figures. They represent an investment in children, in students. I met one 2 weeks ago at Uxbridge High School, one of the first schools in Massachusetts to implement innovation pathways. This student had started an internship serving in his own school as a technical and computer specialist. When the faculty member for whom he was interning left the school, the young man pitched himself as the best candidate to replace him. He got a shot at participating in the interview process and then actually got the job. He's now an IT specialist working for the district and about to graduate high school. That's just one example of thousands of students across our state who are graduating with career and college readiness from their public schools. Beyond K to 12, investing in early education and care is a critical piece of our strategy to ensure our earliest learners have classrooms where they can thrive regardless of their background, and parents and families have the childcare they need to participate in the workforce and grow and strengthen the economy. It's clear that funding early education is more than an educational opportunity. It's become an economic imperative. That's why programs proposed in this budget would invest more state funds in sustaining and expanding access to early education and care more than ever before. The budget includes $475 million fully supporting the continuation of the Commonwealth Cares for Children, or C3, stabilization grants to child care providers. The grants have allowed providers to continue to operate and provide critical education and care for young children across the state, despite increasing operational costs and challenges in workforce recruitment and retention. Parents, many of whom are women, have been able to return to work as a result. Without the continuation of these grants, we are looking at a serious swath of childcare closures across our state. Nearly 1 in 10 of C3 grant recipients said that they would close their doors without this funding. 1 minute. In addition, House One funds $25 million to provide greater access to families on the state's waiting list for childcare, and doubles funding for the Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative to $30 million. This is another step closer to achieving more affordable and accessible early childhood education for every family in the Commonwealth. We're also proposing $1.5 million for trauma-informed professional development of our early educators to give them the skills and tools to better support young students with social and emotional needs in their classes. We know that the pandemic has only exacerbated the mental health challenges of our children, and we want to support teachers who are facing it every day with the best tools available. Again, for me, this funding comes down to the people's lives that will change. Last week, I had the pleasure of visiting Horizons for Homeless Children, a child care and early learning center in Boston, serving children who are experiencing homelessness. I spoke to the program leadership and some of their educators about how they were able to implement the C3 grants and how impactful that funding has been for the program. They used the funds in part to grant salary increases of 30% to some of their staff. Without C3, their leadership said that it would have only been able to increase by 1%. That money will ensure those early childhood educators have a more sustainable wage and are able to keep providing high quality care to some of our most vulnerable kids. If equitable access to early education is one end of the spectrum, then our historic investments proposed for higher education is the other. This funding is critical for getting Massachusetts students who deserve to be in the classroom through those doors. But it's equally important in sustaining our workforce by ensuring it's financially possible for parents to work, but also by training the next generation of the Commonwealth's workforce. Through funding proposed in H1, the Healey-Driscoll administration is dedicated to supporting affordable and equitable access to a quality public higher education. We are proposing a funding increase of $370.9 million. That's a 23% increase over FY23 to expand college affordability, support campuses, and provide extensive wraparound services to students. House One includes $20 million for the creation of Mass Reconnect, a new program allowing residents 25 years and older to earn the associate degree and high quality certificates from the state's 15 community colleges at no cost to the student. Nearly 1.8 million residents would be eligible, and of those, almost 700,000 have some chunk of earned credit already, as well as wraparound services. The governor's budget to increase funding for the Mass Grant Plus program is scheduled to increase by $93 million. Funding for community college success funds, dollars that go to administrative support for mental health counseling, career preparation, food insecurity, and more resources, particularly for those from historically underrepresented backgrounds. We're also proposing $30 million to go to public institutions of higher education and a formula based on the number of Pell eligible students enrolled in order to provide more support services for their students, especially those who are most vulnerable to falling off track for completion. In addition to expanding financial aid, House 1 calls for $8 million for state universities and $10 million for the University of Massachusetts to fund innovative programs focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion for students, staff, and faculty. It also funds a tuition lock for in-state undergraduate students at UMass, ensuring that each incoming class pays the same tuition for 4 years, as well as a similar 4-year fee lock at our state universities and 1-year fee lock at community colleges. I met a woman at Bunker Hill Community College who showed me just how meaningful these investments would be. She was 22 years into her higher education journey, having started as a single mom in her early 20s, working multiple jobs to get by and battling her own fight with addiction. It wasn't feasible for her to work, raise her kids, and get a degree. Now, she's only a couple of months away from graduating and celebrating 13 years sober. She got to come up to me with her daughter, now a grown woman, and exclaimed just how proud she was that her daughter would get to see her walk across that stage. A program like Mass Reconnect could have changed her life, empowering her with a degree and the career opportunities that come with it much earlier. Even of these stories, each of these stories, that I mentioned today represent thousands of students across the Commonwealth who are depending on us to deliver the funding they deserve, to ensure the high quality education we've promised. Almost 400 years ago, the first public school was established right here in our state in Massachusetts. Public education has been guaranteed ever since. It's our job to double down on that guarantee, to make sure that our education system continues to meet the moment and provide each child with the opportunity to access the best education, no matter their circumstances. Because when our students reach their potential, Massachusetts does too. Thank you very much, and I'll invite my colleagues to offer their testimony as well, and then we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Secretary, thank you, and thank you for your service.
I believe I'm next. Mr. Secretary, thank you. Good morning. My name is Noe Ortega, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Commissioner for Higher Education here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Senator Comerford, Representative Vargas, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, thank you for the opportunity to come before you. It's an absolute privilege to be able to talk about this investment in public higher education and higher education at large in the governor's proposed budget that we're here to discuss today. I want to begin by also acknowledging the venue of where this is being held today, because I think that's extremely important. Here we are at one of the public institutions made possible through the Land-Grant Act and some time ago, right? I think the story behind land-grant public institutions is the fact that they were created for the purpose of access. Previously had members of the agricultural community who weren't finding their way into some of the greatest institutions of this country, particularly here in Massachusetts. The movement to create institutions that were going to be accessible by everyone is extremely important. The moment UMass Amherst, at the time known as the Massachusetts Agricultural College, years later, they're graduating their first cohorts of women. That begins sort of the access calculation that factors into public higher education, which is extremely important to the guiding principles of the department, pronounced in the governor's proposed budget, and certainly things that resonate among here, as I'm joined by my colleagues as well, in the work that we do, particularly in the Department of Higher Education. This budget is really truly premised on the idea of access, affordable, equitable, high-quality provision of opportunities or post-secondary, in the case of higher ed, educational opportunities for all our students. And I think it's important for us to be able to call out some of the things that are key in the proposed budgets. The idea of access and affordability resonate across not just this budget, but all the work that we do in education here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. While this year's budget marks my first here in Massachusetts, I've yet to learn how to pronounce all the names of the cities, so if I mispronounce any, my apologies in advance, but 4 months is not long enough to obtain a crash course in pronunciation in this Commonwealth. But it's not my first time coming before to defend an investment in public higher education. I had the privilege of doing this at another Commonwealth for several years, and each one of them, there's an important theme that I think is important, right? This investment is an investment in the resiliency of the state. It's an investment in ensuring that not just there are opportunities for the students that the funds go to have a choice in life of what they can do, but also to give back what I think are the public good outcomes of higher education, which are extremely important. They become more civically engaged. They become more responsible citizens of the Commonwealth, and they make this Commonwealth better. And this is why I want to emphasize the importance of the investments in this area as well. I want to call out a few areas that are highlighted in the Healey-Driscoll budget, proposed budget that's before us today. The first is something that we've been talking about, a historic investment in financial aid. This is the idea of providing resources to our students to make college not just a promise that can be fulfilled, but something that becomes more affordable. When you look at the Mass Reconnect, it sheds light on something that's really important for us to think about. Community colleges, which are an entry point for a number of our students who are moving into higher education, are beginning to serve a new growing demographic and population, right? While we've called out to make an investment in Mass Reconnect of those students who are 25 and older, that represents the average age of folks going into our community colleges now. This also acknowledges the circumstances that many face, one of which were some examples that were called out by the Secretary here as well, which really highlight the importance of being able to invest in students, and in order for them to be able to return back in many cases to complete their post-secondary journey, right? And this makes it a lot more possible by making sure that they can come back at no cost, but not just at no cost, with other investments that have been made possible by ensuring that our institutions have some funding to ensure that they're successful, right? These investments of investing more money in our institutions to provide holistic services, the wraparound services to ensuring that this Mass Reconnect program is not just another way to lure students into our institutions, but to ensure that they're provided with the services needed to persist and complete, right? This way they can live out the promise of what it means to attain a post-secondary opportunity. We also see a historic investment in financial aid, the $93 million that the Secretary has called out. To us, this is really important because it allows us to build on the investments that Massachusetts has already made in financial aid. Time and time again in the 4 months that I've been here, I've heard individuals call out the importance of being able to streamline the financial aid programs, create better alignment. There's an investment in the proposed budget that calls for an opportunity for us to be able to do that and take these $93 million and really find for a way to make sure that we keep moving the pendulum on commitments that the Commonwealth has meant in the past, right? This is the idea of really cutting in to the cost of attendance of what it actually costs to attend our colleges and universities. We have this formula that really looks at direct costs of students attending public institutions of higher education. This is the tuition, fees, and books and supplies that's often part of the formula. But we all know that that's not the end and be all of the expenses that our students face, right? There's a growing need to ensure that insecurities are addressed, whether it's food insecurities, homelessness. We've had conversations about the need to really be more responsive to childcare needs that many of our students coming back to college has. And the list goes on and on when you think about the circumstances that many of our students face. It's important for us to take that investment and begin to inch closer at minimizing that burden of cost on our students by really targeting the funds that are coming our way to be able to do that, to really maximize the impact that you can have with a $93 million investment in financial aid, along examining how we could better align and streamline our processes as well. And so to me, that's a really important. I want to thank the administration for the thought that they've given to the idea that an investment in our students alone is not enough to fulfill the promise of post-secondary learning. It is important that we also invest in our institutions to build the infrastructure needed for them to have the resources to provide not just the learning that happens in the classroom, but all the other varied services that are needed by our students. If there's a lesson that many of us have walked away from the pandemic with, it's the idea that we know and recognize that all our institutions of higher education are not just in the business of providing learning opportunities to our students, but also in the business of providing life-sustaining services. This is the idea of what it means to provide our students with a safe place to learn, to ensure that they have access to food, to ensure that they have access to services that they'll be needed to tend to their own well-being and health as well. And these are all things that our institutions need to be better positioned to provide to our students. It's not just a moral imperative, it's an expectation that I think family and students have now when they come into our institutions. So the idea that we're coupling a proposed budget that both looks at affordability from a student and family perspective, but also an investment in our institutions of higher education is extremely important. I think I'd like to end by really talking about what it also does. It puts into the narrative the importance of us as individuals working at a state level to think about what systemness means in a public system of higher education, how our two-year institutions can work closely with our four-year institutions to provide better pipeline for students as they enter their post-secondary pathway, on how we can ensure that we think about ways of engaging our community, to think about how we can offset services that maybe are not yet available at our institutions by finding ways to create those partnerships, right? There's money found in this budget that talks about innovation and collaboration as well for our institutions. We've got to find ways to challenge our post-secondary institutions to provide these services through collaborations and other ways for our students because it's needed, right? This is a historic and unprecedented investment in public higher education that we are pleased to begin to engage in conversations with you about. But it also raises questions of the sustainability component, right? What will be needed to ensure that this is not a conversation that we're having about a four-year tuition lock or a fees sustainability idea of 1 year, but what can we do to sustain this affordability and access in perpetuity for our students? And I think that will require an ongoing dialogue between us and each of you as we think of ways of addressing this. So again, thank you for the opportunity to come before you, and I look forward to the opportunity to answer any questions. Let me pass this over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome, Commissioner Riley.
Thank you. Good morning. Assistant Vice Chair Comerford, Rep. Vargas, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's fiscal 2024 budget recommendations as filed by Governor Healy. My name is Jeffrey Riley, and I'm the Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'm pleased to be with you today to provide an overview of the Governor Healy's budget proposal for the K-12 education sector and discuss how this budget aligns with the Healy-Driscoll vision for our K-12 public education system. I come before you today as we reach what feels like a pivotal moment in education as we shift away from a pandemic to an endemic and reflect on the academic and mental health impact COVID had on our students. While Massachusetts has maintained its #1 overall rating in the country on the NAEP, also known as the nation's report card, there is no doubt that our students have lost ground. As U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona recently stated, the decisions we make in the next 10 months will determine the appetite for supporting education for the next 10 years. I'm proud to be here today knowing that the leaders in Massachusetts, as reflected in the governor's budget proposal, are committed to supporting fully the necessary shifts for all our students, from early childhood through post-secondary education. At the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, we've been working to reimagine our vision for K-12 students, aligned with the priorities laid out by Secretary Tutwiler and Governor Healy to stabilize, heal, and transform. We are working with districts, schools, and educators to promote teaching and learning that is inclusive and creates equitable opportunities and experiences for all students, particularly those who have been historically underserved. Our vision that as a result of their K-12 public education experience in Massachusetts, students will attain academic knowledge and skills, understand and value self and others, and engage with the world. This will enable students to be curious and creative, shape their path going forward, feel connected, and be empowered. We are committed to fostering joyful, healthy, and supportive learning environments so that all students feel valued and connected. We are working to promote deeper learning so that all students engage in grade-level work that is real-world, relevant, and interactive. We are also committed to partnering with schools and districts to develop and sustain a diverse, culturally responsive, and well-prepared workforce so that all students have equitable access to effective educators. The budget proposal presented by the governor directly aligns with this vision for the students of the Commonwealth. The governor's request funds the Student Opportunity Act on pace to fully implement the law by FY27 as required, adding a total of $668.8 million in new spending for initiatives laid out in this comprehensive education legislation. This includes an increase of $596 million in Chapter 70 funding and $62.8 million for special education circuit breaker reimbursement. The Chapter 70 funding level would represent the largest whole dollar increase in the history of the program and the largest percentage increase in more than 2 decades. The circuit breaker funding level reflects full phase-in of out-of-district transportation cost reimbursement provided for in the SOA, Student Opportunity Act. This proposal quadruples the amount of funding available for extraordinary relief or payments that defray certain district costs in the years they are incurred. This is a strong budget. SOA dollars are used in districts across the state to fund evidence-based programs aligned to our vision, including the selection, adoption, and implementation of high-quality instructional materials, increasing the diversity of the educator workforce, and implementing academic supports and interventions that will provide all students, particularly students with disabilities and English learners, equitable access to deeper learning. Districts and schools are committed to developing authentic partnerships with students and families that elevate their voices and leadership in decision-making. In addition to the historic Chapter 70 funding level request, the governor's budget proposal includes $1 million to implement mental health screeners in schools across the state and an additional $1 million in grant funding that will directly support districts and schools in promoting students' physical and mental health in safe and supportive environments. The House 1 budget also proposes an increase of $14.9 million for regional school transportation, a $4.9 million increase to non-resident vocational student transportation, and a $5.69 million increase for homeless transportation over FY23. House 1 also increases the FY24 funding for rural school aid by $2 million, raising it to $7.5 million. The governor has proposed a $1.04 million increase for innovation pathways and $10 million in a new line item to be funded by Fair Share and used across colleges and career programs. In total, House 1 provides a $14.4 million increase to early college and innovative pathways programs. These dollars will support districts in reimagining the high school experience so students are more engaged and prepared for post-secondary success. These dollars will support districts in reimagining the high school experience so that all students can thrive to the best of their abilities. The FY24 House 1 also increased summer learning grants by $2 million, allowing districts to double down on their accelerated learning programs and the efforts they've done to increase that. The budget proposal also includes $1 million to support teachers working under their emergency license and getting their provisional license, which will allow schools to retain diverse staff members, particularly those who entered the field through alternative pathways. I look forward to working with the House and Senate to finalize a state education budget that supports our vision for students in the Commonwealth. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you, Commissioner Riley. Please, Commissioner Kershaw.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to Senator Vice Majority Leader Comerford and Representative Vargas and the members of the committee. Just in case you think it's a typo, I'm the Commissioner for Early Education and Care, but I would like to acknowledge the incredible support in my previous role at the Department of Transitional Assistance, and in particular, our strong partnership around food security, particularly at the height of the pandemic. So thank you for your partnership and work together over the years. I'm thrilled today to be here to talk about this incredibly strong budget for the Department of Early Education and Care and the governor's investments that will help support and address some of the most pressing challenges and opportunities across the early education and care field. EEC is comprised of 250 dedicated public servants that work across our 6 offices. We have 5 regional offices where most of our staff, 70%, work doing licensing, investigations, and family support work in the community. We also license and monitor nearly 8,000 programs across the Commonwealth that have the capacity, although that's not where we are today, to serve nearly 230,000 children and their families every day. We also, primarily through federal funding, provide child care financial assistance to help families enroll in programs and help defray the cost to nearly 53,000 children. We provide professional development, family support programming, quality and operational support for our programs, and parent support and early literacy for our families. Through our diverse network of early education and care programs that the department oversees, the agency really has a dual mission, as the secretary mentioned. Childcare to support our families to go to work and return to the workforce, and help our earliest learners prepare for school and life success. Early education is really the foundation for closing the opportunity gap, and it must start early. We bring economic equity and economic mobility to our families by helping them go to work or increase their economic mobility goals. And we also help close the economic opportunity gap for their children. We are literally the workforce behind the workforce, and we are also the first step for most children on their educational journey, especially for families and communities that have been historically marginalized or had less equity and educational opportunity. Yet our system is fragile. Even before the pandemic, our programs struggled to balance family affordability with fair wages and investments in workforce and the kind of quality investments we needed to make. And as you know, like so many other things, COVID deeply and profoundly disrupted that already very precarious balance for our early education and care programs. During the pandemic, we were able to leverage federal dollars to be able to create the Commonwealth Cares for Children C3 program. And one of the things that we learned very deeply during the pandemic is that we need to continue as a system to press 2 important levers. It is not or, it is and. We need to make investments, like in higher education, in the infrastructure so that the programs exist for families to be able to get the services they need and that they are accessible to them in the communities and where they live and work. And we need to press the lever to help our needs-based assistance for our families to help pay for the incredibly high cost of childcare so that they can participate in the workforce. We were able, by leveraging these federal funds to create the Commonwealth Cares for Children program, begin to see the value and the benefit of pressing both of those levers at the same time. The infrastructure supports to make sure it exists for families, and the needs-based assistance to make sure that families are able to access the care that they need. I'm really happy to be here today to talk a little bit about how the investments that the Healey Driscoll administration's budget will be able to kind of advance the work across both our dual mission and by pressing both of those levers. The governor's FY24 budget is $1.5 billion for the Department of Early Education and Care. That is a 25% increase over the GAA and represents the governor's and this administration's commitment to building on the very first structure in the education system. As I mentioned, COVID-19 fully disrupted our early education and care field, like so many others. But while the field was in free fall, we were able to leverage these new federal funds to create this Commonwealth Cares for Children, or C3 program. It is a paradigm shift in the way we fund early education and care, because it's monthly grants that support programs directly with supporting operational needs and directly investing in their staff. The funding is based on a formula that benefits those providers serving subsidized kids and working in communities with a high social vulnerability index. H1 recognizes the success that this program has had in stabilizing the field, incentivizing capacity building, and making essential investments in our workforce by fully funding the program for the first time ever with state dollars at $475 million, including revenues from the fair share revenue, which we're very proud of. So to complement the historic investments in supporting this infrastructure, the governor's budget also makes very important investments in affordability and access for families, both by tax relief directly into the hands of families and also supporting child care financial assistance through our programs. So to alleviate the burden of child care costs on households, House 1 proposed an expanded child and family tax credit that provides families with $600 for every dependent, helping nearly 700,000 families and 1 million dependents across the Commonwealth. The budget also allocates $775 million for our child care financial assistance programs. These provide money in the hands of families to access early education and care programs, many families with low or no incomes, or those that might be involved with the Department of Children and Families or receiving SNAP or economic assistance through the Department of Transitional Assistance. The governor's budget invests $25 million new dollars into expanding access and serving families from our wait list. At the height of our ability to serve our financial assistance caseload in 2019, we were at about 58,000 families receiving child care financial assistance. We're at about 53,000 right now. The governor's investment in our budget will allow us by the end of 24 to get back up to that high water mark of 58,000 as we continue to tackle the issues of affordability and access for families. We are also tackling the access through making sure that we're paying our providers the rates that they need and that families have access to the broad range of services. So we are annualizing in this budget an historic $80 million, thank you for that, rate increase from last year, as well as proposing an additional $20 million in rate increases for this year, going directly to our programs that participate in our child care financial assistance system and serve our subsidized families. We are also tackling access and affordability on the local level. The Secretary mentioned a doubling of our Commonwealth Preschool Initiative program, which provides local partnerships between our public schools and our diverse network of early education and care programs to increase access for preschool programming at the local level, and making sure particularly that we're expanding into our gateway cities and also paying special attention to the needs of our children with special needs and ensuring they're able to get the service they need in the least restrictive settings in places and times and locations that make sense for the families. Combined together, these various investments are critical to addressing the biggest challenge facing the field, which is recruitment and retention of a robust early education and care workforce. I'm sure you have heard it from your constituents. You can't open the paper or turn on the radio without hearing about the workforce crisis in general. But particularly in early education, our crisis is a crisis for the broader economy when we're not able to have classrooms open or capacity across the Commonwealth. As I've met with providers and family child care, this is the #1 issue facing. Our programs are experiencing about a 30% turnover rate among their staff. And our latest survey data showed that 35% of our center-based programs are not serving their licensed capacity right now. That's about 10,000 spaces that are not currently available for early education and care. So we know it's compensation and investment in programs, and the investments I've talked about will make a big difference in making sure we can recruit and retain staff. But it's also the experience of working in an early education and care program and the opportunity for professional growth. The governor's budget has $10 million to continue our Career Pathways Initiative, which is higher education opportunities through the community colleges, an additional $1.5 million for professional development for trauma-informed behavioral supports. Can't visit a program today or a school and not hear about the incredible challenges, and what's happening in the classroom is affecting teacher turnover as well. I'm also very happy to report that we recently launched with your support in last year's budget, a new pilot program for early education and care staff to provide them with childcare financial assistance to enroll their kids. This is both a way to get additional financial assistance into the hands of families, but also a really critical recruitment and retention. We are reaching so far, we launched the program in January, and we look forward to reporting to you more fully on this, but so far we've reached 1,300 kids. I think we have about 300 enrolled, the rest are in process. And we've heard from teachers, most recently at Horizons, about the difference it's making in their lives, able to stay in their jobs, able to provide full-time care for their children, able to send their child to camp for the very first time, and for the programs themselves, being able to retain their staff. I had a program director who called me after we launched the program and said they had just lost a staff person who couldn't afford childcare, and she was able to call them back and get them to hire them. The governor's budget also builds on some of the strategic investments from 23. Again, thank you. $20 million for our child care resource and referral agencies to help families navigate our system, and a new $5 million investment to build on the work of the Economic Review Commission and continue this conversation and our analysis of what is it going to take to have a well-financed, structured, and stable early education and care system that can support our families and our economy. Finally, over the last year, the agency has really focused on its own kitchen table and inside the house, restructuring our operations to be able to make sure that we can respond to both our core functions and build new functions to be able to support the work of the agency and our growing budget and responsibility. And this includes new support and capacity in areas like family access and engagement, caseload and fiscal projecting, workforce development. The Governor's House One budget will allow us to continue to make those investments in this system strengthening work. So I'm very pleased to be here with you today to be able to share this very strong budget for the Department of Early Education and Care, and I look forward to working with you in partnership to support our families, our educators, our children, and our programs over the next year. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your service then and now. We're grateful. So for committee members, Chair Vargas and I will have a few questions, and then we're going to want, of course, to take your questions for this esteemed panel. For folks who are on the Teams app, I think we'll have to maybe perhaps do two things. One is we'll look for your hands raised, but that might be troubling because it's very far away and perhaps my eyes will not see it. So you are welcome to text me and Chair Vargas if you would like to ask a question, and we'll get you in the queue. So thank you, Secretary, for kicking off so beautifully. I want to talk first a little blue sky about fair share and the investments in fair share. Could you talk a little bit at perhaps a little meta level about the general themes and goals of H1, the governor's investments across the education system, and perhaps help us understand the long-term recurring investments versus the theory or thinking around short-term investments, one-time investments, and how you're trying to balance that out.
Sure. So I think you heard mentioned in each of our testimonies, stabilize, heal, transform. And that's really the theme that we're anchoring our thinking and our planning around, what the investments should look like and what they should focus on. And when we talk about fair share specifically, I'll start with early ed and care. There's a $100 million investment, fair share dollars going to C3 grants, which I think, as we all know, is critical to sustaining, stabilizing, the early ed and care space in terms of operational costs. You heard us talk about, or the Commissioner Ortega talk about, higher education and the landmark investments in financial aid and with supports. I think all $370 million of that proposal for higher ed are fair share dollars, which are designed, again, to transform access and opportunity at the higher ed level. And these are things, quite frankly, that we see being part of the sustained effort to stabilize and transform on those levels. There's also a smaller investment around early college, but not insignificant, which we also see as part of the long-term transformation effort in the K-12 space. And so I'd invite my colleagues to jump in and say more, but that high level, that gives you a sense for our thinking in that space. Maybe I said it all.
You could have done it. You did it beautifully. But please, does anybody else want to jump in? This kind of balance between how you're thinking about the budget long term versus any kind of one-time expenses.
Yeah,
Secretary.
just one other thing that I would add. There is a one-time capital investment for higher education in the fair share space, $140 million, I believe it is, which is designed as a one-time investment to support colleges and universities, particularly in the deferred maintenance space. We know that backlog is significant, and so we thought it prudent to leverage some of those dollars right away in a one-time fashion.
Yeah, and I appreciate that as well. I think in the higher education space in particular, when you think about what's recurring or called out as recurring, it's important that we think about the investment in student financial aid in particular as one that continues to be reoccurring in there in terms of fair share. We keep talking about this promise to make real around access opportunities for all our students. And once we make an investment to say that we're going to begin to move towards cutting some of those expenses, the expectation that becomes that it's something that remains permanent for our students as well. So a big part of the fair share in terms of financial aid does do that. And then there are some one-off ideas that essentially buy into this guiding principle of infrastructure and building capacity at the institutions. And a lot of that is going to be important to bring many of the facilities up to the current standards that are expected by students when they enroll in our colleges and universities, right? Many of these programs that are aligned to workforce, for example, are new and modern ideas. And in many times you walk around an institution such as this, you'll see that there are places where obviously some additional investment would be important in ensuring that these facilities are made modern. So I just want to reiterate what the Secretary said there as well in terms of why it's important as guiding principles for higher ed.
Thank you so much. If we could, I'd like to stay on that 140 million, the one-time capital investment. How did that number get determined relative to the deferred maintenance needs on public higher education campuses? And are you looking at any kind of models that would help us understand the parameters or prioritization of that funding, or how you might direct it? For example, as Commissioner Riley knows, the legislature passed a Green and Healthy Public School initiative to start us thinking in that direction for public school buildings. So just wondering about that, both the amount and the parameters and prioritization, and then any kind of texture you might give us.
So I will point out that the call for additional investment, this is in addition to the money that's already being invested in a lot of the capital projects for our public institutions. Obviously, if some of us would sit down and look at the pressing needs across all the various segments and sectors, right? This investment begins to get us closer to what is fully needed, but that definitely doesn't realize the enormous amounts of needs and investments in our institutions in terms of capital investments in building and infrastructure. But it's a number that was settled on, right? In terms of all the math that went into it, I probably couldn't speak to it here, but I've got a talented team that we can circle back.
Great, we can circle back on that.
Provide some answers on how that number was fully realized. But I will point out that many of the things that you bring out, Madam Senator, in terms of things that are prioritized, whether it's green sustainability concepts, all those are factored into the proposals that are brought in by the various institutions. I think we're stepping into a philosophy that was inherited around how DCAM and others approach investment in our public institutions of higher education. Many of those are the ideas of not creating a whole lot of new, but just investing in sustaining maintenance and other projects as well. And so those are some of the formulas that will probably continue at least in the initial year, until we circle back with our institutions to begin to gather feedback on what are some of the new and emerging needs and processes that we can think about, right? So we're beginning to do outreach. I've had a few people come in to begin to visit about input that they would have in that process, but it is about continuing some of the things that have already garnered momentum, at least in the past 6-7 years.
Helpful. Thank you so much. Commissioner Kershaw, just before this, you and I started to catch up about that 2020 cost study that was looked at care for infants and toddlers and preschool aged kids with a lot of data gathering and lots of stakeholder input. And in looking at that and speaking with those involved, I've come to understand, and you should tell me if I'm wrong, that the estimated cost for providing care didn't vary substantially across geographies, and that the wages paid by child care providers in 2020 also didn't vary so wildly. But the EEC rates for EEC-funded childcare, and that's contract and vouchers, in Western Massachusetts, where we are, and other non-Boston regions of the state remain much lower, leading to what providers in Western Massachusetts are calling a tale of two states. And I know you know about this, Madam Commissioner. And I know that some of this is tied to the federal government. So I recognize that. But I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about tackling this tale of two states as you move forward.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you for the question. And I think maybe colleagues from Southeastern Mass have a feeling of the same.
Absolutely right. It's
yes.
many. It's not just Western Mass, right? It's Southeastern, Northeastern.
So at the risk of putting the committee to sleep, there is a federal requirement around what's called a market rate study. And the point of that study is to make sure that families who have child care vouchers from a state agency funded through the federal government have purchasing power in the markets in which they live. And so a market rate study looks at the prices that are being charged. And that's why you see something so varied. But we in the childcare industry have taken a much different view, starting to look at the actual cost of care. The increase in the minimum wage has indeed had an impact on costs being much less varied than prices. And so we are in the midst right now of updating our 2020 cost study. And our intention is to use the information from that along with the market rate study to recommend a real restructuring of the rate structure that can be much more informed by the actual cost of care, recognizing fixed costs that programs have. And I just want to reiterate also what I said in the beginning. So I expect in the next year that we would be able to come through with a different kind of rate structure that's simpler, more straightforward, that's informed by the actual costs of what programs are experiencing. And I want to just go back to the and part, because we are not going to be able to tuition our way into, no matter if a family is paying or they're subsidized by us or paying privately, we need a more rational and a better rate structure, but it needs to continue to be partnered with those operational grants I talked about with the C3 in order for us to be able to really make the kinds of investments in stable programs and the workforce that we need to make. So we are well aware and in the midst of an updated cost study that we hope will result in new rate structure that will make much more sense both for families and providers across the state.
Thank you so much. Very helpful. Secretary, anything to add or no? You're good. Okay. Commissioner Riley, in H1, the special education circuit breaker, as you said, is set to increase by $63 million. And thank you for that. That means a great deal. And adding transportation, also terrific. I just want to focus for a second on OSD and the decision and the rate increase that is now forthcoming for special education schools projected at 14%. And so my understanding is that that's going to cost about approximately $92 million, and that the payment for those will be lagging a year. And we're hearing, I'm sure I'm not alone in hearing from our schools really with deep concern about how they're going to make that leap, that 14% leap with the special education circuit breaker funding as it is funded, and then with the year lag. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
I do. Thank you. I would say, as a former special education teacher and as a parent of a child with special needs, this is near and dear to my heart. We have heard from many communities, they're concerned about the rise, the 14% number that we've heard. And there is that 1-year lag. I would also say that communities recognize why that increase is taking place, that these really specialized special education programs need to be able to hire people to service our most needy kids. So it's not one place pitting itself against another.
Agreed.
But when you have a rise like this, you do have a 1-year lag before you're able to kind of catch up with the dollars. And so this money goes to do that. I'm not sure the $92 million is correct. I'm going to take your word for it, but I think different districts are going to experience this in different ways. And so we've got to try to figure out how we can help them if possible.
Secretary, please.
Can I just add to the
I hope so, yeah.
commissioners? I'm happy to lean. We can just leave right here. And I think it's picking up my voice anyway. There's also proposed in the budget, and I believe it's $20 million, funding available for districts who experience extraordinary, and I hate to use this word, but burden. A 25% increase in expenditures or more. Districts that go above that threshold will have funding available more immediately to deal with that. But I will just echo what Commissioner Riley said about A, the outreach. There's been a lot around this, but B, also real understanding about why the increase is important and necessary. Just concern about how they're going to sort of financially and fiscally deal with that shift. But there is $20 million baked in for districts who experience extraordinary burden because of the increase.
And I think the entire committee appreciates not wanting to pit different educators against each other. I do think it'll be important for us to continue to have some conversation, I think, for our districts. I have one more question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chair Vargas, and I may come back with another one. I wanted to talk about the $10 million for relief for districts disproportionately impacted. This is the net school spending conversation. We knew this was going to happen when we passed the Student Opportunity Act. As districts get more money, their local contribution increases. So my understanding is that local contributions are going to be about $400 million in terms of increases in this third year. So I'm wondering if you could help us understand how you're thinking about prioritizing or allocating that 10 million, that projected 10 million.
So thank you for the question. I think, any budget when you do it tries to best fit around an entire Commonwealth. And we all know that districts are multifaceted and not homogeneous. And that every district has its own unique circumstances and challenges. And so when you apply any kind of budget onto these districts, there may be some unintended consequences regarding this SOA formula. What I think you see from the governor's proposal today is a recognition that there certainly have been some municipalities that have been disproportionately impacted by increases in kind of target local contributions. And so this is kind of laying down a path to say, we have an issue here. Now, how much and what the formula is going to be, some of that I think is going to be determined by you guys, obviously. But I think the most important part is that it's a recognition that there may be an issue here that we need to address.
Helpful, and you're right. We certainly will have some work to do in partnership with the administration. So I'm going to turn it over to Chair Vargas. I am going to come back later to get nerdy about combined effort yield.
I'm going to bring Bill up for that.
I know Bill Bell is in the house, and he's my teacher in many things, but thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I turn to some of our House members, I have a couple of questions, but I want to recognize Chair Garlick, who's here with us, Chair of the Education Committee. Thank you for joining us and for your leadership. This is a great panel, and I just want to comment on how historic it is. The diversity of this panel should not go unnoticed of how extraordinary that is. So thank you for your leadership. I was really glad to see in the governor's executive summary of her budget that she talked about universal school meals being included in a supplemental budget as separate legislation later on. And we know the impact that the program has had the last several years. And of course, more students are eating. An estimated 80,000 plus, as you know, are eating, and an additional 30,000 more than what we anticipated. Many of those in districts where they previously qualified for free or reduced price lunch but weren't eating and now are because the stigma has been removed, which is really exciting. So I'm hoping you can speak to two things on universal school meals. One is sort of the impact of what you're hearing from districts, and two, the wisdom behind putting it in a SUP as opposed to putting it in the annual budget.
Please.
So I'll begin and I'll turn it over to the secretary. I think our students have been through a traumatic episode with COVID. And I can tell you as an educator, our children's most basic needs need to be squared away before we can even get to teaching about slope of a line in first period algebra class. And so whether that's food or housing or mental health, we've got to focus on those areas first so that we can get to the teaching and learning. I am a big believer in feeding our children and the universal program. The districts have been pretty unanimous in what it has done regarding erasing stigma, regarding kids eating that maybe haven't eaten before, and it is an important thing for our children. As to why it was put in a supplemental budget, I think I'll turn it over to the secretary, or maybe we need to get back to you on that.
Probably the latter. It's my understanding it has something to do with how the speed of the dollars being available for districts for planning for next year, rather than, I believe that's the reason why, but I can get back to you with a more substantive answer. But just want to quickly echo the commissioner's comments around the importance. As many of you know, I was superintendent in Lynn before, short stint at the Bar Foundation before becoming secretary. A lot of superintendents still have my cell phone number, and we're not bashful about reaching out about many things, but this program in particular. And I'll just lift up what the commissioner said around the stigma, right? You have lots of kids now accessing meals, kids who were not eligible for free and reduced lunch, side by side along with the kids who are in those districts. And it's really done something positive to school culture, in addition to, of course, meeting a really important need. And so we're thrilled that it's in the supplemental budget, I think to be filed at some point this week fully. And we'll also be studying this more closely to determine what the future years will look like.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I think it's right in line with the governor's goals around affordability as well. We know that this is saving families about $1,200 a year per kid, which is huge. And we know that the governor has placed a huge emphasis on affordability in the Commonwealth. So we thank you. On the Mass Reconnect program, I just had a quick question around sort of what percentage of the funding is going towards closing kind of tuition and fee gaps versus wraparound services, things related to food security, housing, basic needs.
Yeah, and so in the Mass Reconnect program, by and large, the funding being directed to the students is going towards total direct costs, which is tuition, fees, plus books and supplies at the moment. The other investments that are being put forward in the governor's proposed budget, these are the things directed to the holistic support services. That's intended to be coupled with this investment to make those two work hand in hand. So they're sort of distinct. We're trying in the other part, and I think there's $2 million in there that calls for the redesign of financial aid. That's where we're trying to sort of move towards figuring out how you begin to address those costs, right? The things that go beyond book and supplies for our students. That's where you might see, Mr. Representative, a slight difference in the philosophy around awarding students with financial aid. But right now, by and large, the cost is tuition, fees, books, and supplies.
That's great. And one of the other things that we're studying from other states that have had success in reducing costs, not only for students, but for the state as well, is a FAFSA mandate, mandating that students fill out the FAFSA. Do you have thoughts on that and how that might be able to help?
Yeah, one thing that's important to call out, and I think for us to be aware with a program like Mass Reconnect, or if we move in the future to think about other affordability programs that get closer to sort of a free concept of college, is the number of students who don't fill out a financial aid form, right? So we're talking about somewhere around maybe an additional like 40% of the students at a community college don't fill out a FAFSA form. So everything that we could do in terms of information comes from what we have available from students in terms of what they provide us with information. So something like that will get us closer to making sure that students who are eligible for some of these programs, in fact, do fill out the forms to make themselves eligible for it as well. And so we've got some work to do there. I've seen, and I've worked in a couple of states where they put forward provisions such as this. Some of them have legislated, others have just made it a requirement with regards to things that they encourage their schools to do. Like, for example, completing a FAFSA form before graduating from high school, without actually legislating it. And those all have some impact on the field. Essentially, it comes down to how we could be better about proactively doing outreach as a department or in partnership with our schools, working with our counselors to promote that as well, right? So completely open to further discussions on what people's palette would be for something like that to be put forward.
Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I'll swing it back over. Oh, Mr. Secretary. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just wanted to offer just a little bit more on that, not necessarily in the space of Mass Reconnect, but FAFSA completion in general. This is the beauty between of being a team here and working together, because DESE does have programs that really highlight the importance of FAFSA completion. I don't know if the commissioner wants to speak to that really quickly.
Sure. I mean, I think what we've seen from the pandemic across the country and indeed in this state is that fewer kids have opted to go to college in recent times. And we know that the FAFSA is kind of the gateway to college. It's a really important document. It really starts the process. And so we've given out grants to support, particularly some of our low-income districts, to increase FAFSA participation to make sure that we get as many kids as possible. Prior to Dr. Ortega's arrival, Commissioner Santiago and I were beginning the process of discussion about what a universal FAFSA could look like. I'm sure we will continue that discussion and we'll have more information for you in the future.
That's great. Thank you. And before I turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, I just want to point out that several members of the Black and Latino Caucus will have to step out for a virtual meeting with the governor around 12:30 or so. So don't take that the wrong way, folks who are coming after. But back to you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely not. That's great. Representative Vargas, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Goby for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I do have a few questions. I do, for you, Madam Chair, I just want a little personal privilege, if I could, to the Secretary on behalf of the entire Worcester legislative delegation. I want to thank you for your thoughtful and spot-on comments regarding the charter school in Worcester. It was extremely appreciated. And just a couple questions to go back, Commissioner Riley, back to the OSD issue. And I concur with what Senator Comerford has said, that 92 million is definitely the number that I'm hearing as well. And just to make sure that within that 14% increase, of course, historically, it's been about a 2% increase for the past several years. So the 14% is a major jump. But part of that, too, is that 8% of that, a little over 8%, is for workforce stability. And as Commissioner Kershaw mentioned, workforce stability is an issue across everywhere in education, not just in the private schools. So I do hope, as you're looking at that issue, that is taken into account as well. On rural school aid, I do appreciate that the governor has really upped that number to the $7.5 million. That's a major increase. Was also very pleased to see this past week where she has announced that there will be a new director for rural affairs, which is great. I did just want to put to you, I believe that as things kind of flush out with the rural schools, that there's going to be some committee hearings and some commission hearings perhaps coming up. And I did want to put a plug in for our Mass Association of Regional Schools to make sure that they will have a seat at that table, because it's extremely important that they do. The other issue I want to bring up on, there's a fund, and I believe it was different from what you were talking about, Mr. Secretary, the foundation reserve for that one-time assistance. There's a $10 million fund that's line item never mind, I can't even read it. No, that's all right. But in it, it talks about extraordinary relief. And I'm just wondering if it's been fleshed out a little bit. How are you seeing that money going out to communities? What will be expected of them to show? If you could elaborate on that just a bit, it would be very helpful. If possible, if not.
I might need my team for that.
Okay. Has that been? Hi. Hi. Yes.
Is to identify that there has been impact, as Senator Comerford identified, on the contribution side of it. So over time, as the foundation increases and is phased in, we see it have disparate impact on communities. There is no existing formula in place. It is not going to be designed to fix the enormous Chapter 70 formulas, but the idea would be to mitigate for those most impacted and having to identify those over a variety of indicators. But that will be the challenge, to find those that are in this fiscal year most impacted and try to give them some assistance. Again, not to mitigate or correct the entire Chapter 70 formula, to make sure that people recognize this is an issue that's been identified and put some resources to it to help mitigate it.
And not to put you too much on that, but those indicators that you mentioned have not necessarily been outlined as of yet? I'm just...
No, they have there's a variety of pieces to it. It's truly an incredibly complicated issue that brings in, Senator made reference to combined entry yields. It has a variety of factors to identify them, to isolate those that are most acutely impacted. It will be a process that will have begun, but have not completed, and obviously will take the input from the legislature about what their communities are experiencing.
Okay, I do appreciate it. I think it was just to have a little idea of what you were looking at and what that would be, so that when we go back to speak with school superintendents, because obviously many of them feel that they should be getting a little piece of this $10 million. And, if there's things that they need to be articulating, we want to make sure that we're helping them to do that, that's all. So I appreciate that. And if I may, Madam Chair, just a couple questions, Commissioner Ortega, and thank you. And I hope things have been getting off to a good start for you.
Thank you.
It was nice to have had a chance to meet with you out at Worcester State a bit ago, and I want to thank you for that. On the Mass Reconnect, I believe that you had said in your testimony that about 1.8 million people that would be that right. Could possibly be part of this, right? I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how is that outreach happening to those roughly 1.8 million people, and with that $20 million, is that really sufficient to do the work that needs to be done? And if it is, and I know there's a lot of ifs here, if this stays, if the House and the Senate end up keeping with that same number, would it be able to be implemented in the community colleges in the fall?
Right.
Thank you.
Sure. So I'll begin with the question about being able to implement it in the fall. So we've begun to move very quickly to begin to understand the way that the award formula would work with regards to this investment, right? I want to make something really clear that I think gets more into the nuance, but it's an important thing on why we have to get a leg up on the conversations. There aren't many proxies that are available other than the information that you gather from someone in a admissions form on how to make a distinction of the age, for example, right? In the past, we have other things like information that comes from the FAFSA form that we've been talking about that makes it easy to award. So this is slightly different. So we've got to begin to work with our institutions to figure out how to call that out. And so we're beginning to have those conversations already to be positioned to implement it into the fall. So that's the easy question. We want to move quickly because there's a great need to be able to invest in our students immediately and to demonstrate the efficacy of the program. The second piece, which is regards to the funds. all the estimates that we've been putting forward with regards to what it would cost are based on the data that's currently available at the department, right? Not the most current of information. I shared with folks that we also get information based on what we know to be the applicants for financial aid. So we've got to figure out what kind of need would be created if we're super successful in getting all 100% of our students who are eligible for the program to apply for that. And I think that's something that the department's beginning to think about, so we can make sure that we fulfill the commitments that we're making around Mass Reconnect. And so those are two things that I sort of want to shed light on as well. At the moment, the number that has been promulgated around 20 million is what we're using as the estimate, and we're going to circle back quickly in this next phase of the discussions to make sure that we could continue to get closer to what that actual cost would be. But I do want to just ask for everyone's patience as we figure out how to align the data that we have with what's going to be needed to get the right estimates as well. I lost track of the third part of the question, Madam Senator.
I had asked about some of the outreach, and I'm not sure if you had, yes, thank you.
And so, we've got a number of things that we do in terms of beginning to promote outreach, either with our partners in the other areas or with our post-secondary partners as well, right? Marketing things that we do to promote awareness around programs. We also have funds available for other things that we are going to probably leverage to make sure that more people know that this program's coming forward, right? And so we've got both a preliminary marketing strategy on what to do that we want to make realize as we know more about this program coming to fruition in the next couple of months, right, to be ready for a fall launch. So that's our plan right now to work on how to get the word out. It's going to really come down to working really closely with our community colleges, institutional leaders, their marketing department, their financial aid folks as well. They're eager to get the word out as well. And I think because this is such and I know we haven't talked about it this much in this way too many times today, but this is a workforce strategy. So engaging the workforce community in this, for adults that are going through basic education programs as well, that's going to be a good way to broaden the recruitment of folks to come into the program.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, just and I thank you for that. I would assume that there would probably be some angst on the behalf of some of the colleges, because the fall's right around the corner.
Yeah.
And may not feel it after tonight, but it is. Just one other quick, because when you spoke about workforce training, because that's obviously something that we're extremely focused on, and the legislature had, through a supplemental budget, had put in $15 million for short-term non-credit workforce training. And because, as we know, there are many people that are in different positions that aren't going to get an associate's or a bachelor's, but for whatever training that they are in, they do need some of that non-credit, and the community colleges are a perfect place for that. And we had recognized that. I'm just curious, is that something that the administration is also looking at to perhaps, and if so, and maybe it was and I apologize if it was here and I missed it, but I didn't know if you could speak to that, or if any, on what may be happening in that realm. Thank you.
Certainly happy to do that. And in terms of the conversation on just reimagining the way that we approach the provision and understanding of what are the outcomes that we associate with post-secondary education, these workforce credentials, right? The idea of thinking about how that plays a role in a number of ways are conversations that we've been having with all our educational partners. Stackable credentials that also put people on a trajectory to completing their post-secondary pathway is also important to us. Finding ways to get recognition with our workforce partners to really create a pipeline that gets students to understand how they can translate and convert these credentials into something that becomes a earning potential for many of them is also what we're doing. Tied to the budget proposal that's before everyone now in terms of the financial aid programs, et cetera, except for a number of other conversations that we have routinely with our post-secondary partners. This is an extremely critical area. I think when we think about what it means in terms of post-secondary educational attainment kind of in the 21st century, the idea that people have to understand that there's a number of varied pathways that they can have to get them to take that next step. And then for us, that's the real kind of access strategy that we're thinking about in those conversations.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, because those are important conversations, and hopefully they'll have some dollars attached to them as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me here. I'm going to recognize Rep. Holmes before we have to duck out to our meeting. Rep. Holmes, and then is he here? Did he leave? No, he left already. Okay. Well, in that case, if there are House members that would like to speak, you can still text me or text the chair here. I have Vice Chair Ferrante, Rep. Blay, Rep. Doherty, Rep. Higgins, but feel free to text myself or the chair to go next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll see you back after your call. I just wanted to put a finer point on what Senator Goby was talking about regarding disproportionately impacted. And just to say, I think what we're concerned about in Western Mass is that our numbers may look small, but relative to our population or our municipal budget, they are way out of control. So a community like Winchendon, for example, that just won't, it might look, relative to a larger city will look small, it'll be sort of, almost tiny, but for Winchendon, it'll be something. So I think that's what we're looking at to get a little bit of a finer texture on that. So I'm going to recognize now, and again, House members gesture or text me, Vice Chair Ferrante for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the panel for being here today. And Commissioner Kershaw, thank you for your work. I'm actually an alumni of the Head Start program, so I appreciate the work that you're doing along those lines. In our community, and I represent Cape Ann, Gloucester is my largest town, fishing port. And so we always had an interesting educational challenge, which was we could educate children to go into college, or we could educate them to take their life skills and take them into the fishing industry, because you could do really well either route that you went. With the fishing industry receding, we've brought other industries and opportunities to Gloucester that we provide job training for. The first question that I want to pose to the panel is, it seems as though, and I'm not sure if this is just our area, I think it might not be, but there seems to be, I want to call it the lost art of guidance with guidance departments lately. It's when the students present themselves to the guidance counselors. It seems as though guidance counselors are very good at helping students on their trajectory to college, very good and sometimes overburdened, and understandably so, with some of the social emotional needs of the students, and that the students in the middle get lost. And so where there are opportunities for them that would match up for their skills in apprenticeship programs or workforce development programs, it seems as though it's really difficult to convey those opportunities to that particular group of students. And I'm just wondering if anybody's been thinking about, as we reimagine high schools, how we put those pieces together so that child in the middle isn't always lost.
I'll start, Mr. Secretary, if that's okay.
Please.
I really appreciate the question. I think when you look at surveys from across the country, high school kids report being completely disengaged. And they say to themselves, what does this have to do with the real world I'm going out to? And I think there's been a recognition of that over the last year or two. And there's been a big movement for things like early college on one side, but also increasing our pathways programs, internships, as well as vocational programming. And whether that's the After Dark program, which gives more kids an opportunity to be involved in vocational settings, or plans to build larger vocational settings. I think there's a recognition that we need to get towards deeper learning where all kids feel engaged, not just some kids feel engaged. So I think what you're seeing in this budget, and you have seen in the last few years, is we're moving in that direction and very rapidly.
Have you ever considered professional development for guidance counselors? Because I know the world is changing really quickly for them and in terms of opportunities for their students.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that we need to put more resources towards. We do have, professional development now, but I think it has to go hand in hand with this pivot we're making towards more engaged learning in high school.
Thank you. My next question is, again, following these students as they enter into the job retraining programs. We've offered them for free in Gloucester, full financial aid, full, just come sign up. We'll get you through. We found that to take the student that has some social emotional challenges and to put them in a productive workforce development training program, that sometimes it takes as many as 4 instructors for a group of 20 students. And when I talk to the instructors about what it is that academically or relative to workforce development skills that the students are getting, it's not that. It's the hurdles and the obstacles of the social emotional challenges. So one question I have is how are we going to implement the wraparound services? Because I've sat with students who were previously incarcerated, for example, surprisingly to them became a parent and facing all of these challenges in the middle of a 9-month program. These things are happening. And so my question is, to make all of these investments and to have someplace on a website where people can go find these services is even still too much of an obstacle without the mentoring and without figuring out how to lead them to that point in time where they can sit with a mentor at the computer to figure out how they access services. Have we in this budget contemplated that actual hands-on mentoring approach, or is it just a matter of making the resources available but leaving it to the student to find them?
So I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to quickly reach back to the first question that you asked, and then I'll try to respond to the one that you just asked. I just want to build on what the commissioner said about engaging experiences for high school students through the innovation pathways. But to your point around, vocational training, the After Dark programming, which is, I think we're continuing to expand that. And Lynn, the students who attended Lynn Classical or Lynn English had the opportunity, after taking their core content, English, Math, Science, Social Studies, then they would be bussed over to Lynn Tech to engage in one of the 3 offerings that we had at the time for vocational training. But having the guidance counselors at Lynn Classical and Lynn English be deeply understanding, that student's needs and that opportunity, that pathway for that student. And so I think we're seeing a sea change. It's not a formal professional development program, but through those experiences, school counselors are having the opportunity to broaden their perspective around different pathways for students beyond college. Relative to social emotional supports, there's not a line item in particular where I point to and say, here's where the mentoring is, or here's where additional, actually I can point to several that would be highlight the additional mental health supports. But I think combined, those really reflect, sort of a push in the mindset shift around the importance of mental health in the K-12 space. As a former superintendent under Commissioner Riley's leadership and being a recipient of the Student Opportunity Act funds, and Lynn, heavy emphasis and strong recommendation that we, use those dollars to support building out a model that Desi has been talking about for a long time called multi-tiered systems of support, where we're training everyone in a school or in a district on a tier 1 level to understand, the challenges that students bring, understanding that challenge is a manifestation of an unmet need and what they can do in their classroom to support that student, and then moving up the tiers, what additional or more intensive supports might look like in our schools. And so those sorts of frameworks happening now more robustly in the K-12 space across the state, I think is really going to be important in supporting students with their mental health needs for years to come.
Can I add on to that?
Please.
I would say in this budget, what you see before you is a $1 million line item for a mental health screener, so that we're able to get out ahead of these issues ahead of time. Before they get to the programs, we know if kids need extra support. And my hope is that that's something that we can grow over time, because it's certainly necessary.
Okay, and how about for the community college program? I mean, once again, you're dealing with students who have, some have speed bumps, others have extraordinary obstacles that they have to overcome. And I know we were interested in, and I understand from where I sit, the importance of trying to get to a universal FAFSA document completion so we can determine what the needs are. But I also know if I went to any of the 20 or 40 kids that are in our programs right now and said, here's the document, they'd say, thanks, Rep, and they wouldn't come back the next day. So how are we helping those students? I mean, it's a great opportunity, right? It sounds excellent. Free community college. How do we get them over the hump so that they enroll into the program and stay in once they're enrolled?
Thank you for pushing us into that question, Representative Ferrante. And one of the things that I want to emphasize is Commissioner Riley made reference, and it's come up a couple times, to a program that we currently have in place in terms of early college, which has some outcomes that I think are obvious, right? Early college gets people on a pathway for post-secondary success. One other thing that I think is important to highlight from this program is that it is putting our community colleges, for example, but other state universities, in fact, UMass, who participates there, in a position to have to work with students that are still navigating their secondary pathway and confront the challenges that many of our educators in a secondary school see all the time. We have this kind of blind spot sometimes in higher education where we just assume that the moment a student crosses the commencement line at the end of their secondary year, some of the challenges that were so pronounced in K through 12 just disappear and go away when they select into a post-secondary pathway. Not true at all. Those same problems, if they were experiencing concerns with attaining lunch meals before because they were on a free school lunch, that doesn't stop to exist when they move into college. If they had challenges as it relates to mental health, et cetera. So a lot of the programs that we have in place are looking at what are the lessons that we can generalize from those who are currently working with our students in the secondary space to begin to fold those into what are now taken for granted routine approaches that people have in the classroom at our colleges and universities, right? This is what I would refer to, and I think K through 12 has done for in a long time, or even early ed, as culturally responsive, culturally relevant approaches to teaching and learning in the classroom. We also have some programs that have been looking at the effectiveness that peer mentorship has, right? Particularly when you're pairing students with an individual who maybe has 1, 2, or 3 years experience of having to navigate the same circumstances. It doesn't replace the need for services from guidance counselors and other folks who provide those services, but it does provide another mechanism for identifying an intervention early on that's a peer-to-peer process. So we have those programs and we have some preliminary findings. In fact, the success investment that we've made in our community colleges have also shed light on that effectiveness. And I think that report is before the legislature at the moment. All those are the things that we need to fold into these new investments being there. So I don't want anyone to think we have a blank slate. We absolutely don't. We've got to take those programs and fold them into what our expectations that we need to have of our institutions for services to our students. I'll end by also raising my hand as a recipient of the Head Start program myself. I often feel like individuals in positions of leadership, we forget that sometimes when we do that, someone recognizes themselves in us. So thank you for doing that, and I wanted to reciprocate as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And before I call on our next representative, I just want to frame out a direction I believe she's going to go in, which is rural schools. So in parts of Western Massachusetts, as you know, we have rural areas of the state where, and they're marked by either or both, very few students per square mile, and then huge geographic distances, or a state of being that we've started to call low and declining enrollment. So communities that used to have a more robust population, but it's precipitously declined for a number of reasons. And in in both of those kinds of schools, and they're not just in Western Massachusetts, they're also in the Cape and other places in the Commonwealth, we see a real struggle to see material benefit from the Student Opportunity Act. And, Amherst is one of those communities, Northampton, Montague, many in this region. And that's because of a number of things: the hold harmless provision, minimum aid, fixed costs with not enough kids to pay for them, essentially. So that's why I'm particularly glad to welcome Rep. Natalie Blais, who chaired the Special Commission on Rural Schools, and she's the next person with a question. Rep. Blais.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that introduction and that framing of the issue. I also want to thank Rep. Dahm and UMass Amherst, our Commonwealth's flagship campus, for hosting us today on your beautiful campus. Chair Garlick, it's wonderful to see you and to welcome you to Western Massachusetts. And certainly, Mr. Secretary and your team, thank you for your informative testimony. As Senator Comerford pointed out, I think that this is a really important time to dig a little deeper on the unique and long-standing fiscal challenges that our rural schools and districts in Massachusetts face. The report that the commission issued in July included 36 recommendations, and it is a continuation of the Student Opportunity Act mission. And I just wanted to take a minute to thank the Haley Driscoll administration for your proposed increase to rural school aid that Senator Goby highlighted before. The $2 million increase over the FY23 budget is a good first step. And while I wish it was more, I did want to take the opportunity to highlight the significance of this investment. It is the very first time that a governor has recognized the unique fiscal challenges facing our rural schools by increasing this line item in their proposed budget. But there's still so much more work that needs to be done to ensure equal educational opportunities for every student in the Commonwealth, regardless of their zip code. So I'd be really interested in your thoughts on the steps you plan to take to support schools and districts in rural communities across the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Disappeared. Okay. Thank you, Representative. And I really appreciate you lifting up the idea that the idea behind the governor's budget is to support the needs of all students, and we do mean all. The 36% increase in rural aid is one piece. I just also want to note that the increase in regional transportation is another piece that we think will sort of eliminate or lessen, not eliminate, lessen burden fiscally. And then the non-regional vocational transportation increase also, we think will be a support for rural districts. But I want to just share that we don't see that as being the solution. We know that there's a challenge with Chapter 70. We know that the Student Opportunity Act addressed a piece of that behemoth, Chapter 70, and we know that there are still other challenges. And really, I see this, it is a first step. But it's also an extension of our commitment to work with you to figure out a more sustainable and workable situation in a unique context, right? You've got, as you mentioned, Chair, declining enrollment, right? Which means fewer Chapter 70 dollars coming, but inflation, so more expensive to provide services for students. And so we've got to figure this out, and we really want to be partners in doing so.
Yeah, it's a real economy and scale issue. And I certainly look forward to coming to Western Massachusetts, be in our schools on the ground, hearing directly from our students, our parents and teachers and administrators and officials about the real pain that they are feeling as they attempt to address the financial issues, while also striving to provide educational opportunities for our students.
I would also say it's a complicated problem, And I think sometimes people think there are easy solutions. Oh, just regionalize. And certainly the department is given grants for districts to talk about regionalizing. But if the distance between the districts is so great, it makes it nearly impossible. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And we know that SOA was desperately needed, and we're so grateful for that. And we know that probably 96 districts get about 80% of the dollars. And we also know there's probably more districts, probably 115 more or thereabouts, who are just getting minimum aid. So in a time of inflationary pressures, this is something we need to really keep our eye on going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Rep. Lay and Secretary and Commissioner. It is a perfect storm. So we look forward to continuing to work at this intersection of so many complex things and finding a resolve for our schools. Next up, please, is Rep. Higgins. After Representative Higgins, we, just for folks' visibility, we have Rep. Smola, Rep. Ziaros, Rep. Lipper-Garabedian, and Rep. Murator and Kearns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Comerford. Commissioner Ortega, I'm sorry that the last snowstorm got in the way of our meeting at Fitchburg State, but I am so thankful for all of your testimony, and Secretary Tutwiler. I'm going to dig in a little bit on higher education for both of you that I haven't gotten a chance to meet with yet. I'm a proud product of this institution. My brother is a proud graduate of Mass Bay Community College. My dad has a 9th grade education and is a very successful small business owner, but I remind him every day that he is the exception to that rule. And I am forever grateful for the launching pad that UMass Amherst gave me to be able to go to law school and to be able to represent a great gateway city, Leominster. Where so many of my residents do not have the opportunity that I have had. And when less than a third of my residents have access to a bachelor's degree, and in most gateway cities, it's less than a quarter of our residents, I've never been more hopeful about all of the discussion around investing in public higher education. But something that can be hard for me is getting lost in these big numbers. And so I'm hoping that we can drill down and get a better understanding of what the actual impact for our constituents will be in these investments in financial aid. So I know that there is a $93 million increase in financial aid in Mass Grant Plus. Can you talk a little bit about what that will mean? Because something that I have struggled, and we work with our colleagues to make sure we level the playing field of the average Mass Grant Plus for community college students somewhere between $600 and $700. That doesn't address a lot of the barriers to entry for our students.
Please. Happy to do that. And so thank you for raising the question. And I think when you have an infusion of dollars, and I was speaking earlier with Chair Comerford about the expectations that's created with an infusion of this amount of money, right? What is needed to sort of double financial aid and meet all the needs and expectations is greater than the money coming in. And I just kind of want to acknowledge of that because regardless of how it doesn't meet that expectation, it still comes with a number of expectations, right? This is a significant historic infusion of dollars, and I don't want to lose sight of that. When we begin to parcel it out on the kind of impact we can begin to immediately expect, we've worked with the Board of Higher Education. We've had engagement of our institutional partners to identify some needs. The first one that comes across is, how do you take some of our programs that were originally only eligible to full-time students and expand that eligibility to part-time, right? To create a little bit more parity in what that distribution would look like. And so for Mass Grant Plus, for example, we had some of our state universities as well who full-time students were eligible, and now puts us in a position to expand the provision of this to part-time students, because there's a recognition that many of our students are not in a position to come full-time and still are in need of the various levers of support. So this is one area where we can begin to see some expansion. Now we need to work on moving the needle on the other piece, right? Which is, how do you move from just the direct cost associated with books and supplies and inch closer to addressing other related expenses that are still tied to the provision of education, right? This is where things like childcare, housing, food, et cetera, comes in there. And so we're looking for ways to expand the dollar amounts that are created in forms of stipends that go to our students to become even larger, right? So as I'm scaffolding through, you can begin to see that the first big pot is to increase to part-time, then to begin to expand the money that's available to students in the form of stipends, and then have to make some decisions on what that distribution looks like for those who are the neediest of students. Pell eligibility has been an example of how we identify that pocket of students. How we can go in there and increase the amount of money that goes to Pell students that can be used for these other expenses, right? Rather than simply just stopping on when direct costs are met for our students. So this is how we're beginning to build it out. There's also calls to acknowledge the fact that the need formula is broadening, right? It used to be where we could come off with, we could use the cutoff of Pell eligibility for those who need it the most. But we're noticing that more and more students beyond that bandwidth also have some pressing needs, right? So we're challenging ourselves to figure out how we can come in to begin to alleviate some of those expenses as well. When you start doing that math, you'll see how $115 million quickly begins to diminish, right, when we're making access affordable. But like I said in my comments before, we want to begin by not stopping on what already is an incomplete process, which is we were always moving in the direction of meeting more cost of attendance for our students. We have to make sure we don't abandon that to move on to provision of money to other students. So this is where we are at the moment with those discussions. We need to work there, and I know that there's a lot of people who pay attention from the segments that we're responsible for to engage them on their feedback as well for what this looks like, as well as the legislature.
So
These are all
thank
the
you,
steps
Commissioner.
that are needed.
I appreciate this so much, and I'm very happy to talk about the conversation of a first dollar, fully invest, make sure that we're paying for all of our kids to have the opportunities, whether they're coming right out of high school or they're adult learners, like to get to be a full-time student and get to immerse themselves in learning and starting their career that they want. I'm still trying to get to that. What is this going to mean for our residents? And so maybe we can talk about Mass Reconnect. So I've heard that this could impact 1.8 million residents. There's 700,000 residents who have earned some college credit but haven't gotten to completion. $20 million divided by those 700,000 people, that's $28 a person. I don't think that that's the intention of this program. And I'm wondering if you have an estimate of what that unmet financial need is for those 25 and older students that this program is hoping to capture.
And I hate to disappoint you, but that I don't have that estimate available with me right now, but we can certainly circle back and share that with everyone, because that's going to be the question that we want to make sure that we begin, or the piece of the puzzle that we begin to fill in as we move forward in these conversations. Again, I don't want, for the premise of past precedents for college going rates to be the driver for how we think and envision new programs, right? I'm going to back up real quick to sort of explain that. We have to expect that when we go out there and make a claim like Mass Reconnect, or when we get closer to saying the college, when we make announcement that college will become more affordable for all, we have to stand behind the all part of this formula. And imagine what if everyone does, or to hope that everyone comes in there and make it to where we could actually make a dent in the affordability puzzle there, right? And this is how we want to begin to think about our redesign of financial aid programs at the department. These are all dollars that are proposed and new in addition to what we already have. I think we could get closer to what you're describing as kind of this promise, I mean, literal promise programs that are around the country, if we begin to think more effectively around these investments. And so we've got to do a better job of figuring out how we can distribute the resource where it's meaningful, right? A lot of these estimates, and I'll just, I'll put that out there because you did make a reference to first dollar versus last dollar, right? This is where these calculations begin to differ. Last dollar means that you tap into all the other available resources that are already available to our students. And when you think about some of our students who have the most need, you've got federal resources coming in there, other state programs to get tagged on, right? And in the end, you come in with sort of this Mass Reconnect I hate to say cherry on top, but it's essentially what it looks like, right? The end of the packaging that gets us closer to addressing all direct costs. And so at the moment, some of the estimates are structured around that, right? So I don't want to create a perception that we won't meet the need, but I want to make sure that we're talking about what would it mean to fully realize access for all on this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Secretary Tutwiler, I know you said you're really focusing on students who deserve to be in the classroom. And when it comes to our public higher ed institutions, this is why I really want to dig down into what are those barriers, because closing the gap at the end is going to have an impact on people's lives, but it isn't going to help those folks who don't think college is attainable for them to actually envision, coming from communities like mine where the average debt burden on paper or the tuition and fees can be more than the household income. It is insurmountable for folks from communities like mine to imagine getting to be a college student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please, Rep. Smola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary and Commissioners, for your testimony here today. I think many of us were beyond pleased to see the investments that this administration has made in so many pockets of education. I think we feel encouraged by your testimony here today, because we really do see some significant investments in a lot of corners of education in the Commonwealth that are needed. And I think you've heard from a number of my colleagues today this rural question. And we talk an awful lot about equity. I'd like us to, in addition to the general thought of equity, think about rural equity, which is huge. So Governor Healy came to testify before Ways and Means a week ago, and we were talking about the issue of transportation investment in Massachusetts. And when you come onto the rural part of the state, this barrier of transportation to get from point A to point B, even in an educational arena, is extremely challenging. And let me just add my voice to the chorus of FAFSA. That 40% number that you were talking about that may not be applying. I worked with 2 different students over the period of the last year that didn't even know what FAFSA was, and they were seniors, and that was heartbreaking. I was the first guy in my family to go to college to get a degree. My parents had to pursue aid. I went to Holyoke Community College and got an associate's. I went to Westfield State. I got my bachelor's, but they couldn't do it alone. And when you come out to rural part of the Commonwealth and you recognize the fact that in some places where there's higher rates of poverty just because of the rural territory and those challenges that they have to deal with, it's heartbreaking to think that a student would look and say, man, I just can't afford to go to school, but aren't aware of the resources that are out there. And I don't profess to know the answer to that, but rely on working with you, whether it's a mandatory thing or we increase education within our school systems to get out there and say, this is the path that you need to pursue in order to go out there and see if you can qualify for some dollars. I just think that's an investment that we should really be making. So thank you for everything that you have shared with us today about that. We've also heard about workforce stability, and we are accustomed to seeing peaks and valleys in our workforce. One year we've got a nurse shortage, and then that changes, and then the next year it's police officers, and the following year it's in whatever category of the private sector. And since the pandemic, that's going on everywhere. So we are all in the same boat together with this workforce crisis. But of course, in the field of education, I think it's a bigger crisis because of the investment that we make and then what our educators do on the path of getting the next generation of folks into the workforce. Commissioner Kershaw, you had mentioned about that 30% turnover rate. Where are these people going? They're there and then they're gone. And this is a question that certainly is not unique to you. I ask this question of everybody about where are these individuals going with such a high turnover rate that we see?
Yeah, we have some decent data, and we're happy to share it with you about where they're going. So they are deciding not to work. They are leaving for other industries, retail, or food service that are paying very competitive wages. They are sometimes from our sector going into the K-12 schools. Sometimes higher wages and shorter length of year. So we're seeing them, but it's at a rate that didn't previously exist. So we have a lot of folks who come into the field because they love working with young children, and then it just becomes untenable. The other thing that we've heard a lot is, with the pandemic, many jobs became remote and flexible or hybrid, and that is not what a classroom is. So for our K-12 and early education programs, they have to come to work every day. So we do, as I mentioned, compensation is a key part of it, but one of the things we've learned is it's a lot about how employees feel valued. So we have a lot of programs who are trying to figure out, can I create more flexible schedules so people can have a little bit of that flexibility that maybe folks have, creating employee assistance programs that are allowing them to access health benefits and other things that they might not have had before. So really taking a look at the full compensation package that might keep folks in the field. And then obviously the other part of it is making it a meaningful career pathway, which is a big part of what, because even if there's a higher paying job at a retail or in a food industry right now, if we can help them stay in the field and get the educational attainment, perhaps go into higher education and get their AAs and BAs, and then continue in a meaningful pathway in early education, that creates greater stability.
Thank you for that answer. I think that broad vision is important because we often equate to, well, we just give them more money and they're coming back, and we're not seeing that in so many different sectors of what's happening in the Commonwealth. We were just talking to the folks in the healthcare institutions, and they bonus them, they incentivize them with better health insurance packages, they give them longer contracts. All of these things are into the mix, and they still can't get the numbers that they're looking for. And I imagine we're seeing that in a lot of different sectors of employment in the Commonwealth. So I appreciate the broad look because it's more than just the money. That flexibility is extremely important. This additional $1 million for the pursuit of licensure from the emergency to the provisional, can you give me an idea of what those numbers are? How many do we have? How many teachers do we have with emergency licenses? And what is that $1 million going to do with that group of folks as we press them over to the provisional licensure?
Sure, I don't have the exact numbers at my fingertips, and we can certainly send them along later today, but I think it's fair to say that we've brought people into the profession in a different way through an emergency license, and now we're interested in keeping them, right? And so how do we do that? Some of that money will go towards that kind of retention. The loss of retention that was spoken about in the early ed space is similar in K-12, right? Where while we're probably doing a little bit better than other states in the country, we still are having issues around hiring. And so we've had to take steps to try to improve conditions, to try to bring people in, and to make it easier to come into the profession. And so this emergency license does that very thing.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'll just leave with this comment. One of the things that really frightens me is the number of resources that were coming back to our cities and towns, specifically for education during the pandemic. And I am concerned about the cliff effect that is rolling around. And that's why, as I said at the top of my commentary, I am gratified to see the investments that the administration is making in a lot of these different categories. But I do worry about this cliff effect perception that these federal dollars that have been rolling in for the last couple of years, they're going to run out eventually. And that's a lot of lift for the Commonwealth to pick up. To the degree that it makes people feel like the same amount is going to be coming in. Again, we're making good investments in this budget, and it's positive to see it. But I just want our cities and towns to be prepared for the fact that if they think this next roll of federal dollars is just coming around, it's not going to be to the degree that it was over the period of the last 2 years. So thank you very much for being here.
And I would say in K-12 in particular, that cliff is coming up next year. So this budget is very strong, I think, but we're also asking districts to be very mindful about some of those dollars are going away. And in a time where if you're a minimum aid community and inflation continues, and I don't have a crystal ball, but there could be challenges ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Beyond next year.
Thank you, Rep. Smola. Rep. Zeros, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really special to be here. It's a beautiful facility, the flagship. I drove all the way from Cape Cod. And where I went to Cape Cod Community College years ago as a young man from New Bedford, first one ever to go to college in my family. And I had a full head of hair and a mustache. And I went on to serve for 40 years as a police officer. it started at Cape Cod Community College. And now to be in this position is really wonderful. But my question and comment is, Commissioner Ortega, you said something very important, I thought, out of many things that were said, but the 2-year and the 4-year college working together. On Cape Cod, we just have a 2-year college. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on that when you mentioned that. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And I'm keeping tabs of like who's raising their hand to say they're a community college graduate,
yes,
public institution graduate, and because I think it's really important. Yeah, Head Start. Like I think these are important things to kind of put out there. One of the things that we've been talking about tremendously is there's a theme in some of the comments that address the fact that things are changing, right? Whether it's demographics, whether it's what people choose to go into or not to go into, changes in sort of the economy and things like that, all which are things that are having us or are pressing us to reimagine how we approach the provision of learning, right? Including the partnerships that we're seeing already in the early ed space, in the conversations we're having around collaboration, and in K-12 with early college. There has to be a completely new concept to what we define as the American college and university. And it has to be one that thinks more intentionally about these arbitrary sort of borders that exist, right? How we give credit for people coming through when they start at at our community college and move to our 4 years, an important thing that many of us know of as well. But there are things that other areas have experienced or have taken on more seriously, like early ed, the military, where how do you give people for credit for prior learning, credit for prior work experience to also put them on a pathway? And that's going to require a more effective collaboration between all our segments. And I know we've been talking tremendously about public universities, right? As someone in a legitimating role at the state, I got to think about what it means across all segments and sectors. What are our 4-year private nonprofit institutions doing in partnership with our community colleges, et cetera? Because that's really the only way to approach things through a systemness approach for student success. The Secretary mentioned that a lot of these recommendations are student-centered. That's about the most student-centered approach, where you think agnostically about these divisions between segments and sectors and just think, how can we create a pathway from the cradle all the way to lifelong learning where everyone benefits at any point? And if I choose, for whatever life circumstances, to opt out at some point, that I have a program like Mastery Connect that allows me to opt back in when I'm ready to complete it, right? And my circumstances have changed. So that's what the collaboration's about, Mr. Representative. And I hope that's what's been coming across in all the remarks.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lippert-Garabedian, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I love all the secretariats, but this one maybe is my favorite among all my children. So really great to see good friends here today. And I was really proud last year in my first full term to support a budget from the legislature that had historic investments in early education and childcare. As a former teacher and someone who worked with EEC and then as a mom of a preschool student, I'm really glad to see that we'll continue to have a strong relationship with this administration. And thank you, Commissioner, for your remarks. I can say with certainty those C3 grants have been an absolute lifeline to providers in my community and to the families who go there with their students. So I did want to actually talk a little bit more about the other end of the continuum, the higher education space and the Mastery Connect. And Commissioner Ortega, thank you so much for your comments. I was curious if there's been, and some of my other colleagues, including Representative Higgins, talked about this, consideration of those students who may be eligible for this program and are already carrying some level of debt from unfinished business, whether in a credential program or in a degree program, if there's consideration for looking at what they're carrying and whether these funds might be available to support that burden.
You know, when it comes to the way that the Mastery Connect program has been developed thus far, it's not factoring in those kinds of costs, right? But this is not to say that as we think about this financial aid redesign, which I know it's sort of a smaller investment that's in the fair share dollars, right? I think $2 million. These are the things that we've got to figure out how we can address these kind of obstacles as well. And if it's not done directly through the state in partnership with our institutions, there's a lot of individuals who may want to come back and may not be able to because they've incurred this debt before. They have they still have outstanding balances maybe somewhere else, right? This is a big topic of conversation happening nationally when individuals who want to reconnect have these extra barriers that they have to navigate. And I think we've got to grow increasingly sophisticated about addressing some of those. Some of our institutions are doing good jobs at developing those type of programs, but there isn't a comprehensive program that I can call on right now that begins to do that. But we want to begin to figure out how to do that. It's one thing to put this call out to invite people to come back and reconnect with college, but it's another not to acknowledge some of the challenges that are still there as constraints for people who want to make that decision. And it's on us to begin to work with you to call those out, because those are big deals.
Sure. I can just imagine a hypothetical of two otherwise similarly situated 26-year-olds and one who tried it out before and now is carrying some amount of debt that they are concerned about going back because they have to hold down a job to try to pay it off. And someone who didn't take that chance earlier and then, has a bit more of an advantage at this moment in time. I'm also curious if there's been attention or thought about the degree to which you'll try to provide supports and guidance to students who would be able to take advantage of this program, and so far as making sure that they're looking at programs that are aligned to regional workforce demands and needs, perhaps, for example, in early education and associate's degrees necessary to hold positions there.
For sure. And I neglected to mention some of these other programs that we've been bringing to fruition that are tied to high demand occupations, right? Things that are tied to teacher, workforce, human capital concerns as well. And so we're making sure that there's an alignment that promotes things as well. This investment, which is a great opportunity to address the affordability formula for our students, also has to be thought of as a lever to create change in the areas where change is needed, right? And human capital concerns, and I think is mentioned earlier, are widespread, and there are some that are emerging that we've not begun to fully identify. We've got to position ourselves to really target the investments to nudge people into those areas, right, in a way that's successful. And it's not just about calling them out and identifying in some form that's generated at the state, but it's to find ways where people meaningfully see the career paths that would lead to that, right? I think one of the challenges for completion, finances aside, is the idea that individuals can't visualize where they're going to end up when they've completed a certain degree or credential. And I think if we could highlight what that looks like in the end, I think we can see more people coming through. And when we can match them up to things that are real needs in the Commonwealth that could really improve the resiliency of our fiscal health, then we've got to do that as well.
That's great. I mean, I hear from all of the presentations and know that there's been a lot of work to ensure that there is sort of an intentionality about what we're, the resources that we're providing and what that's sort of the on path then for folks, including, for example, in the earlier college programs or the, innovation pathways. So it's not surprising, but it's also nice to be sure that that's also going to be a primary consideration for this kind of new funding, to make sure that we're not having students just enroll without any level of knowledge about what life will be like afterwards once they have this credential. Is this a credential that actually is marketable in today's economy? Will this degree really make a difference in their earning potential and their satisfaction in their profession?
And then the idea of making sure that the life-sustaining wage is also paired up with that as well, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, please, Rep. Murator.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having this here.
Oh.
I have two daughters that actually come here, but they're on spring break, so that was fine. They wouldn't give me a key to their room to me either, so. But I appreciate you having it here. Thank you so much for the well thoughtful budget you put together and all your comments, et cetera. Couple questions. One, Commissioner Kershaw, for you. Full disclosure, I own child daycare centers, and it's a little bit of a curse because people that know I do in the area call me all the time about this stuff. And you're absolutely right. My colleague just indicated that the C3 grants have been fantastic. It's been the lifeline that has kept many of them open. And it's good to see that that's going to continue. And what's happened, I think, with most of those is really going to higher wages for staff. And I know in our places and other around us, I've heard places that have been giving raises 3 times in the last 18 months. and are about to do it again because can't keep up with it. And so what we're doing is we're stealing from other places. Is there something that we're going to try to do to generate a new group of people to come in child daycare? And I know rates will help. A lot of them are now, they're making, $20 an hour now and more in a lot of cases. But is there other things that we're looking at that we can do with certification or other things?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And I should say I have 2 sons here at UMass, so go UMass. I know.
I got 2 daughters.
And they're happy you organized this while they were on spring break. But I was like, I'll pick you up Monday then.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to be here, right? And go UMass. So a lot of parts to your question. So I want to start with the C3 part of it. I think one of the things that's so important about the governor's budget is that C3 is funded from state sources for a full year.
It's wonderful.
And one of the challenges we've heard consistently from programs who at the same time are telling us this has been a lifeline. We heard it on Friday at Square One in Springfield. And we heard it from Horizons. But one of the concerns that we've heard, because it was federal and people are worried about the cliffs and it had been funded on sort of a part year basis, that although where they really wanted to put it was into predictable operating costs like salaries, they were worried that there was going to be a cliff at the end. So we did see a lot of signing bonuses or one-time funds going in. And so part of what the governor's commitment here is state resources, including fair share, which I think signals a permanent, commitment, in addition to being a full year of funding to create that level of predictability so that we can support programs to make sure that their salary increases and their salary scales can change permanently and kind of consistently over time. So, and as I said before, C3 is supporting not just compensation increases, which we've seen in true dollars in terms of the amount of funds and actual salaries that are going up, but they're also supporting those other things that are making it better and easier to stay in early education and care, whether it's other kinds of employee benefits or adding additional person in the classroom to help with some of those behavioral supports or adding additional person on staff so they can leave at 4 and there's more flexibility in terms of their experience in the staff. So that's working well in terms of focusing on some of the recruitment. We also know from our research that programs have identified if these grants were to go away, at least 700 programs told us they would also be closing their doors, which represents about 15,000 slots or spaces and capacity in the field. So we are very much still in the stabilize and heal phase, but thinking about how this program over time can continue to transform and support a stable infrastructure. You probably know better than any of us. At the same time, we think the grants right now are maintaining capacity, not increasing capacity, sort of as you indicated, because of the workforce challenges that we're experiencing. And like the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, we also changed kind of our front door in terms of licensing and certification in early childhood to make it easier to come in. And we intend to maintain that easier front door while making sure that we're providing the educational and support. So I think all the questions about Mass Reconnect, and I think the early education and care workforce is like the ideal focus for Mass Reconnect in a lot of ways, right? We have a lot of adult learners. We have folks who might not have thought that higher education was for them, but if we have them working in early education programs, we can support them with learning opportunities and accessible access to higher education, both in terms of cost, but also how we deliver those services. I think that's a really important recruitment. The agency's also taken a couple immediate steps around the pipeline, because I know you're struggling to find new teachers. So in addition to maintaining the minimum hiring requirements, we're working with partners across the Commonwealth on new apprenticeship programs and new mentorship programs, so that even if we're getting inexperienced staff coming in over our new requirements, we're making sure they're getting that educational support and taking that love of early childhood education and then turning it into sort of a skilled, supported learning pathway. We haven't talked a lot about family child care, but that's a really important part of our system too. This is licensed programs where families, 6 to 10 families are served. Before the pandemic, it was sort of an decreasing part of our system. And now I think these community-based programs, with remote work, people are wanting to put their children maybe in smaller settings, maybe closer to home. Many of these are women-owned businesses, many women of color. So we think that's a really important pipeline capacity building opportunity as well as economic development. So we're going to be launching a pilot to really recruit new family child care providers. And, I was thinking about the rural challenge too, that maybe it's an opportunity to focus in some of the areas where we've traditionally had kind of childcare deserts and hard time for families to find care. So we are working kind of on the longer term, and C3 is really a critical piece of that infrastructure and supporting our programs, but also trying to address some of the urgent needs of recruitment and retention right into the pipeline and the front door of our program. So you'll let us know if it's working for yours.
Yeah, no, that's terrific. Great to hear all that. And one of the things I hear more often over the last several years is, as you mentioned, there's a number of children on a wait list, low-income families on a wait list, and a number of places would take vouchers. Mainly if the payments were better, but I think they are a lot better now than they ever were. But the biggest issue has to do with recruiting, because a lot of daycare providers, at least in our area, they provide a daycare reimbursement for the staff if they work there. But if you take vouchers, then you can't give them the reimbursement for that. You can't provide that. So I think that could be an area that may be able to help people with taking more vouchers and getting that list down a little bit. Just a thought to think about.
Yeah, I would say a couple things about that. One, we agree with you. We need to recruit additional programs to participate, and we think that's a couple different things. One is definitely the rates, and again, annualizing the $80 million from last year, an additional $20 million in the budget this year. I think first time ever in the governor's budget we have a rate increase. So we look forward to working with you on that over the next several months. It's also pretty hard to do business with the EC, and you may know that if you accept our financial assistance. And the agency has been in a year-long reform of our system to make it easier on providers to do business and want to take and participate in the child care financial system, and also easier and more dignified for families to participate. So I mentioned the early childhood educator pilot, where we're providing for the first time at a higher income level childcare financial assistance for staff working in early education and care programs. And so I mentioned that, we have staff who are benefiting and programs who are benefiting. What I didn't mention is that we have 73 new providers. Oh no, I think it's more 90 new providers who have signed voucher agreements with the agency as part of that. So it's also working as a way to recruit additional programs to actually participate in the child care financial assistance system. So I think if we make it worthwhile for programs, both through the rates, how you do business with us, and the conferring benefits on their staff, I think we'll continue to be able to encourage more programs to kind of come in.
Fully agree. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And just my last question for Commissioner Riley or Mr. Secretary. There was some discussion about the OSD and the 14% increase with special ed. And many of us were at a meeting of superintendents of the South Coast just last week. And I know myself, I was encouraged by the budget the governor put out with education. There was a lot of money in there from Student Opportunity Act, being fully funded, and from the Fair Share Act, and et cetera. But because of this OSD increase, they're now talking about, starting in the summer, laying off teachers, which is contradictory to what, we're hearing, that we need more teachers in the industry. So I was wondering if you could maybe comment about that, and how real is this? And if it is, what can be done about it?
So, the first thing I'd say, and I think it was mentioned earlier, is we were used to the increase being on the magnitude of 2 to 3% every year. So this kind of took a lot of people by surprise. As you know, we have to kind of survive it 1 year because it will get picked up in the budget thereafter. The question is, what is the dollar amount? And I'm not sure anyone knows because it's a new kind of thing, but the governor has put money to try to ameliorate some of this. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not sure it's enough money or too much money. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure that's my place to say, but what I can tell you is there's a recognition that there is a problem there. And it's a short-term problem, which is good, but it may not be inconsequential.
No, and then they're sounding the alarm already that they're looking at class sizes going to 27, 28, 29 kids in elementary, middle school, and high schools because of this, even if it's just 1 year. And there's a lot of superintendents that I know in our South Shore, South Coast, and I don't see them as alarmist either, but they're really concerned about it. And I'm surprised your phone hasn't been blowing up from these people.
Oh, it has.
Oh, it has. Okay, good. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think we're going to Rep. Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Great to be able to hear from the Healy Driscoll administration on your bigger priorities and some of the details as well. I'm a proud graduate of UMass, class of '82, and also attended Westfield State College. I represent Danvers, which has the Danvers campus of the North Shore Community College, so you can check me on that box as well. Commissioner, I want to add my voice to those of my colleagues around this 14% increase. My 4 communities, 4 towns, part of Peabody, I also have Danvers, Hamilton, Wenham, Topsfield. They are beside themselves. So please, just want you to know that and hear that. Also want to add my voice on the concern about the EEC and the market rate and the disparity that has created in my area on the North Shore. Also want to lift up what my colleague from Melrose had to say on Mass Reconnect. And I think about a young woman I know who graduated high school, went to a community college, not in my area, had some mental health struggles, stopped, tried to start up again, took a couple of courses. That didn't quite work out. Fast forward, now we're at somehow $7,000 in debt to a community college with no associate's degree. So I'm praying that you find a way to use some of that funding for situations like that, and let's hope they're few and far between. Also want to note the vocational education situation. We've discussed the admissions criteria. You know that I was one of many, many people who had hoped that would change. I also just want to point out that my community is the host community for the terrific Essex Tech. It's a fabulous school, and you go and tour it, and it's just amazing. And I think in some ways it's the envy of my high school faculty and administrators, because they just see the resources that are brought there, and that's wonderful. But we're 9% of the population of the Essex Tech area, and we're 17% of the seats. So it's a big hit on the local budget every year. And I cringe to think I'm coming across as either or, but there is a kind of a managing that and a predictability of funding. One question. You mentioned mental health keepers, and I wondered about that. The overwhelming message I got from my schools during the pandemic was, please get us more counselors. We need counselors in every school, every grade level. So is that part of increasing counseling services, and I just didn't know what you meant by mental health keepers? Screeners, excuse me.
Screeners, it's an assessment to see where a child is functioning on their mental health. Are they in distress and maybe need more resources or not? And so it's just it's a tool that allows us to see if a kid needs additional support in our, I don't want to get into too much details, but in our MTSS framework, saying, is the kid have everything he needs to be successful in a classroom? Do they have housing sorted out? Is their food sorted out? Is their mental health sorted out? And if not, how do we get them the services they need? Oftentimes that can be done in school with counselors, adjustment counselors, guidance counselors, and the like, social workers in some districts. Sometimes there has to be a referral out. And I'll give you, for instance, we did a mental health screener pilot in '22, and we served I think 17,000 low-income students, 7,000 students with a disability, 5,000 English learners. And of that 30,000, we had about 10% who were identified as needing additional services. Most of that could be done in-house, but about a third of the 3,954 were referred for outside placements. And the question then is, do we have enough counselors? And the answer is not at this time. We've been buffered a little bit by telehealth, where we're seeing the advent of telehealth, where counselors are able to come online now with students, but the pipeline is not where it needs to be. We have met with the college presidents and the education schools to talk about this, but certainly there's been money from the federal government to increase the amount of social emotional support services, including counselors, but that hasn't always translated into being able to hire a person. I think many districts will tell you it was not uncommon in the beginning, right after COVID, where a math teacher who always wanted to be an adjustment counselor and had the certification, but there was never a spot for them, was able then to become an adjustment counselor. And so that happened in numerous school districts across the Commonwealth. Okay, well we can backfill the math teacher. But then after that, we had to go out and find new counselors, and it's been tricky. It's been difficult. Districts will tell you that.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And congratulations again, Secretary. North Shore kind of connection. Very proud.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Pease? Or is he online?
He was
Oh,
here.
there we
He
go.
was right here.
But actually, I did mention it to your aide, but I did not text you. But I appreciate the opportunity, and I thank you for being here. And I was just going to reiterate, and that's why I decided not to speak, because it's been said, now that I've picked up a rural district and having grown up in a regional school, and obviously when I graduated, it was like a class of 100 made up of 7 towns, and now it's like classes of 50 or 40. It's decreased quite a bit. Of course, I'm coming up on my 40th reunion, so it's been a long time. But the impact of the regional schools, I was always under the impression that the regional transportation budget was supposed to be funded at 100% for some reason. I see it's slated to be funded at 90% this year, which is fantastic because it's lately been funded, I think, closer to the 70-75%, and that's a killer for these rural communities. So I appreciate the increase, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to be at 100%. And if there's a plan to continue to increase. I know it's an 18% increase, which is fantastic. But again, to get to the level it should be at. And if I'm wrong about that, please correct me.
I think it's supposed to be at the 100% level, and I think this represents this administration's first recognition of the problem.
Thank you. Yes.
And then a large increase, and my assumption is they're hoping to get there in the future. I don't want to speak for the administration on this particular issue, but obviously this is a substantial increase to that line item.
And it is appreciated. And one other issue that I did want to raise is you talked about the shortage of teachers that is coming up, and one of my superintendents mentioned that after so many years, there's a requirement for a master's degree to be a teacher.
After 5 years, that's correct.
And I don't know if that's needed. According to my superintendent, it doesn't make them better teachers to have a master's. Maybe they would get a pay bump, but does it make them better teachers to become a master's? I mean, they still got to do continuing ed courses, I believe, to keep their license up. But is it a requirement to become a master's, and is that keeping people from moving on?
I'm not sure the 5-year requirement, having a master's after 5 years, is keeping people from entering the field. It could be. I think people get into the field and then try it out to see if this works for me, and then make the decision, are they going to stay or not? But it's fair to say that we have looked closely at all of our licensure regulations and will continue to do so. The emergency license, and I didn't have the numbers at my fingertips, I have them now. 2,400 teachers are on an emergency license this year. And when you think we have about, give or take, 80,000 teachers in the Commonwealth, that's not an inconsequential number. And so because of the hiring crisis, we are making steps to bring people into the field, get them the necessary training so they're effective. The 5-year thing is certainly something we can look at.
Well, I thank you, and I appreciate it. And just to follow the lead there, community college. I only took a mixology course there to learn how to make drinks. But I've taken, but my 20 years in the Army, I've taken college courses all around the country from wherever I was stationed. But I ended up coming back and going to Westfield State to get a second bachelor's, and then Western New England for a master's. So again, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Representative. I think that completes the representatives and senators who wanted to ask questions. And I know I promised to nerd out on combined effort yield. However, I am not going to, mindful of your marathon. But I just wanted to say that I'll just say something, and I hope that we can have a conversation about this.
Senator, could I, before you cut, this way?
Oh, hello, Representative,
Apologize.
Please. Absolutely.
Were you about to end, or?
I was going to nerd out, but you should ask a question if you have one. Forgive me.
All right, thank you. I apologize when I stepped out.
No, not at all. No.
Secretary, my comment or my first question is about education loss. And so when you mentioned earlier about extraordinary situations, and you didn't want to use the word that I won't use, burden. I guess I'll use it because you were wondering what I was talking about. I just find that there are communities across this Commonwealth who their kids stayed in school. And then there are many urban schools that have been shut down. And so, Mr. Secretary, I know the commissioner mentioned we're still #1, but again, #1 only matters to the community you represent, right? So when I hear we're #1, it means very little to me when I represent portions of Boston. We might be #1 in the state. So when you're saying a burden, and I heard in all the testimony about how you guys want to make sure that we're getting to, Commissioner Riley say, we're getting to all of those needs before we can teach the student, is the criteria about this burden, does it include whether or not the students were in actual classrooms or not? Because I know you're saying there are some enormous costs, and like in Boston, we had to buy all the computers and things of that nature. But I think the criteria should include whether or not these folks were physically in a classroom with the teacher, because I am certain that the difference between teaching with a teacher in a classroom and the teacher and these kids not even, watching what they're supposed to watch on these tablets. What are the things being put in place to make sure that there's an enormous amount of tutoring, summer school? What do we do to get these urban schools in particular get these kids back to reading level and grade level?
So just quickly as a point of clarification, when I was talking about burden, I was referring to the increased costs associated with sending a student for special education services outside of their district. Not necessarily, I think you might have taken that in a different direction.
I came in in the middle of what you were saying, but that's what I heard, so I'm glad you clarified it.
But the question I think is a good one, coming from recently the superintendency in Lynn, where we were one of the last districts to move back in person. We had extraordinary impact with high COVID rates in Lynn and a very concerned and fearful community. And so we were one of the last, right? And I think we see the impact of that compared to communities that were able to either stay in person or came back much sooner. I think, one thing to be proud of as I interact with was the Urban Superintendent Network co-chair when I was superintendent, is the robust nature of the plans that many urban districts are bringing to bear on catching students up. And it's all of the above. I mean, it really starts with thinking about holistically and deeply meeting students, social emotional well-being. Commissioner said earlier, we have the best I don't even remember which math topic it was, but the
You
best.
said Algebra 1.
Yeah.
You can't teach them
Best
the slope
lesson
of a
on
line
slope of a
first.
line.
Yeah.
But if a student is concerned about where their next meal is coming from, where they're going to sleep that night, or you're depressed, concerned, like it's not going to matter. And right, so really prioritizing students' mental health. I'm seeing robust efforts in that regard, and then leveraging the historic influx of federal dollars to provide extended day and out of school time programs. In our budget, actually, there's a $2 million allocation for one program. Now the name of it escapes me. For kindergarten readiness, which
Summer Step Up.
Summer Step Up, thank you. And actually had it in Lynn, and it was wonderful. That sort of programming, along with all the robust plans that districts have in place, I think is going to get us there. I'll highlight one specific teaching and learning thing. I'm stealing the commissioner's thunder here around acceleration, which means essentially teaching on grade level standards, even though students, might not be there with their skill set or content knowledge, but providing the right scaffolds to help them address that, and then thoughtfully removing those scaffolds over time while they're accessing those grade level standards. All of that, which by the way, reflects a significant mindset shift from where most educators were around remediation and really saying, oh, you're in third grade, but you missed a lot of second grade stuff, so I'm going to teach you second grade stuff. It's a shift away from that, and I think
And that's a shift you're saying across the entire state. That's what you're going to be pushing.
It's what has been pushed
Okay.
by, I'm still in his thunder, but you get a sense for my thinking around what's happening in the urban space.
So, Commissioner, I know you're going to add to that, but let me just plug in because I know I need to be short on time because you've been here long. Can you also address violence, right? So here in Boston, I am absolutely sick of hearing that Post has been the reason why Boston has not come to this agreement between police and BPS, right? So they're saying, hey, your police legislation stop this. However, Young Achievers, you know the list, Young Achievers, Tech Boston, all of these incidents around violence around our schools, police saying, I can't get in, I cannot get in. Obviously, your son's at Boston Lab with my wife, so she's not saying the same things like he hasn't, but my district is. And so are you getting to these agreements or these lack of agreements to make sure that we start to have an answer for the police and schools and how we handle, and people come at it very different. There are some in my neighborhood who are saying, we don't want school police, and others are saying we do. What is the rule that we have to, because you have to include this as part of the conversation, mental health, feeding them, but they have to feel safe. I heard you use that word, safe and supportive environments includes not feeling like they're going to get jumped when they leave school.
Yeah, so I really appreciate the questions, Rep. Where to begin? So first I would say, this is my 6th year, and when I first came, we talked about Massachusetts being #1.
Yeah.
But only #1 for some. We know that low-income kids, kids with disabilities, newcomers aren't experiencing the same success. And so we have driven our budgets in a progressive way, which is kind of what Massachusetts does, to drive more funding towards our most needy students. The SOA is, I think, the ultimate example of an error that was calculated that wound up helping districts like Lynn, Lawrence, where I was, maybe not as much Boston, but Boston is a more resource-rich environment, 30,000 plus per kid versus Lynn is probably 16, Lawrence is probably 16. But, focus has to be on the kids that need the most help. So I'll give you a for instance. We're putting out high dosage tutoring grants and summer school grants, and there will be priority to those districts that need the most help. And I would argue most of those districts are the ones that stayed out of school longer than other districts.
That's right.
So you should expect that will continue. Just to clarify, my son has graduated from Boston. My daughter is a senior.
Okay.
So
I knew one of them was still there.
so
Sorry.
yeah, she's still there. She's probably not likely to be as much of a problem as he was. So hopefully, your wife will take charge of her. In regards to the Boston and the police issue, I was concerned by what seemed to be a disproportionate number of incidents in the school system. And so last year, as part of the agreement with the mayor, we asked them to do a safety audit of the building, of the school system. And my understanding is that audit has come out, and the new superintendent, Mary Skipper, who I have a lot of faith in, long-term principal in Boston, deputy superintendent, came back from Somerville, is in the process of working that out. I understand Commissioner Cox says we think the police need to have a role in schools. I agree with that personally. I'm not running that school district, but I think between the report that came out that kind of said, hey, you might need to look at the school police issue and if taking them out was the right thing or not, and what is the role of the Boston police? And I think those discussions are being had now. So I think you're right to ask the question. I don't know what the end result is going to be.
And I just have two question answer, which is, Mr. Undersecretary, could you tell me how much of the $140 million is going to UMass Boston? Am I going to get my garage fixed in this $140 million or no?
You mean the money that has been set aside for the capital investment?
Yes.
No, I do not know how much money is going to each of the schools, but we can find out for you in terms of the item.
And then, Madam Undersecretary, it's always confusing to understand what is the cost and what are we paying. So, like, what does it cost, basically, per hour for us to send a kid to EEC? And then what are we paying? Because that seems to be where the rub is. And can folks, many of Black, brown immigrants, can they sustain an EEC business with what we are paying at the state? I know you're saying we're doing a higher pay rate at $20 million, but is that going to get us to the point where these folks can actually, as you say, the workforce that makes the workforce possible? What does the rate need to be?
Sure. So childcare is not a functioning market, right? In a functioning market, what you can charge your consumer covers the cost of delivering whatever that service is. We have long had this market failure in childcare where the cost of delivering the care can't be paid for. Parents cannot afford what it costs us to be able to deliver the care. And part of that is the ratios that we need for teaching young children and keeping them safe and healthy and learning. And part of it is the investments we need to make in our workforce and the quality of the programs. And so we've had this mismatch for a long time in childcare where the cost of delivering care and the price don't match because we couldn't possibly charge parents what it actually costs. And as I said in my testimony, that precarious balance has been going on for a long time, and people are having to make trade-offs and choices based on that. And COVID came in and threw that precarious balance off even further. But what we learned through COVID and through the stabilization grants is that we can't sort of private pay or tuition our way to a stable early education and care market that is truly accessible and equitable and affordable. And so these two levers I talked about, which is we have to get decent vouchers and subsidies into the hands of families on a need base so that we can increase their purchasing power and they have access to the programs they want. And we also need to be supporting our programs directly so that they can pay their staff decent wages and that program and infrastructure can exist for our programs for our families to either buy in privately or to buy in. So it's sort of a both scenario. We need to make sure that our childcare subsidy rates, which are paying for our lowest income families to access those programs, are fair and decent and give families access to the market. And we're doing some work to think about how to make those rates more equitable geographically, but also based on age groups and more based on cost. But that alone is not going to create the stability for our programs, which is why the C3 operational grants are so key. And one of the things we learned is not only did salaries go up as a result of those programs and additional quality investments and helping maintain capacity, but it's actually had an impact on mitigating increases in tuition for families. So a direct impact on affordability by allowing programs in the face of incredible inflation and cost increases at their programs not have to increase tuition on families, which is really important for a state like ours that has, if not the highest, among the highest costs for childcare. So what the governor's budget does is continue to press those two levers so that we can make programs more affordable and also at the quality that we want for our kids to have so they can close the learning loss gap as much as possible before they enter kindergarten.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Okay. You've been part of a marathon event here, so I'm going to end by talking about this. Municipalities that are capped at 82.5%, the combined effort yield. So my understanding, and again, I hope we have this conversation after this, is that the number of capped municipalities has grown from 109 in 2007 to 166, roughly. My math might be wrong there, but I think that's right. So for the capped municipalities, which are the wealthiest municipalities in the state, the formula says something like this. They could be contributing more, but their required local contribution is capped at 82.5%. But because the state contributes 41% of school spending and the municipalities contribute 59%, so weighted, that 59% comes from local contributions, and that's falling disproportionately on the less wealthy communities. And that's a trend that I'm not alone here. I know many of my colleagues here are under the weight of this. So when we passed the SOA, we asked the Department of Education to work with the Department of Revenue to do a local study on local contributions. And at the time we knew, or we had a hunch, that the SOA would impact calculations of local contributions and that some districts might be asked to pay more than they currently were, right? That's the whole net school spending conversation. But we also understood that there were concerns that the formula wasn't being entirely fair in how it calculates local contributions. So the study found that there could be some issues with the local contributions, and particularly from an equity and fairness lens, and particularly to those communities whose local contributions aren't currently capped at 82.5%. So I had a number of questions. I am not going to ask them because you're marathon runners, but I guess I just would say that I hope so much, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Commissioner, that we can have a conversation with Chapter 70 experts. And I'm seeing you shake your head yes, so thank you. And maybe in a formalized way, and we can look at this combined effort yield, and we can look at what it means to cap it. So for some of the communities in smaller, less wealthier places, they struggle to get to that 100% of what the state tells them that they can and should pay, and they forego a lot of other things. And you know this because you've heard these stories. But for some wealthier communities, they could pay 5, 6, 7x times more than the state tells them that they should and could pay. And especially then when we cap it at 82.5%, and we tilt more of that contribution to the municipalities, the sort of these underdog, smaller, poorer communities are just, they're going to shoulder more and more of a greater percentage over time. So this is just an invitation. I know Senator Lewis on the Senate side is very interested in this. We'd love a formal Chapter 70 working group to create a menu of options that we could look at over time to just sort of shift that fairness balance. I'm not disproportionately burdening our wealthy brothers and sisters, our communities. However, I do think that we are having some significant unintended or perhaps feared consequences with this combined effort yield. So thank you. Thank you for being receptive to that.
Absolutely.
And with that, this committee thanks you. You have been here for hours, and we are grateful for your stamina and grateful for your service to the Commonwealth. To you and your staff, thank you for making this journey. Really heartfelt thanks. I hope you have lunch before you get on the road.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, friends, our thanks, the committee thanks the panels to come, and we are going to make a transition now as our administration panel exits. And for those who are on the live stream, people are coming and going, so we're just going to take a breath. We're not adjourning. We're going to go straight through. All right, friends who are assembling, if I could just ask those people who are in the audience if we can take good conversations outside so that we can hear from our next panel. I'd be very grateful. Thank you, friends who are in the audience. Okay. All right, this next panel is focused on public higher education. The committee thanks the panelists for your patience as you waited to testify today. Please let me welcome President Mary Grant. President Grant is from the Massachusetts College of Art and Design, MassArt. Thank you, Madam President. We have Nate McKinnon. Nate is the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Association of Community Colleges. Thank you, Nate. And then virtually on the screen, you can see President Marty Meehan from the University of Massachusetts. Welcome, President Meehan. President Meehan is going to introduce Lisa Carlisle, UMass Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance. Very warm welcome to you. And Leanne Pasquini, UMass Associate Vice President for Administration and Finance. Welcome to you all. Without objection, I think we'll ask President Meehan, who I believe is going to exit the screen for the other UMass testifiers, to speak, and then we'll be off to the races, as it were.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Comerford, Chair Vargas, and members of the legislature. I'm pleased that Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance, Lisa Calisi, and Associate Vice President for Administration and Finance, Leanne Pasquini, are able to join you in person. And I think it's fitting that this hearing is being held at the flagship campus of the University of Massachusetts. I have to say, in listening for the last couple of hours, I've been thrilled to have heard so many of you who are graduates of one of our UMass campuses, and then many others who have sons and daughters at UMass. It's also fitting that chairing the meeting are leaders of the legislative committees focused on higher education and economic development, because the continued prosperity, nation-leading innovation ecosystem of Massachusetts requires a world-class public research university. This is what the Saxon Commission said in 1989 when it released its report, Learning to Lead, Building a World-Class Public University in Massachusetts, and recommended creating the 5-campus University of Massachusetts system. I am here today to tell you that the vision of the Saxon Commission, building a world-class public research university, has been achieved. You and your colleagues in the legislature and those who came before you deserve our gratitude and the gratitude of generations of students for staying true to that vision. The results are worthy of celebration. Over 74,000 students, nearly 20,000 students graduating into the workforce each year from 5 campuses that are all nationally ranked, the only nationally ranked public universities in Massachusetts. 330,000 alumni currently living in Massachusetts and contributing their talents and energy. A $752 million research enterprise focused on issues critical to the quality of life and the economy of Massachusetts: renewable energy, healthcare, science, agriculture, computer science, and more. UMass, in fact, is the 3rd largest research enterprise in the Commonwealth, just behind Harvard and MIT. UMass has a $7.5 billion impact on the Commonwealth and supports 30,000 private sector jobs. Our imperative going forward is to make sure we remain affordable to students and provide them the support they need to succeed at UMass. We need to help them graduate on time and receive the full benefit of the world-class education that UMass faculty and staff offer. This is why we increased university-generated financial need-based aid by $28 million this year and $180 million over the last decade. This year, we're putting university aid $373 million into our budget. The average financial aid grant is nearly $10,000 on average to a UMass student. It is why we are supporters of a plan to lock in tuition rates for in-state undergraduate students, which we are prepared to discuss in detail today. It is why we are advancing a new early college effort to help students earn college credit while in high school, with the potential down the road of being able to save the cost of one full year of tuition. It is why we've initiated innovative efforts to drive down operational costs, which has saved the university nearly $90 million since 2020 and allowed us to transfer that money to student financial aid and services. Keeping UMass affordable and excellent must be a pillar of any strategy to keep Massachusetts competitive at a time when our talent pipeline is seriously challenged. UMass is the one institution in Massachusetts that wakes up every day working to attract, develop, and retain the talent Massachusetts needs in each of its regions to prosper. We take that responsibility very seriously, and on behalf of the entire UMass community, we're looking forward to working with you, your colleagues, to make UMass even stronger. So now let me introduce Senior Vice President Lisa Calisi and Associate Vice President Leanne Pasquini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we hear from Lisa and Leanne, I just want to say that, Dr. Grant, forgive me, I neglected to mention that you were speaking on behalf of the Council of Presidents of State Universities of Massachusetts. So thank you so much for being here, in addition to the work you do on your campus. Over to our friends from UMass and then onward.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm very happy to be here. We did provide a short PowerPoint that will hit some of the information that we're going to discuss. I'm not going to go page by page, just in the interest of time this afternoon. I'm going to start on page 2, which is really a high-level overview. And we did just deliver last month our 4th annual report to the legislature, which really is organized around 6 key focus areas. Financial equity, which we're going to talk more about, and that is the university-generated financial aid that we provide to our students to make sure UMass continues to be affordable. The profound economic impact that the University of Massachusetts has on the Commonwealth. Our reputation and quality, which the President just spoke about. Strong leadership and management that is keeping UMass financially strong. We'll touch on that. And just the transparency that the university provides in all of the reports and information that is available about us. And the partnership with the state. Our state support is incredibly important to the university and the students that we serve. And just want to say thank you for the support that we received this year, and we look forward to working with you. As the President mentioned, we have 19,000 graduates annually. And we have 24,000 employees. We're the 3rd largest employer in the Commonwealth. There is a $7.5 billion economic impact generated through the University of Massachusetts, as documented by the Donahue Institute. I'm going to go to page 5 just to do a high-level overview of our budget. The university is a $3.8 billion operation. Located across the Commonwealth, as all you understand. And on the left-hand side of page 5, you can see that salaries and fringe make up 58% of that $3.8 billion. And so we're a people business providing services to our students. Followed by non-personnel expenses at 28%, and capital, which I'll talk about later, which is the money we spend to invest in our assets. And on the right-hand side, we're here at the flagship Amherst. When you take that budget and you look at it by location, by campus, Amherst represents 40% of that budget, followed by the medical school, and then Lowell and Boston are about equal in size, and Dartmouth being our smallest campus. I'm going to skip over the next few slides. We provided a map just to demonstrate how our alumni and employees and students are representing 345 out of the 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. And there is a footnote down the bottom which identifies those that are not represented, but very few municipalities in the Commonwealth don't have UMass representation. And I heard a lot of that in the earlier testimony. So I'm going to turn it over to Leanne, who's going to walk through something that is incredibly important to the students we serve, which is the financial aid that the university invests out of its revenue to make sure that our education is affordable.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you everyone for having us here today. I'm going to start on slide 9 and just go through a few slides about UMass as an engine of financial equity. So on slide 10, as Lisa was just describing, she gave you an overview of what our what our budget looks like in terms of our total expenses and by campus. On slide 10, you can see what our enrollment breakdown is. So again, on the left-hand side, you can see by far Amherst is our largest campus with 47% of our enrollment. Boston and Lowell are relatively equal at 20 and 21% of enrollment. Dartmouth is our smallest undergraduate campus at 10% of enrollment, and then the Chan Medical School at 2% of the enrollment. On the right-hand side, you can see that close to 3/4 of our students are in-state, followed by 16% of out-of-state and 11% is international. And again, about 3/4 of our students are undergraduate. So just kind of understanding the composition and makeup of our students is important. On slide 11, this talks about our commitment to access and affordability, and we're really proud of the statistics on these pages, so I just want to step through them. As President Meehan mentioned, the university makes an annual investment of $373 million in what we call university-generated aid. That's funding that's coming from our tuition and other revenue that we generate. That's up 78% over the last decade. 82% of our university-generated aid is going to our in-state students. So while our in-state students make up 73% of our share of students, they're getting 82% of the aid. Depending on the campus that you're looking at, between 24 to 50% of our in-state undergraduates are eligible for Pell. So that's about 15,000 of our total students that are Pell eligible, meaning that they have significant financial need. On a per student basis, the university generated aid has grown by about 5 times that as our net tuition and fee revenue. So what that's really demonstrating is we're reinvesting back into our students and into financial aid at a faster pace than we're growing our overall net revenue. Also on average, our annual net price is just over $20,000, which is 2/3 that of an average Massachusetts private institution. And that net price is really looking at the total sticker price minus any free aid to students. So they may be taking out loans or have an expected family contribution to make up the rest. And what we're really seeing is the strategy that we've been employing in investing in financial aid has succeeded in many ways by holding student debt flat at graduation for a decade. So just over $31,000. And that's truly a decline in student debt when you look at it in inflation-adjusted dollars. So certainly more to do to bring that number down, but the good news is we're not growing it based upon our investment. Slide 12 just goes into a little bit more detail about the university generated free aid. So all the aid that we're providing, that $373 million, is free aid to our students, meaning they don't have to pay that back. Of the total free aid that our students are receiving, UMass generated aid makes up 71% of that total, followed by 17% from the federal government, largely from Pell Grants, and then state aid and private aid, both at 6% of the total free aid. We're hoping to see that state piece of the pie grow through the investments that you've made through the Mass Grant Plus program, and we're going to start seeing that flow through in the current year as that investment has started, and then based upon the governor's recent budget, we're hoping to see further increases in that area. On slide 13, this is just showing a bit of a trend, a 5-year trend of the university-generated aid, and you can see that growth, that the university-generated aid grew nearly 20% in the last 5 years, while you can see other sources of free aid have remained relatively flat. And 78% growth in university-generated aid has happened over the last 10 years, and that's compared to about a 32% increase in our tuition and fees. So we're really trying to keep moderate tuition and fee increases and growing that investment in financial aid. Slide 14 is simply an illustration of what I described earlier about the amount of university-generated aid, 82% going to our in-state students. And then lastly, on slide 15, this shows that the university-generated aid does help UMass share the pie more equitably with our students. And we're always looking at strategies to grow that pie, including the increased support that the state has been providing and our cost savings initiatives that help redistribute some of those costs to be reinvested into financial aid. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Lisa, who's going to talk about our financial accountability framework.
So I'm going to skip right to slide 18. We do have a framework that we've been using during the president's tenure to manage the entire university, which has served the university very well. Part of that framework includes understanding and examining our risks. And on page 18, there's a discussion of what have been identified as our top risks. No surprises here for any of you because you're very close to this. Financial sustainability, enrollment, and facilities and deferred maintenance, which was talked about earlier in your hearing. On page 19 is a snapshot of what we refer to as the University of Massachusetts Fiscal Health Scorecard. Again, we are actively managing the university to ensure that we remain fiscally strong, and Moody's has affirmed our rating at AA2 stable. And it's important to understand that when they look at the university, which we have our own credit rating separate from the Commonwealth, they look at scale, they look at enrollment trends, they look at financial sustainability, and they also look at the governance that is done through the Board of Trustees in keeping policies aligned to ensure that financial sustainability. On page 20, I just wanted to highlight an initiative that the university undertook in January of 2020 to consolidate, to really celebrate the systemness of the University of Massachusetts and consolidate all of its procurement and accounts payable and travel and expense functions from each of its campuses into a shared service, really so that we could take advantage of the power of our size and the power of one system. And since that time, we have saved or avoided costs totaling $87.2 million. Important in that it holds expenses down, but it also allows scarce resources to be invested in students. On the next slide, we just talk about that deferred maintenance backlog and the size of our capital program. So the University of Massachusetts has had a longstanding relationship with a third party that helps us assess our deferred maintenance. And that last study showed us that we have $3.9 billion in a deferred maintenance backlog. There are assets like the one we're in, which we have invested in, but that backlog still remains large. Sorry.
Oh, I was just breathing about $3.9 billion.
Yes.
No.
And so we know from that backlog that in order to prevent that backlog from growing, we need to invest about $189 million annually to prevent the backlog from growing. No small sum based on our size, but as you know, we have a very large portfolio of buildings and assets. I think I'll just end on our budget request, and the president touched upon this. All that we do when we think about our request is focus on students first. And so what you will see in our request is a request for additional money for mental health services. Thank you so much for the $4 million contribution in the current fiscal year. That has gone a long way to mitigate some of what we're seeing on our campuses. We've also made a request for student care and emergency relief funds, as well as money for mentorships, internships, and jobs, because we know that that helps with retention. There's lots of studies out there. And so on page 26, there is a summary of UMass's budget request, which reflects a 5% increase over the current fiscal year, or $33 million. And again, that is all focused on students first with mental health, retention, and emergency care. There's a small adjustment in there for inflation. Thank you very much. Sorry, I guess I should just mention one other thing. There is a summary of our fair share request, which provides a menu of lots of different programs or initiatives that would also focus on the student.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to assume that you've emailed this to committee members as well.
If we haven't so far, we will as soon as we leave here.
Very good. Thank you so much. We'll hold questions until we hear from the two other panelists. Dr. Grant, please, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant Vice Chair Comerford and Representative Vargas and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony today and for your marathon ability. We really appreciate this. And we thank you for the support that you provided to our institutions and to our students over the years. We deeply value the partnership. I have the pleasure today of representing the 9-state University Council of Presidents. Massachusetts, as you know, has 6 comprehensive state universities, regional colleges: Bridgewater State, Fitchburg State, Framingham State, Salem State, Westfield State, and Worcester State, and 3 specialized colleges within that system: Massachusetts Maritime Academy, Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts, and Massachusetts College of Art and Design, the only freestanding public college of art and design in the country, and I'm proud to have the privilege of serving as president of your art and design school, MassArt. At MassArt, we are celebrating our 150th anniversary and a legacy of leadership, preparing students from diverse backgrounds to contribute to the world as artists, designers, makers, educators, innovators, and entrepreneurs, and to make a difference in their communities and across the Commonwealth and the world. In the early 1870s, state leaders such as yourself had the foresight to make an inspired investment in our Commonwealth's future. The understanding that an arts education would lead the next generation forward with the skills, creativity, and courage necessary to tackle an ever-changing world and economy is just as true today as it was in 1873 when we were founded. As a matter of fact, the principals or presidents, the first principals or presidents of RISD, RIT, and Pratt were all graduates of MassArt. As a public institution, like my sister institutions, we instill in our community the notion that it is our obligation to serve, to give back to our communities, and to work for the common good, the Commonwealth. This means that access is in our DNA. It is not optional. It is imperative. And we continue to lead with these values and to work hard every day to ensure that excellent art and design education is accessible and affordable to all who aspire and have talents to be developed and cultivated. Together, the 9 state universities enroll approximately 45,000 students. 95% of our students are Massachusetts high school graduates, and 85% of our graduates choose to live and work and raise families across the Commonwealth. My colleagues and I, along with our dedicated faculty and staff, are committed to preparing students for professional careers, lifelong learning, and civic engagement by providing a strong grounding in the liberal arts, as well as rigorous academic curricula and opportunities including undergraduate research, international study, internships, and service learning opportunities. We are a critical resource to the Commonwealth, producing a steady stream of community leaders, industry innovators, and skilled professionals who drive our economy. Governor Healy's spending plan represents the most significant investment proposed by any administration in our public higher ed system in decades. We applaud the governor for this bold proposal, and we respectfully request the House and Senate embrace the funding levels included in the House 1 recommendations. The governor's spending plan recognizes the complexity of public higher education financing, the burden on our students and families, and signals that public higher education is a priority and a necessary investment in our Commonwealth. The Council of Presidents strongly supports the administration's proposals, which recognize the needs of our students and campuses by significantly expanding the Mass Grant Plus programs, recapitalizing the state university's performance-based funding formula, funding comprehensive student success supports, including campus-based equity, diversity and inclusion initiatives, student behavioral and mental health programs, expanding early college and innovation pathway programs, and investing in capital and construction maintenance on our campuses. Governor Healy also proposes a plan that invests $59 billion of fair share revenues in our public higher education institutions. This infusion of new funding is for tuition and fee stabilization for students attending one of our 29 institutions across the Commonwealth. At just over $11,000 per year, state universities offer some of the most affordable pathways for an undergraduate degree in New England. However, the underfunding of public higher education institutions, especially institutional cost drivers such as collective bargaining, fringe benefit obligations, increasing support services, and deferred maintenance has resulted in campuses cutting where we can and adjusting our tuition to close those funding gaps. This directly impacts students and their families. Systemic issues with public higher education financing do exist, but the governor's budget recommendation goes a long way in addressing what has historically been left to the legislature with the impossible task of finding the necessary funding to support our public colleges and universities, and we are deeply grateful for the work that you do to find that support. The increases proposed in the governor's spending plan will help the state universities offer tuition stabilization to our students. This plan incentivizes on-time degree completion, gives students and families an opportunity to better plan for the cost of post-secondary degrees, supports our students and institutions through financial investment, and allows us to continue to offer high-quality academic programs. We believe this plan to be smart public policy that has the potential to make a real difference in the life of our 45,000 students we educate annually and their families. And while these proposed investments are directed to public higher education institutions, they're also investments in the Massachusetts economy. As you know, Massachusetts has an education economy whose strengths and health is critically dependent on an educated citizenry. At MassArt, we believe that an art and design education, of course, we believe, but plays a critically important role in educating that citizenry, and that every problem, big and small, would be better solved if we called for creative interventions and we incorporated design thinking into those solutions. Our Massachusetts business community also demands an educated workforce, and it is our public institutions of higher education that educate a large part of that workforce. This investment in our state public higher education system is critical to ensure that we can continue to offer high quality, meaningful, and affordable post-secondary education degree pathways for Massachusetts residents. I would be remiss if I did not mention our extraordinary state university workforce. The past 3 years have been some of the most challenging years imaginable. My colleagues and I cannot thank our faculty and staff enough for their belief and continued commitment to our students and our institutions. Unfortunately, the value of our public sector workforce wages have declined dramatically. Annual cost of living increases have not kept pace with the rate of inflation, putting tremendous financial stress on our workforce. Across the system, we are finding it challenging to recruit and retain the high quality and diverse workforce that our students deserve and demand. Our public higher education institutions are among the best in the country, and the Council of Presidents requests that the Commonwealth invest in our workforce with a cost of living adjustment that actually reflects the inflationary factors that they face. Later this month, our state universities will enter contract negotiations with our system bargaining units on new labor contracts. We encourage the state to recognize the value of our workforce by issuing financial parameters that invest in our committed, talented, and expert employees. Our campuses are public entities and rely on the state to cover the full cost of salary obligations. And historically, the state has used a methodology for funding labor contracts that cover only a portion of the salary and benefits included in the collective bargaining agreements. We request respectfully that our state leaders work with us to ensure that contractual increases are fully funded. I will close with a couple of comments about the passage of the Fair Share Constitutional Amendment ballot question, which anticipates that around $1.3 to $1.7 billion in additional tax revenues would be generated annually. The ballot initiative and the voters who ultimately agreed with the ballot question clearly directed this new funding for public education, including public higher education, colleges, universities, and transportation. Public higher education, all of us are committed to prepared to make the case for proportional allocations of these funds by demonstrating how system and institutional level priorities align with our students and state needs, and how those will be addressed through these additional investments. The state universities have identified affordability as our primary objective for the use of the incremental fair share funding, with additional funding targeted to key initiatives. On behalf of my 9 state university colleagues, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Governor Healey's first budget, to voice our enthusiastic support for a budget that proposes historic investment in our public higher education system. We are deeply grateful for your support and your leadership, and look forward to working together in the coming weeks and months to develop an FY24 budget that keeps our public higher education institutions accessible and affordable, and treats our world-class institutions as an investment, not an expense. I invite all of you to come visit our campuses, which you do so frequently, and please come help MassArt celebrate our 150th birthday. Thank you so very much.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
That is lovely. Thank you, Dr. Grant, for that compelling testimony. Now we're off to, we're going to trade mics to Mr. McKinnon.
Yeah. Thank you, Assistant Vice Chair Comerford. Thank you, Representative Vargas. Thank you, members of the Joint Committee. I'll keep my remarks brief today at 27 minutes. And my name is Nate McKinnon. It's great to be here with you today to testify about our FY24 budget priorities. I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Association of Community Colleges, representing all 15 community colleges across the Commonwealth. We're grateful not only for the opportunity to speak with you, but also the ongoing discussion about the role that our community colleges play in the educational landscape, the workforce ecosystem, and the economic vitality of the Commonwealth and the local regions our institutions serve. As you all know, Governor Healey's budget proposes historic investments in public higher education, and our college presidents hope that the legislature will consider mirroring many of the proposals that she has put forward. While we are supportive of nearly all of the governor's recommendations for public higher education, I will highlight just a few in my remarks today for the sake of time. First, we support the House 1 funding of $18 million for the Community College Success Fund. The members of the administration spoke about this earlier today. Success stands for the Supporting Urgent Community College Equity Through Student Services, otherwise known as Success, and it was created specifically for the Massachusetts community colleges to invest in wraparound supports and services using proven models to improve outcomes for students facing barriers. As we grow the number of personnel providing direct services to students, an increase in appropriations will allow the colleges to continue building capacity to support our most vulnerable student populations. As you will soon see in our annual report, this effort is working. We're seeing a direct positive impact with the students receiving Success services now more likely to be retained to a second year of college than their peers. We're thrilled with how this work is progressing so far, and we are incredibly appreciative of the investments that you and your legislative colleagues have made in our colleges to fund this incredibly important effort. Additionally, we are pleased to see funding in the governor's budget proposal that would mitigate the need for community colleges to increase their fees for next fiscal year, the 2023 to 2024 academic year. While our community colleges are already the least expensive option in the Massachusetts public higher education system, our colleges have kept their fees at or near pre-pandemic levels to increase access for students. Built into the governor's funding is approximately $12 million for the community colleges that, combined with the other funding for base budgets and performance-based funding, mitigates the need for fee increases at all community colleges for the upcoming fiscal year. We support the governor's proposal and would ask the legislature to please consider following suit. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our strong support of the proposed funding for early college through the two line items that provide that opportunity. This early college programming happening across the state right now is occurring in a large part at our community colleges. We still need to work on the overall per credit amount, but we are thrilled to see the increases there and look forward to continuing to partner with our K-12 institutions in providing those services. Finally, the community colleges are supportive of and incredibly excited by the governor's Mass Reconnect proposal that you heard about earlier and spoke with the Secretary and Commissioner about. The governor's proposed Mass Reconnect at $20 million to cover tuition, fees, books, and supplies for adults over 25 who do not already have a college credential. We believe that Mass Reconnect will be an impactful and important program for the Commonwealth and its workforce, and we wholeheartedly support the governor's language as written. In short, this program is a game changer for the 1.8 million adults across the Commonwealth who have a high school diploma but no college degree. While we do believe that Mass Reconnect is the right first step towards making community college more accessible for more students, we are committed to furthering discussion around how Massachusetts can sustainably support a broader program for all residents of the Commonwealth to have access to community colleges. In addition to the many strong investments put forth in House 1, our community colleges are also seeking to add a separate $15 million line item to continue the work of the Education and Training Fund, also known as the ETF, which is currently supporting high-demand workforce training programs at our community colleges that align with the regional labor market blueprints. In December of 2021, the legislature provided our colleges with one-time funding to support this important work. The ETF has, since September of this past year, trained over 300 students at no cost to them in short-term programs in healthcare, education, manufacturing, information technology, cybersecurity, and more. We estimate the current round of funding through ETF will ultimately train 1,500 students, and we hope to see a continuation of funding to support our workforce now that we've built out this impressive pipeline. This is and has been the only funding to specifically support short-term and non-credit training that meets employer demand for high-skilled jobs in the Commonwealth. I would add that our students who attend non-credit training and short-term credit, even if it's in a high-demand field, have no access to state or federal financial aid to fund their pathway. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present some of our community college priorities to you today. This is a very exciting time for our institutions of public higher education, and we look forward to a continuing dialogue about how to strengthen our schools on behalf of the more than 135,000 students that we serve every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you for your goodwill today in terms of timing. Okay, we're going to run this much like we ran the first series of questions. So I'll kick off. You heard me breathe in the middle of the $3.9 billion figure in terms of deferred maintenance for UMass. We know it's a big number. And I wondered, Dr. Grant and Mr. McKinnon, do you have similar figures, aggregated, even estimates that we could put out today?
We estimate that for the state universities, the figure is probably close to $1 billion.
$1 billion, okay.
It's similar for the 15 community colleges.
Okay, so we're looking at $5.9 billion in deferred maintenance. Now we have to remember, and I think it was you, Dr. Grant, that said this, right? It's about, this is investing in ourselves because these are our campuses where our children go. So it's not so much of an expense as it is an investment in our infrastructure for our future. So I wanted to talk, a lot has been talked about earlier with the $140 million. In addition to the other capital expenditures in the governor's H1. If we could just talk now about that additional amount and how it is being suggested to be spent, meaning direct capital infrastructure expenditures. We've heard some interest in having that be for debt service reduction so that campuses could bond and therefore expand your ability to tackle the $5.9 billion in deferred maintenance. So I'd love you to talk a little bit to that. And then I'd really like to understand, if you could, the impact of such an enormous deferred maintenance cost on your campuses, your students and faculty and staff. What does that do to your budgets? What does that do to your quality of life? And the third is, could you characterize other states, if you know it, other states' investment in capital infrastructure at the state or community college or university level? Anyone who wants to, yep, Nate wants to go first.
Thank you, Assistant Vice Chair Comfort. I would just say that on behalf of the community colleges, the notion of bonding for the financial or the capital needs of our institutions is something that none of our presidents are at all interested in or wanting to do. It simply puts the debt onto our students in the long run. And at a community college, we do everything we can to keep our costs as low as they are right now, at a median of about $6,800 a year for 30 credits and halfway towards an associate's degree. So to the thought of borrowing to be able to do what honestly the Commonwealth should be doing, and putting it on the backs of future students is incredibly concerning to us and problematic. And even though our community colleges have access to the Massachusetts State College Building Authority, very few have taken any advantage of that because of the struggle that they have with that. To your second point of your question, We'd be happy to bring in some data about the investment in community college infrastructure in other states. We have that available. Many of you know I spent 4 years in another state working across the country in Nevada as their vice chancellor of community colleges. The investment in the capital facilities of the community colleges in a place like Nevada makes it a little embarrassing coming home sometimes because of how much more advanced and beautiful, honestly, their facilities are. And I think that's one of the things we struggle with our community colleges, is trying to make sure that our students know that we appreciate them and that we respect them. And when we have students who go to labs at community colleges that are far inferior to what they had in their K-12 high school, it doesn't send that message.
I would echo what Nate said, that I remember many years ago, I've been in higher ed for a number of years now, and a wise vice chancellor said we've borrowed from our buildings to cover other costs on campuses. And I think that deferred maintenance across the public higher ed system is a significant issue at all of the campuses, the University of Massachusetts, the state universities, and the community colleges. And certainly some of the cost of our projects are prohibitive for us to borrow, and we would be indeed passing that cost along to our students. When I think about Mass College of Art and Design, we are one of the campuses left in the state system that still has a ward commission building. And for those of you who have been around a while, you will know what that means. So we do the best. We work magic in those buildings every day, and the quality of the education is really something else. And we do our best to keep facilities up to date. But we get to a point where those issues extend our ability, particularly for the small schools. In the last several years, I think some of the requirements for matching funds have also proved prohibitive for some of our campuses. So this is a significant challenge that we need to be working on as a Commonwealth. I spent a few years as a chancellor in the University of North Carolina system, and I would say it's an issue there as well, too. You know, I think every campus, when you get big and you're statewide, it becomes a problem if you don't deal with it on an ongoing maintenance issue. So I think, you know, we are probably, maybe some of our buildings a little bit older than other parts of the country that have newer systems, but I would say that this is a big challenge, certainly across the country, but a very big challenge for us in Massachusetts.
So I would just add, for the University of Massachusetts, we currently have $3.3 billion in outstanding debt. And so in the recent past, the university continues to issue its own debt. That creates challenges because it crowds out other spending. So our annual debt service is over $200 million a year. These resources that are currently in House 1 could be used to leverage, to pay debt service that the Commonwealth issues, or certainly the university would be happy to get any support in capital, just because in the recent past there hasn't been as much as had been historically there. When we look, I guess, prioritization, so one of the things, we do have lots of data that helps us understand for that deferred maintenance pipeline what we should tackle first by time frame. So these reviews of deferred maintenance provide you data that says you should tackle this within 1 to 3 years versus 5 to 7 years, right? So there is a prioritization. And when we invest our own capital, we are making sure that campuses are using it to chip away at that very large backlog. When we look at models of other public universities, we often look at Connecticut, where Connecticut has a long-standing history of investing more in its higher education system by way of capital support. There are other states like Maryland, where Maryland provides for support for all the auxiliary services. So there's lots of different models out there, but there's certainly more data to be gathered. So thank you for the question.
And we do have, all of the institutions have data within the Sightline system that categorize and classify the debt, so we can easily get those numbers for you. We have talked about if there was alleviation of some of the debt burden, that would mean there'd be additional resources to support our students in other ways. So, you know, one way or the other, we're looking at how we can continue to keep education affordable for our students.
Thank you. And I should have said that it could have been alleviation of debt burden or as a bonding, as something to help bond. But I hear what you're saying in terms of the state colleges and universities and the community college, that direct capital expenditure or alleviation of debt. And then I do hear that UMass is in a position to bond for buildings, even though we could use a much greater amount of direct capital infrastructure. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass to Chair Vargas now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if we have any senators that had questions before we go to reps, because you asked my question, so.
Oh, did I?
we're
Okay,
good. Yeah.
then let me just check with my colleague. Yes, the esteemed Senator Goby.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if President Meehan is still on the line, and this is more of a comment more than a question, but again, sort of on behalf of the Central Mass legislators and others, that we have a lot of concern over the lawsuit that's happening right now with UMass Chan Medical School against UMass Memorial. And when we hear these numbers of a $40 million lawsuit, obviously, I understand that you can't comment on that, but I think all of us are concerned about, money that's already been expended for attorney's fees, what may be expended in the future, and those are public dollars. And not just that, but obviously the ripple effect. When we have a very fragile healthcare system, not just in Central Mass, but everywhere else in the state. And, this sort of family fight that's going on is extremely concerning. So I did want to make sure that that is out there. I'm sure you'll be hearing more of it. And I think you mentioned at the start of your comments about transparency, but it's extremely concerning to see that that is happening. As for a question, thank you. And Dr. Grant, I think you had mentioned this, and Nate, you as well, a bit when you talked about some of the baseline funding and some of the issues that come up with not having the faculty and staff having those contracts fully funded. I didn't know if you could speak a little bit more to that, what that really means for your bottom line and your budgets. That would be very helpful.
For the state universities, it's a range depending upon the size of the campus, but we've estimated it's about 50% of those costs are passed back onto the campus. So that means that essentially we're passing those on to our students. And so it's meeting the full funding of the contracts, the fringe benefit rates that get increased, because not every employee is covered under the state appropriation. So it's a significant burden that we feel that we will use operating dollars from other sources to cover those costs. But every one of those operating dollars that go to that don't go back into student aid or into some of these campus projects.
And do you have roughly what is that dollar amount? And if you don't, that's fine. But
I don't have the specifics, but we will get that for you. But the percentage is about 50% across the 9 state universities average. And it can be on some campuses. One campus, it's up to 60% of the costs. Another, it's 40%. So we've averaged it out about 50% of those costs, but we can get those for you, Senator.
Do you have that for the community colleges, Nate?
Our fringe benefit issue is smaller, given the fact that our institutions have lower salaries, is part of the reason. And so, unfortunately, therefore, our fringe issue that we have ranges from a high of about $3 million down to some institutions only paying, $100,000 or so a year. That's one of our concerns. Is anytime we have to hire people that aren't able to be covered by the state appropriation, it's a factor of 1.4. So we pay the salary plus 40%, and that gets borne by the students, right? So we only have 2 sources of funding, students and the state. The other issue that I wanted to speak to, Senator, based on your question about our base funding, is that the collective bargaining funds typically come to you through a supplemental budget process once the contracts are ratified, and then we get those. One of the things that's important is that those amounts end up in the base appropriation for the following year. Otherwise, they get borne as a cost onto the students from a structural basis moving forward. Where the community colleges have a real challenge is that we don't have an administrative union for all of our deans, our directors, our assistant directors, and so on, the way many other institutions, including the state universities, do. What that means is we have what are called non-unit professionals, or NUPs, and NUPs, their raises are set by the Department of Higher Education each year, but there is no sub-budget appropriation for ratification of a contract because there's no contract. So what that means is that NUP amount of 2% per year actually ends up on the backs of the students if it's not structurally put into the base appropriations. That's one thing. That's probably the one thing in the House 1 budget that that we would ask the legislature to please consider as you're looking at building the base, and in particular the committees on Ways and Means, as you're building the base budgets for the community colleges. That adds up to about $2.5 million per year for a 2% raise, which is what we had last year. So the 2% for the NUPS, and we have it broken down by institution, is about $2.5 million borne by 15 community colleges, respectively. And that's a lot for small institutions that are charging $6,800 a year.
In order of magnitude, just for the university, I would want to mention that the 2% increase, the 2% annual increase to the last contract period, annually, that 2% was worth about $30 million in costs to the university, of which the state reimbursed about 40% of that. So we were seeing between 12 and 13 million. So we don't have the parameters for the next contract yet. So the numbers that Lisa was presenting earlier would be without collective bargaining, and that, at a minimum, that reimbursement of 40% like we've seen historically. And as Nate mentioned, that's typically come through supplemental appropriation later on. But that's just the order of magnitude that you're seeing for the university.
Thank you. Yeah, those are pretty astounding numbers. Thank you for that. And just one other follow-up, Nate, when you were just talking about the workforce and about that 15 million that we had done, and you had heard, I know you were here when the commissioner spoke, and he talked about that he's in conversations. They haven't put sort of a dollar amount to that. And I think you said that there were 300 students, and then I heard a 1,500 student. Could you just sort of clarify what's happening with that $15 million right
Sure.
now? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, and this is, again, one-time funding we got from your December 2021 SUP budget. And it took us a while with the previous administration, to get it up and running. We finally did. It's now in place at all 15 community colleges. We have students in the pipeline. We've already put through 300 students through short-term training programs since this past September. We're on track to complete in total, we hope by this time next year, of 1,500 students. So another 1,200 students who are on the pathway. Some of our institutions, the bigger ones, have already burned through their allotment and are coming back for more. We held back some of that. And we've worked with EOE extensively on this. This is short-term training programs in high-demand fields. It has to be aligned with a regional regional labor blueprint from the workforce development perspective, and the actual labors, the occupations that are in those. If it's not one of the top 5 in a region, it can't be funded by this. So one of our big funding pipelines, for example, is CNAs, and getting CNAs into the pipeline and providing this training at no cost to the student for them to be able to become a CNA and then hopefully go on and start a career in healthcare. So short-term training only, can't be longer than a year. So we're not talking long-term certificates or degrees. We're talking targeted, focused workforce development money that has really allowed us to make a big dent into this. And our ask is that we see the money running out in the next fiscal year. And our ask is if we can consider institutionalizing this into the budget to continue to provide this service to the Commonwealth.
Thanks, Senator Goby. Nate, can you send the committee where the institutions are that are graduating or that graduated that first tranche of students? The 300,
Yeah.
And the fields they were in, and then the projected allotment for the coming classes?
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Happy to
much.
do that.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to go to Rep. Higgins and then Rep. Pease. If any other members have questions you'd like to ask, feel free to text me.
Thank you, Representative. This question, probably no surprises for Nate, given my questions from the last panel. You called the Mass Reconnect program a game changer, and I'm hoping you can help us understand kind of what impact it's going to have on our individual community college students in our districts. What is that unmet need, and how far will this $20 million go to meeting that?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. The challenge we have with students, particularly adult students who are first-generation students, and I think I probably speak for the state universities and the University of Massachusetts as well on this, is individuals not recognizing how much financial aid they actually probably could get if they applied and went to college. That telling people it depends how much Pell Grant you're going to get and a Mass Grant or Mass Grant Plus is a really hard thing to sell. And yet the folks at our institutions do it all the time. They try to work with families to take the step and apply, complete the FAFSA. the genius behind Mass Reconnect as a starting proposal of free community college is that it requires the FAFSA to be completed, and it requires you to be 25 and up and not have a degree and be a Massachusetts resident. And that's it. There's no other catch. There's no other hoop. So what we're able to do with that, if this becomes a reality, is create a narrative that if you meet those parameters and do those things, you can go to community college for free. Now, the reality is in Michigan, where Michigan Reconnect has already been off the ground in its second year, 38% of the adults who are enrolled in Michigan Reconnect don't require a dime from Michigan Reconnect, yet they thought they did. So let me say that again, 38% of the adults there who benefit from the Michigan Reconnect program don't require a dime. Why? Because they already receive a Pell Grant and state financial aid in Michigan that fully covers their costs of attendance to go to their community colleges. We believe the same would be true here for a lot of our students. When we look at who our adults are that are 25 and up who don't have a college degree yet, they tend to be individuals who are statistically in lower income brackets and therefore are going to have lower expected family contributions and more financial aid at their disposal. Those are federal dollars we're leaving on the table right now as a state that we can use to provide access. So this program is a last dollar program, meaning it only comes in after all of that is exhausted and funds anything left for tuition and fees. We see this and the fact that we have 1.8 million residents without a college degree as an absolute game changer. I think in Massachusetts, we often rest in our laurels of being the most educated state in the nation. And that's really talking about people with bachelor's degrees. And then recognizing that's still only slightly above half of the state's population. Really, that's what we're looking at when and when you go into our gateway cities, it's a different story, and that's where our community colleges are all located around the Commonwealth. So we're very excited, and we are asking you to please consider helping us move this forward and as a first step.
Thanks for helping me try to get my hands around a number and know that you have a lot of partners in the legislature who really know how much public colleges and universities invest in our communities and are really committed to making sure that all of our residents have access.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Higgins, and thank you for your brevity as well. Rep. Pease?
Hello, and thank you for your briefing today. We appreciate it. I have a question, and I'm going to preface it with the question is going to be, do you require a COVID shot to attend your universities or community colleges or state colleges? And the reason I asked that is because in the beginning, obviously, we were worried, and it was something that we thought we needed to do because we thought we'd protect our elderly and everything else. But now that we know that it doesn't prevent the spreading, it doesn't prevent you from getting it, and we also know that it seems like the poorer communities or the communities of color are the ones who are more reluctant to get a vaccine than anybody. Are we putting up more barriers to letting them get it to attend a community, a state school, or university? So my question is, do you require a mandate? And if you do, why?
I'll gladly go first, if that's okay. Thank you for the question. I'm not a scientist and can't speak to your points about whether it works or not, but what I can say is we did follow the science in the community colleges, and we followed the advice of the State Department of Public Health, and in January of last year implemented a requirement that students, faculty, and staff physically attending community colleges across the Commonwealth would need to show proof of vaccination. We also announced last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, that the community colleges will be sunsetting that requirement effective at the end of finals of the current semester. And that aligns with with President Biden's sunsetting of the emergency declaration as well. We still strongly encourage vaccination of all our students, faculty, and staff, and believe that it worked in creating health and safety and safe environments.
Thank you. Thank you for the question as well, Rep. We too required vaccination last year for our faculty, staff, and students. We're a residential institution with when you're in a lab space, sometimes for 5 hours at a time, that intensity necessitated, like Nate said, we followed the science, and we have 95%, I think, of all members of our campus community are vaccinated. And we're looking at what we're going to do for next year as we're looking at the public health indicators. At MassArt, we do a lot of this in partnership with the colleges of the Fenway too, who we share dining halls with, residence hall spaces with. So right now, we're making our decisions for next year. Like the community colleges have made their decision, the state universities have not at this point, but we're continued focus on keeping our campuses safe and healthy and together. Nobody wants to go home to their attics or their basements again. So thank you for that.
So I would say that UMass also followed the guidance and did require it last year. I am unfortunately not aware of where we are in the decision process for next year, but happy to follow up with you, Rep.
I appreciate it. And again, I hope we could just take down the barriers. I know at one point it was looked at very different than where we've gotten to at this point and what we know about the virus. So appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pease, and thank you to the esteemed panel for all the work that you do. Just quickly on the vaccines, wanted to thank you for sticking with the science throughout the pandemic. Obviously, it's very challenging, diverse opinions, but clearly had an impact on protecting students in the communities you serve. So I want to thank you for your courage in enforcing that. Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you unless we have any other House members, which I do not have.
I don't believe we do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also thank you for making the hard decisions around vaccines and keeping communities safe. And with that, I think we extend again our heartfelt thanks for your goodwill in waiting and for your important testimony. We'll welcome the follow-up information. And we'll make sure that the entire Joint Committee and leadership on both the House and Senate get this information. We appreciate you. All right, friends. We continue now on a panel focused on K-12 education. I'm appreciating my Chief of Staff, Jared, who is helping to swap the table. And perhaps, Jared, also the water bottles. Maybe we can just take them and we'll recycle them. Thank you. I appreciate you. Friends, we are welcoming now this is a hybrid panel. In our 21st century standing, we get to welcome people remotely and in person. So we have with us Stacy Rizzo, President of the Massachusetts Association of School Committees and a member of the Revere School Committee. And we have Mary Bork, Director of Government Relations, Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, MASS. Mary is also speaking remotely. Ms. Rizzo and Dr. Bork are also speaking remotely. We also have in person Cheryl Stanton, a superintendent of the Mohawk Trail Hallmont Regional School District. Welcome, Superintendent. And we have speaking remotely Max Page. Max Page is president of the Massachusetts Teachers Association and a professor here at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And Max is also speaking remotely. So why don't we begin with Ms. Rizzo, and then we'll go to Dr. Bork and we'll go down from there.
Well, good afternoon, Senator Comerford, Representative Vargas, members of the committee. And I am President.
Stacey, I'm so sorry to do this after you've waited for so very long, but you're cutting in and out. Is your internet, how's your internet?
My internet is always excellent.
That's better. That was better.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Okay, my name is Stacy Rizzo, and I am speaking as president of the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. I am also a member of the Revere School Committee. Am I still going in and out?
You're good right now.
Thank you. For right now. It would be inappropriate for me to begin without acknowledging the very favorable recommendations of the governor to fund key budgeted items. It is important to commend the governor and to encourage the committee to maintain the pace of added funding identified in the Student Opportunity Act regarding Chapter 70 funding, regional transportation reimbursement, and charter school mitigation at or in advance of the commitment to fund in full. We strongly support the $15 million recommendation for short-term and emergency allocations. In order to assure every district at least a minimum increase, we strongly support the addition of $100 per student allocation in the district's Chapter 70 allotment. We have some specific recommendations that are worthy of identifying. We encourage increase in support for the special education circuit breaker by lowering the threshold of eligibility by 25% and to increase the rate of reimbursement from the current 75% to 85%. This will be important to cover rising costs, including inflationary increases that have been provided to providers of our district placements. The students need these services, and the providers deliver them well, but absorbing 14% increase for out-of-district placements, as has been allocated this year, puts extraordinary pressures on school committees to balance budgets without curtailing services to other children. The circuit breaker benefits all districts, providing a hold harmless provision to be funded with available or new dollars and concurrently working on a more long-term solution would be most helpful at this point. We support the MassBo representatives who are urging the impaneling of a special commission to study Chapter 71B to develop a long-term plan to stabilize special education funding. Second, we urge you to support two initiatives from our membership. One, increase the threshold for excess and deficiency funding for the Special Education Reserve Fund from 2% to 5% as we prepare for a future when federal stimulus grants are gone and rainy day savings may cushion the blow. And two, establish a regional school assessment reserve fund for payments towards future regional assessments as a local option to help in situations where these assessments increase substantially. Legislation to achieve this has been filed on behalf of our members, and we urge you to support it. Among other priorities are supporting full funding for universal school meals through the next academic year and fully funding the $60 million allocation for rural schools recommended by the Special Commission last year. I commend to you a full list of our legislative priorities that include several with fiscal implications. We have always appreciated the support of the Ways and Means Committee and our legislators. Our schools have sustained several economic catastrophes and crises over the past 15 years and has been the legislator that looked out for our interests. We cannot do our work without the support of the network of Children's and Family Services, what we call the Children's Service Safety Net. They take care of our kids and families before and after school. We are mindful that we have been shielded from these arises while others have not fared as well. We urge you to continue to seek a fair balance that secures social and economic services for those who need your help. I am honored to speak to you. I look forward to working with you and thank you each and every day for the work that you do in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and for public education.
Thank you so much for that testimony, and thank you for your service. We'll go now to Dr. Bork, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mary Burke, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents. It is an honor to speak to you this afternoon on behalf of all public school superintendents. I begin with gratitude today to our legislators for the value you place in K-12 public education and for continuing to listen to our concerns as education advocates. Today, I will highlight some of the concerns where we are asking you to help us. We want to thank Governor Healy for a thoughtful fiscal 24 budget for K-12 education. And yet, we must highlight we need to do more for K-12. I begin with asking you for your support in these MASS priorities. Full funding of the $60 million rural school aid recommended in the Rural Schools Commission report. Increase minimum student aid for $30 per student. Full funding of universal school meals. Support for early college funding. Support an act fulfilling the promise of education reform, an MASSASS bill seeking the legislature to impanel a commission to look at the current status, structures, future vision, and needs of public education, including educated diversity, pipeline, improved reputation, and perception of the profession, as well as design of all assessment and accountability systems. In essence, report and suggest a vision for where we want to be as a Commonwealth in 5 or 10 years. I shift now to our concerns and district needs in the area of special education. It is important to know that we are at a financial tipping point in many of our school districts. Fiscal 24 district budgets have to meet the high cost of inflation and the unexpected OSD 14% private school tuition increase, compounded by an increase in the number of students requiring special educations both in district and out of district, and an increase in the level of intensity of the services needed by our students. The narrative that has been relayed over and over is that K-12 education is flush with money due to the Student Opportunity Act and receipt of COVID-era ESSER funds. The reality is that of our 319 school districts, only 1/3 receive SOA funds, and of the 1/3, approximately 25 districts receive the majority of SOA funds. We ask for your help with our current budget realities, and we propose the use of the Fair Share Income Surtax revenue for the following short-term and long-term solutions that will ultimately uplift all 319 public school districts in the Commonwealth. All our school districts will receive financial benefits. Short-term fiscal 24 budget. Provide a supplemental budget to hold districts harmless for the OSD 14% tuition hike. Number 2, fully fund circuit breaker. In the long term is relative, meaning this legislative session. We propose 3 pieces of legislation that, when taken together, will provide some of the structural cost sustainability to our school districts for special education. Increase special education circuit breaker reimbursement from 75% to 90%. Number 2, increase special education transportation reimbursement from 75 to 90%. And number 3, adjust the approved cost thresholds as defined in MGL 71B5A from $45,793 to $37,120. Basically, at what threshold does circuit breaker start? And finally, support MASS requests for a legislature to impanel a commission to look at all systems and structures for Chapter 71B and to ensure the long-term health and stability of special education services for our children, similar to the work the Foundation Budget Reform Commission conducted to ultimately inform the Student Opportunity Act. It is time to think big and visionary and wrap around our special education students once again, as we did 50 years ago in 1972 with Chapter 766, which was the model for the first federal special education law. Our students with specialized needs deserve no less than the best we have to offer. I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have Superintendent Stanton. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Cheryl Stanton, Superintendent of the Mohawk Trail and Hallomont Regional School Districts, where learning and growth is our focus and community and courage is our path. As a superintendent of the largest geographic region in the Commonwealth, with some of the largest population and foundation enrollment declines in the past decade, I am gravely concerned about the looming crisis facing our small and rural school districts. In 2018, our Chapter 70 aid was $6,001,454 with a foundation enrollment of 934 students spread over 250 square miles. In 2023, it was $6,131,054 with a foundation enrollment of 828 students. As a hold harmless district, the only Chapter 70 aid increase allotted to the district has been the $30 or $60 per pupil increase per year. This is unsustainable. This year, our FY24 budget includes the following increases: 4% in salary and benefits, $650,248. 7% in maintenance and operations, $126,940. 14% in school choice, charter, and out-of-district tuition, $311,222. 16% in transportation, $232,171. The total of increases to the operating budget are $1,370,432, or 5.75%. To manage this increase to our towns and help our towns be able to fund our schools, our district will apply $4.34 million in grants and revolving accounts of offsets, half of which are ESSER, and as you know, are one-time funds, and an overuse of school choice. This will result in a $378,376 increase and an overall 2.94 operating assessment increase to our towns. Distributed across our towns, this still means that some town assessments will increase to just under 10%. Our rural schools and our rural towns are struggling under the financial burden of having to provide townwide services such as police, fire, ambulance, and DPW, and the increased costs of education. I stand on town meeting floor arguing to fund schools or fund the ambulance. The SOA clearly, the Student Opportunity Act clearly defined the crisis of underfunding education in the Commonwealth. I appreciate the commitments of the governor and the legislature to fully fund the SOA and the desperately needed resources being allocated to our gateway city districts. However, rural, small, and declining enrollment districts are also bearing the increased costs of educating our students. As the Rural Commission report found, it is fundamentally more expensive to educate students in rural districts. A few points from the report. Districts with very low student enrollment cost substantially more to fund on a per pupil basis than typical school districts. Districts with 1,300 students or fewer cost 16.7% more to operate than the state average. And small regional rural districts like mine cost 22.7% more to operate than larger ones. By undercalculating their operational costs, these districts receive insufficient Chapter 70 aid. School districts in sparsely populated areas have substantially greater transportation costs and limited potential for consolidating schools due to long travel times. Between 2012 and 2020, rural districts lost 4,232 students, or 13.9% of their enrollment. Over the same period, the state's total enrollment declined by 4,541 students, or 0.5%. School districts that have experienced years of declining enrollment remain saddled with high per pupil legacy costs. While the governor's budget allocates $7.5 million in rural aid as currently modeled, this means about $100,000 will come to Mohawk Trail Regional. It is critical for rural schools that the funding requests from the Rural Commission report findings become embedded in our education appropriation. This includes the $60 million yearly appropriation, fully funding transportation reimbursement reimbursement, extraordinary relief for rural districts having in-district rates of special education greater than 20%, and funding for fully staffing specialized programs for low-incident student populations. But beyond the numbers, what concerns me most about the current fiscal crisis in rural, small, and declining enrollment districts is my students' experience with school. As the Rural Commission report found, over time, course offerings, student support services, extracurricular activities have been substantially reduced in rural schools due to underfunding. In some cases, these reductions have driven students to seek alternatives, particularly through school choice. This compounded enrollment loss further reduces funding, and a downward cycle of reduced enrollment, reduced funding, and diminished educational experiences continue. Right now, Mohawk Trail is engaged in a branding campaign to counteract increasing numbers of families using the school choice option. Never in a million years did I believe my role as a superintendent would be focused on branding my district to compete for students and families and correct mis- and disinformation about the districts that are used to justify choicing to another school district. We know that schools are the heart of our communities. Adequate and equitable funding is necessary to ensure that every child in every classroom every day has the resources to thrive and a school in which they belong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, for your service and for this testimony. Last, and then we'll take questions, Dr. Max Page from the Massachusetts Teachers Association.
Great. Thank you, Senator Comerford. I hope everyone can hear me.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon and welcome to my hometown of Amherst and my campus, UMass Amherst, where I've been teaching architecture since 2001. And I grew up here as my father, a refugee from Nazi Germany, found a home at this university with a great public mission of strengthening his new country's democracy. And as a kid, I roamed this campus on my Raleigh bike and was awed by the rise of the tallest library in the world, the largest arts complex west of Boston, with 646 feet of north-facing studio art space lifted up on concrete pedestals, all were working-class students of the Commonwealth and all funded by the state and federal government, not by student fees and campus debt, and also filled with dedicated unionized staff and faculty. So while you are here, I hope you have a chance to walk around because there's much to be learned about the mission and funding of public education by walking this campus. So again, my name is Max Page. I'm president of the 115,000 member Massachusetts Teachers Association. We amplify the voices of nearly 100,000 pre-K-12 educators in virtually every city and town in the Commonwealth, as well as 18,000 public higher education staff and faculty on our 29 public college and university campuses. I've sent you a detailed budget letter, so I'll instead focus on the broader needs and opportunities at both pre-K-12 and public higher ed. And I'm proud to be here a little more than 4 months after we, along with our partners in Raise Up Massachusetts, won the historic victory on question 1, the Fair Share Amendment. We invested, our members invested nearly $15 million in more than 35,000 hours of member advocacy in 2022 alone to win this historic victory. And we did what no other organization was able to do over the past century, make our tax system fair, providing an additional $2 billion a year dedicated to public schools and colleges and transportation systems. And following that follows our successful defeat of the Charter School Initiative, and then our successful victory alongside all of you on the Student Opportunity Act. So we're really proud to have defended the finest public education system in the country and advocated for the funds needed for every student to succeed. So that's why this budget season feels especially important to us. It gives us with the Fair Share Amendment, we have new possibilities, and we want to urge you to embrace the moment we have created. Our only collective mistake here would be to think too small and act too cautiously. We have a chance to really invest in the future of all our students, and there are many commendable components in the governor's budget, and we want to suggest how we want to build on those. So first, public higher education. We're advocating for passage of a transformative investment via the Cherish Act and these yearly budgets to provide high quality debt-free public higher education for both 2-year, 4-year colleges and universities, and improve student supports, improve pay and benefits for educators, and repair our campuses. Many of the governor's impressive proposals follow the outline of the Cherish Act in proposing new investments across those buckets I just named. And the fact that the governor has embraced the idea of higher education as a right with her proposal around free community college is an important step forward. That said, the proposals that have been floated thus far around debt-free public higher ed don't go far enough and will not succeed if implemented as proposed. To do that, to succeed, we'd have to follow the research, which shows that we must include, as Secretary Ortega and Rep. Higgins have noted, the full costs of college attendance, food, housing, childcare, transportation when calculating financial aid. Mass Reconnect is a good step in the right direction, but it's a last dollar program and far less generous than programs in Maine or in the programs in New Mexico or California. We should be a leader in the creation of pre-K through public higher education as a right of every resident of the Commonwealth. And very specifically, to have a true debt-free universal community college program requires an additional $135 million of investment this year, and we urge you to do that. All students should be able to pursue higher education without the burden of 20, 30 hours of work or mountains of debt. And listen, true debt-free public higher education exists right now, but only for the wealthy. And it needs to be a right for all. Otherwise, we will continue to have the shameful disparity we have. The very top students from Chicopee or Holyoke, scoring in the top of their class, top MCAS scores, graduate at a rate 20 or 30% lower from college, 20 or 30% lower than students from Amherst or Longmeadow. This is appalling, and this is even more appalling because it has persisted for so many decades. So there's no racial or economic justice in this Commonwealth without providing access to true debt-free higher education and high-quality public higher ed. But to have a high-quality system, you also have to confront the fact that we exploit our adjunct faculty across our system, especially in our community colleges, where most of the courses, the majority of the courses, are taught by contingent or adjunct faculty members. They are the gig workers of public higher ed, low pay, no job security, no access to health insurance and pensions. It's an embarrassment. And wages for all staff and faculty are below comparative states in all 3 sectors of public higher ed, and especially our community colleges. As President Grant said earlier, this has left us with a massive number of vacancies as qualified people go elsewhere for better pay. At this very moment, on the campus at which you're sitting, there are 500 open staff and faculty positions. Turning to pre-K-12, the Governor's Healy's budget recommendations continue the commitment to the Student Opportunity Act with some of the largest increases in Chapter 70 spending in state history. And that landmark victory of the Student Opportunity Act, and I note that you all, legislators, passed it unanimously. But it was signed into law just before the pandemic. We know there are new and greater needs very quickly. One is we need additional staff. We need a professional nurse and librarian in every school, so all of our students receive the healthcare and academic support they need. And as Rep. Kearns noted earlier, we must provide additional funding to ensure the nationally recommended ratio of students to school counselors so students receive the social and emotional support that they need. Second is ESP living wages. Many of you have seen how our members have led courageous contract campaigns across the state to win living wages for education support professionals, including paraprofessionals. As you may have read, the governor noted in the press, the pay for our lowest paid educators is just far too low to live on, sometimes even below the state's minimum wage, because that wage does not apply to municipal workers. So we encourage a fund from Fair Share revenues to support school districts that commit to raising ESP wages to living wages. Third is paid family medical leave. Again, our PFML law does not apply to municipalities. In other words, so many of our educators who care for our children do not themselves have access to paid parental leave. That can hardly sound right to any of us in this room. We propose in this budget that part of Fair Share funds go to an incentive grant to encourage that benefit either through the adoption of the state's law
or comparable locally administered program. And finally, Chapter 70 minimum aid. Despite SOA, despite Fair Share, my town of Amherst is threatening to lay off educators and is proposing increases, cost of living increases, that would see our members have a drop in pay when you include the rise in inflation. Across the river, Northampton's administrators are also saying there's a huge hole in the budget, threatening dozens of educator jobs when our students need more. MTA represents educators in many working and middle-class school districts that, as Senator Comerford noted, do not benefit greatly from the increase in Student Opportunity Act, but they would benefit greatly from an increase in minimum aid, as well, of course, in increasing the support for special education funds. So given the impact of inflation on all districts, we believe the amount of $100 per student for minimum aid would be more appropriate, even as we develop further fixes to the Chapter 70 formula. So let me just end by noting one last point. I want to note that MTA's proposals support the education of our students so they can pursue colleges and careers that will give them and their families an economically secure life. But as Commissioner Riley also noted earlier today, our goals in public education are broader, and we will not shrink from our advocacy for them. We aim, our educators, our 115,000 educators from pre-K through higher ed, aim to raise creative, lifelong learners, compassionate adults and parents, educated people who embrace our glorious diversity, and in ways large and small, pursue justice. So let us not forget those broader goals of public education as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Page. Thank you to this esteemed panel. You've raised so many important issues for us, everything from local aid, minimum aid, to special education, to wages. Superintendent Stanton, I hope we could dig in a little bit more to the collision you're talking about, right? The collision where Mohawk, this vast district under your leadership, is not going to see a material gain from Student Opportunity Act, and the increases are so small in the rise of minimum aid. So if you had to look at the Rural Schools Report, which I know you're very familiar with, having helped lead it, what would you focus on first? Top 5 recommendations from the Rural Schools Report.
Sure. So the 60 million yearly annual appropriation, something that school districts could build into their budget process as a known amount. For Mohawk Trail, as I mentioned, given the current formula, we would estimate it that we would receive about $800,000. So that's a significant first step in an increase for funding the needs in the district. I think second is recognizing special education in some of the unique situations that we encounter. For example, we have very small cohort populations of students. So I may have one elementary student in one school and another school, and I have to build a program for that cohort of students because there are limited resources and/or resources have closed since COVID to support those students. So I think extraordinary relief for special education programming is important. Also transportation, and I thank the governor for her support of regional transportation reimbursement. But I think that special education reimbursement, transportation in general is a concern. And I know that it's taken up in the Rural Commission report that there's a lack of vendors that we have the ability to have a competitive bid with. And that's a known issue. So we are a bit, as we say, over the barrel. And we pay exorbitant costs anywhere from $300 to $400 a day to transport students on a 180-day school student schedule. And then if you add summer, there's additional expense there. One thing that would be easy and helpful would be to be able to link the school year with the summer programming for transportation as one amount and be able to get reimbursed through circuit breaker for that transportation, because that's tripping us up a bit.
Thank you so much. Max, I'm curious, you talked about, true debt-free higher education and tuition and fee escalation as, a grave concern. I think the committee agrees. How does Massachusetts compare to other states when it comes to tuition and fees and student debt held by our kids?
Thank you, Senator Comerford. This is not one of our best lights in that we have some of the highest tuition and fees in the country, and we've also seen our student debt burden grow as one of the fastest states in the nation. We didn't used to be that high, but it has grown rapidly. And unfortunately, the rise in tuition and fees, and therefore the consequent rise in student debt, has paralleled over the past quarter century a decline in state funding of our institutions. I mentioned earlier how when I was growing up here, the state funding, this institution and all our public colleges and universities were funded, the vast majority of their funding to operate these campuses was paid for by the state, so that student fees and tuition were small and were on the edges. They supplemented the state's overwhelming investment. A further problem has been, and I noted it with the design and building of our campus buildings, is that there was a time when all the buildings were built by the state or with federal government aid. When you, as you heard from Lisa Calisi earlier, when this campus alone, or this system, the UMass system alone, is spending a couple $100 million servicing debt, then that gets turned, either that debt takes away from the programs, you can't invest in faculty and staff and programs, or you simply pass that along in terms of student costs. And that has accelerated the rise in those fees. And of course, the system I know best, the University of Massachusetts system, has put a lot of money of its own kind of revenues into supporting student aid, but it cannot keep up with that. And so that is why we have this problem of both rising tuition fees and rising student debt burden. And the key thing I'd like to note is it's not just the burden on the existing students and graduates. It is the students who we scare away and prevent from attending in the first place. That's why I noted the huge gap between the ability of highly talented students who could succeed at any of our community college, state universities, and UMass being unable to go and or unable to complete their college degree. And a big part of that is the funding for true debt-free and the student supports that we, of course, support. That is a travesty when you have an outstanding qualified student from a lower income background who cannot get to college and get through it.
Thank you so much. And I also appreciate the candid conversation about the true cost of higher education and also the difference between first dollar and last dollar in terms of having our kids know that they can get to school and that we'll help them get through and retain them and get a degree. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any House members that have questions? I don't have any via text, so I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
All right. To this panel, again, thank you for your goodwill and unbelievably important testimony. We're very grateful.
Thank you.
All right, friends, we're moving on. The next panel will focus on early education and care. And please let me welcome up William Eddy, the Executive Director of Massachusetts Association of Early Education and Care, Amy O'Leary, Executive Director of Strategies for Children, J.D. Chesloff, President and CEO of the Massachusetts Business Roundtable, and Claire Higgins, Executive Director, Community Action, Pioneer Valley. Welcome to you all, and again, thank you for your forbearance today. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate you. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Mr. Eddy, why don't you kick off?
Thank you, Senator Comerford, Representative Vargas, members of the committee. My name is William Eddy. I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Association of Early Education and Care, sometimes referred to as MATCA. Our members, early education center-based programs or family child care systems, come from across the state, whether it be from North Adams right across through Boston through the Cape. Our members serve children. The commonality of our membership is that they take subsidy children, children that are either from low-income working families, children of families that are transitioning off welfare, or our most vulnerable children, our at-risk children who are either homeless or in the DCF system for abuse and neglect, or from teen parents. Those children receive subsidies from the Department of Early Education and Care. And on their behalf, I want to thank you for inviting me here today to be with you. And I also want to thank you for your continued support and leadership on early education, particularly for our most vulnerable children. For a number of years during the last administration, early education policy and funding decisions that have helped low-income children have really come from the Massachusetts legislature. And we can't thank you enough for your continued support and ongoing leadership. As you look at the FY24 state budget, I would ask that you look and be guided by two principles. The first is to follow your commission report. In December of 2020, the legislature took a very courageous statement, made a courageous statement, and created a legislative commission on early education to determine a pathway forward to try and help our system of care. Over the course of 15 months, led by Representative Peisch and by Senator Lewis, I was fortunate to join you and 10 of your colleagues, Representative Vargas, being one of them, on the commission. The commission came up with 14 recommendations, totaling about $1.5 billion when fully implemented. And we asked, last year, the commission report came out in March as the House was preparing its budget. The House did a wonderful job ensuring that some of those recommendations, they took a first step in the FY23 state budget, and the Senate followed suit. And we're so appreciative that both branches did so. I would ask this year, as you look at how to invest in early education, that you follow your commission's roadmap that you've set forward. The second is also listed in the commission, is to prioritize, and it has always been the case in the House and Senate, to prioritize funding and services to those who are most vulnerable. God knows our entire field needs stabilizing, but we'd urge you to continue to invest most in those children who most need those services, are vulnerable, and those children that are in the subsidy system. 4 very quick specifics. First, we'd ask that you, again, invest in the rate reserve. The early education rate reserve is our lifeblood. It is the only annualized funding for salary increases and for program quality in the Massachusetts state budget. That line on 3,1042, last year, the House and Senate put the largest rate reserve in the history of the Commonwealth at $60 million for early education. It has had a tremendous impact on our hardworking and beleaguered workforce. It's had a tremendous impact on program quality. And as it is our only annualized funding, we urge you strongly to invest in that rate reserve once again. Second is, in last year's budget, you took another commission recommendation, and as you heard the commissioner talk about earlier today, you invested in our child care for our actual workforce, an important project. The EEC put the money out in February. It's just getting going. They're seeing initial results. We would urge you to increase that line item. Last year, you put $10 million toward it. We'd ask you to put $20 million toward it this year to try and build it out. I can tell you that aside from having a tremendous economic help for our workforce, it's a recruitment tool, especially for our programs that serve with our most vulnerable children. Not always the easiest job, always tough to recruit staff to come work in these programs. This is a recruitment tool from people like Claire, who you'll hear from, executive directors who are desperately trying to bring in, attract, and retain our best staff. And so I'd ask that you look at that. Third, I'd ask for the first time in a decade that we look to increase access in our subsidy system. The commission report talked about over 100,000 children who meet the economic eligibility for an early education subsidy, but yet are not in the subsidy system. I would urge you in an incremental step to look at adding 8,000 new children into the subsidy world. It's not going to fix the wait list. It's not going to fix, the 100,000 children who, in some cases, their parents are overpaying because they didn't access the subsidy system, but it's a step forward. And we'd urge you to look at adding slots in there this year. And finally, just a word about the C3 grants, which you've had a great deal of discussion already about. Our association supports the C3 grant program. It's been a tremendous help to so many programs across the state. We specifically aren't seeking a dollar figure this year. We will leave that to you folks to work with the administration and House and Senate to come up with a figure for that. I would urge you to tighten the program up, to add some clarity to it. I mean, the last sentence in the line item that's been there since its creation talks about the need for the Department of Early Education and Care to work with programs to ensure the fiscal cliff associated with this funding. That's not annualized funding. And so we'd urge you to take a look at this program, make a determination. If it has long-term viability, which would be terrific, then say so. But too often we are urging our members not to use that funding for raises, but rather for one-time bonuses, because there's no clarity as to whether it's going to exist. We simply can't ask executive directors to give annualized salary increases on money that might not be there the following year. And so right now we're left to the rate reserve, and that's our only fund for annualized salary increases. So we'd urge some clarity. We'd also urge greater fiscal accountability with the funding. I'd like to thank you again. Just close by saying thank you again for all that you do for our field, all that you do for our hardworking educators, all that you do for our program quality. And thank you so much for having me back with you again this year.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. O'Leary.
Thank you so much, Senator Comerford, Representative Vargas, and also want to shout out and welcome Chairwoman Denise Garlick of the Education Committee and the Education Committee staff. Almost 3 years ago, we had our first 9:30 call. 20 people logged on to a new Zoom account so we could figure out what was going on and how we could work together in a minute-by-minute changing landscape during a global health pandemic. Like everyone else, we had no idea what the future held. Those original 9:30 callers were members of the early education and care community and represented groups who have historically joined together each year to advocate for state funds and increase investments. As everything shut down, this community showed up every morning at 9:30 a.m. Guests on those first few weeks included representatives from the Massachusetts Nonprofit Network, Project Bread, the Department of Early Education and Care, the Massachusetts House and Senate, the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office, and even Senator Warren. The guests reflected the immediate challenge we faced from navigating unemployment and trying to pay staff, food insecurity, setting up emergency childcare in a matter of days, supporting COVID testing, keeping programs open for parents who needed it, and making possible for parents to make their own decisions for when children would return, and creating this operational grant to stabilize programs. Hearing the real day-to-day challenges that has helped inform our advocacy and must continue to drive policy decisions and match resources with needs. As you have heard many times, the health crisis highlighted inequities in so many of our systems. And we know that this crisis continues in early education and care. Today, there are still over 1,100 people on the 9:30 call list, and we still get 60 to 80 people every morning, Monday through Thursday. We are also hosting our first-year legislator tour, our meet and greet, where we've invited all new legislators to join us. We did this last session, and it worked out great to be able to hear folks who won election in November and are starting their service now. And we're still hearing about the impacts, not just from the health crisis, but because of decades of limited investments. Before COVID, the early education system was under-resourced. Educators were undervalued and overlooked. Programs were one payment away from having to shut their doors. Everything has just been exacerbated, and we need to figure out a sustainable model. The 9:30 call has changed how we do our work. It's essential to hear from the people who are closest to the children, families, and the work that they do to have a direct line of communication to each other and to decision makers across the state. We started to really understand that children do not live in funding streams, and we have created many artificial barriers for them. In January, Strategies for Children hosted and then released the Early Childhood Agenda that imagines, prioritizes, and builds collective action around equitable and impact-driven solutions. I've included a copy in my testimony, so you'll see it, but there's 10 priorities based on solutions that came from the people that do the work every day. And today we want to thank you, our elected and appointed leaders. We are grateful for the decisions that you've made over the past, especially over the past 3 years. Your commitment and dedication to better understand, listen and learn from educators and providers, ask questions, visit programs, hold focus groups, and work in partnership with us has had a huge impact. And we could tell by listening to the questions that you posed to the Secretary and 3 commissioners, especially around early education and care, about how you understand the complexities of the funding systems that we all operate under. Bill talked about the commission, and we agree that the commission was a really important step forward. Bill, JD, and I all had the opportunity to serve on that commission and believe that it is a roadmap to help tackle our persistent challenges. We also know that we've seen historic levels of investment. We want to thank both the House and Senate for the $68 million that you included in the supplemental budget. You should have received a letter that was signed on from 180 organizations and 716 individuals to support the C3 grants. We also heard about the incredible news about the pilot to serve early educators and their own children through subsidies. And this is an excellent example of the legislature hearing a challenge and taking concrete steps to get funding out onto the streets. And as of last week, 277 children are already enrolled in programs, and they are working with the resource and referral agencies to continue that. So we were supposed to have our advocacy day tomorrow where we were all going to join at the State House. And we have rescheduled with a lot of input from the 413 and 508 to reschedule that day. But you will be hearing from us with our shared combined ask for FY24. And we know that it's important to continue this work going forward. The Commission's focus was on long-term stability of the sector and developing a sustainable system. We know that the C3 grants provided those flexible, consistent funds needed to stabilize our system. And we know that it also looked at the subsidy system along with the social vulnerable index. We need both parts of the equation. We can't just fix things with subsidies. We need to think about these flexible dollars. And we think it's our most promising effort to date to address and sustain educator compensation and begin to lay the foundation for a stronger system. We continue to be inspired by this dedicated and resilient workforce for their commitment to providing high-quality early learning experiences under incredible circumstances. Now is to move to a permanent funding solution to continue that support. And though that you've heard from the Commissioner this morning, though the sector has stabilized, many are at risk of closure. That one payment away of not being able to make it is still true today. And we also know that they had different consequences, including making programs didn't have to raise tuition. The Commissioner said we cannot want tuition our way out of this crisis, and we are grateful for the support both from the state and the federal government, with President Biden's budget that he released yesterday, also including investments in childcare and pre-K. We are counting on the legislature and the Healy and Driscoll administration to work in partnership to develop innovative, comprehensive, effective ways to reframe and rethink how we consider early education. We stand at a unique moment in time. We have colleagues across the country who are seeing those funding cliffs right now. In Massachusetts, because of your leadership, we are not seeing that in early education and care with these grants. We want to make sure that these stabilization and operational grants remain, and that educators and directors can take a deep breath and get back to the business of really supporting high quality early education and programs for children across the Commonwealth. We're grateful for your leadership and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Cheslov.
Great. Thank you, Senator Comerford, Representative Vargas, Vice Chair Ferrante, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to participate in today's hearing. As a former Ways and Means staffer, I appreciate and I'm grateful for the time, the effort, and the thoughtful analysis that you and your staff are dedicating to this process. And as a native of Western Mass, I'm thrilled to be out here, so thank you for inviting me. I realize this is an early childhood panel. I just wanted to take a minute to put into a broader context why investments in childcare and many of the other items before you today are so important to the state's competitiveness, both in the short and the long term. So the secret to Massachusetts' economic success historically has been its talent. We enjoy a unique ecosystem of innovation and highly educated and trained workforce, and anchor industries such as healthcare, education, biotech, financial services, tech. All this results in a solid foundation to build upon. Yet, even with the solid foundation, there are some warning signs. Seismic shifts as a result of the pandemic, macroeconomic headwinds, global geopolitical trends, competition among jurisdictions is fierce for people and for employers, and the future of work remains unresolved, undefined. In Massachusetts, competitiveness really is threatened by a combination of cost structure and mobility. Right? We're a high-cost state, and we're experiencing outmigration trends. And for an economy built on access to talent, that's a direct threat to our competitiveness. So what do we do about that, right? So at the Massachusetts Business Roundtable, we're an organization of about 90 or so CEOs, senior executives from large employers across the state. We believe the answers fundamentally are about people. Policy priorities and investments should center on attracting, retaining, developing, and diversifying our talent pool and pipeline to meet the needs of the current and future economy. Many of those are before you today, and I won't get into the detail of all of them since this is an early childhood panel, but they're included in the much longer testimony I submitted to the committee. But for example, Senator Comerford in the Globe, you said the budget is packed with good news for higher education. We agree with that. It's great stuff for higher ed. There's also additional investments in areas the Roundtable believes can directly ease the path to employment for people across the state, such as early college and career pathways, the STEM Starter Academies and Pipeline Fund, connecting activities, career technical education, even Mass Reconnect, which we actually think is worth a look. And I was going to say to Rep. Higgins, and I'll offer to you, the Mass Reconnect, as you know, is based on Michigan Reconnect. One of the architects of that is my counterpart in Michigan. He runs a group called the Business Leaders for Michigan. If you ever want to connect with him and to learn about how it started there and the experience there, I'd be happy to make that connection for you folks. Childcare, of course, is also one of those investments. As you know, the Roundtable has been advocating for investments in childcare for decades, believing it to be a business development issue, a workforce development issue, and a necessary component for the future and current competitiveness of the Commonwealth. High quality, affordable, and accessible childcare enables people, primarily women, to participate in the workforce, helping to address the dire hiring challenges facing employers. It also builds a state workforce pipeline starting at the beginning, providing young children with the tools they need to succeed later in life. House One's early childhood recommendations are very strong, anchored by full funding of the C3 grant program, which you already heard about. At a particularly fragile time for the industry and as employers are struggling to find workers, the C3 grants are providing an essential support that we fully endorse. We also support additional investments in the budget consistent with, as both Bill and Amy referenced, the Special Legislative Early Education and Care Economic Review Commission, which again are detailed in the longer testimony I submitted. I did also, just before I close, want to take a minute not only to thank you for the FY23 supplemental appropriation, but I know we're looking forward to FY24. Last budget was historic, and you folks provide incredible leadership in starting to implement the commission, and we're looking to continue that this year, obviously. There's enormous potential for Massachusetts to build on its greatest strength, a talented workforce and labor market. The education-related investments before you today are critical to achieving that goal, including early childhood education. So thank you for this opportunity to testify for the tireless efforts for you and your staff in developing these FY24 budget recommendations. We are very grateful for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that offer to connect us.
Yeah, definitely. He's great.
I bet you more than a few of us took note of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Higgins.
Senator Comerford.
Madam.
Thank you very much, and it's always great to be in the cleanup position, so thank you all for staying. So and if I said everything that I was going to say, you would have heard it now. I don't know how many times, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk about a few things here that I think are pretty important. First of all, I support the recommendations of MADCA. We're MADCA members, and those are really important. I forgot the introduction. I'm Claire Higgins, Executive Director, Community Action Pioneer Valley. We provide Head Start and early learning programs from Westfield to the Vermont border. So essentially from Connecticut to the Vermont border, including in Ware, Rep Smola, and we're across the Pioneer Valley. And started my career in one of Community Action's classrooms 45 years ago as an early educator. So I've been talking about this stuff for a long time. And a lot of things haven't changed, right? So I want to come back to the basics. What we do is young children whose parents need to work or the child has a need, and they need to be in early education so that that parent can meet that need. And what is early education? And people say, well, that's a daycare. No, it's caring for kids. And kids need care as a part of their overall education. We can't separate out the education and care. And it kind of bothers me when people say, well, that's just daycare, because it's not. Let's talk about the work of early childhood for a minute, because I think this is where I made my notes, because I knew I'd. What do they need to learn? They need these qualified and educated caregivers who stay with them during their time in early education, not the turnover rate we have today, where one kid could see 2 or 3 teachers during the course of a year. You wouldn't put up with that in a 3rd grade setting, would you? Your parents in your districts would not put up with that in a 3rd grade setting. Young children, babies, toddlers, and preschoolers are putting up with that. Those kids, consistent educators, when they have them, they form attachment over time, and attachment is what's necessary for children to develop trusting relationships so that they can learn, regulate their emotions, and learn how to build long-term relationships. That's where they build that solid foundation, socially and emotionally, that you were referring to sort of educationally. It starts with that. You can't learn unless you can self-regulate, right? So we have to start with that. Every program across the state is now coping with vacancies, incredible vacancies across the state. Our classrooms are, about a quarter of our classrooms are closed, and on any given day, we can't find subs to keep other classrooms open or partially open, or we're shifting staff around. Again, coming back to attachment as the key piece. It's not tenable for kids over the long run. These closures are really as a result of our inability to pay staff for what they're worth for one of the hardest jobs in the world. I used to have a job where I interacted with firefighters, and he was telling me he didn't get paid enough. And I said, well, I'm sitting in a daycare center right now. I said, do you want to trade jobs? He said, no. Okay, most people don't want to spend 8 hours every day with a group of 3 and 4-year-olds. So it's a really hard job. And we've given them bonuses, gift cards, and thank them every day in every way for the hard work that they do. But they can't pay the rent or feed their families with gift cards and gratitude. They just can't. So that, I support the expansion of the subsidy for childcare. Many of our best and longest term teachers started as parents in our program. Some of them started as Head Start parents, Representative Ferrante. Some of them started and some of our teachers are Head Start children that came to us, right? Because they've developed, this is part of their extended family now. That subsidy will help us create that. So many of our educators want to work with us, but they can't afford to stay. Their low wages are subsidizing the system. That's currently who's subsidizing the system. I agree with Bill and everybody else that the historic investments that have come along because of COVID, and which really cracked everything open, have been lifelines to us and so critical. But now we need to learn from that about what is the true cost of providing care across the Commonwealth. The commissioners talked about starting to do an in-depth cost study. We have to think about that. How do we do that in the context of federal regulations that were based on a version of childcare that tried to mirror vouchers for public schooling? That's where that whole theory came from about the vouchers, passed under when Newt Gingrich was the chair of the House. So let's put it in that context, right? That vouchers were the way to solve the problem. So we need to look at that. How are we putting together this system going forward? And I'm speaking to you in Western Mass. It's very beautiful, right? Not too many skyscrapers unless you come to UMass. A region but it is a region, along with 4 of the 6 other regions, have woefully inadequate rates. The Boston rates are not adequate, but ours are so far below. We get about 66% of what Boston gets for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. And Boston is losing money on those infant toddlers. So if they're losing money, what's happening to the rest of the regions? Representative Karen's region, or what's happening in the North Shore. All of these different regions are losing money, and providers are closing because they can't keep the doors open. So I took the liberty at the end of this to talk about that hard stuff, because that's the stuff we're trying to solve for every day. And if we don't solve it, this system really is going to crumble. And we need to solve it pretty quickly. And I do want to say, I am so grateful for all of you that you're taking on these hard decisions. These are not easy discussions. You know, it was interesting to come at the end of the higher ed, K through 12, and then come back to early education. I kind of think of it in a different way. Early education is the foundation for success as you move up that ladder. But it was illuminating to me to see the parallels. We're under the OSD requirement that we can't charge people more than the state pays us, right? But we can't tell the state our costs went up 14% and so pay us more, which is what's happening in the special ed world, right? We have the same cost pressures in terms of capital that everybody has. We pay those mostly by ourselves, and there is some money in the out-of-school time capital bin, but a lot of them we just pay by ourselves. So there's a lot of parallels, and we don't think of education across that whole spectrum and think about what are the commonalities and how do we solve for those in common. And now I'm going to thank you for the time, and because I know my municipal friends really have been waiting for this.
They have been. Claire, thank you so much. Thank you all. And thank you for drawing the connections. I was also not as eloquently as you, but thinking, wow, there's so many similarities here that each sector is grappling with. Right. I wonder if we could just ask you for 1 second more on transportation.
Yes.
Which I know for some regions of the Commonwealth adds to the complexity of early child care.
So yeah, we do provide transportation, but we have the same problem about people not bidding on our business. They don't want our business. It's, you know, they don't have drivers, so they can't give us a valid bid. We run some of our own transportation. We've hired drivers and put vans on the road. It's critical for our families. Some of our families to have transportation. Many of our families can't walk most of our families can't walk their kids to care. They live in rural areas or spread out areas. There's not necessarily even public transportation for them to get their kid to care on the way to their job. So us being able to provide transportation is crucial, but honestly, as time has gone on and we've been trying to rebuild, if we have to trade off teacher salaries for transportation on some level, we're going to have to do that. Right. We've always subsidized the transportation, by the way, and I'm looking to Bill to sort of back me up on this. Any money that we put into transportation comes out of that daily rate. That's always, you know, we have an add-on for, but we still, it's not enough to pay for the full cost of transportation.
So, Senator, from statewide, there is 2 groups of children that get transported. On our at-risk TCF children, it's part of what's the supportive childcare. The legislature has been more than generous on the add-on rate to the supportive rate. But the problem is transportation has eaten up so much of that it takes away money that programs can use for the other supportive services, case management, social work, to try and help these children. On the low-income children that are eligible for transportation, most programs have gotten away from it because there's really, unlike the human service world where they all negotiate their rates through the HST on the human service side, there's no such thing at the Department of Early Education and Care.
Thank you. That both were helpful answers. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to turn to Vice Chair Ferrante, who would like to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the 4 of you for the time that you've put into early education. Claire, you hit on something when you said, you know, some of the workforce starts out as the young parents. And I think sometimes we overlook everything that's happening at that age that the child's developing. I mean, I'd be probably one of the first people to say, if you mess up in that 3 to 5-year-old period, you may be messing with the trajectory of that child for the rest of that individual's life by the time they catch up and they go back and they heal and fix all of that. Number 2, one of the things that I've noticed, I stay close to my Head Start program in Gloucester, and one of the things that I've noticed is it's not just the kids that see that as a resource, it's the families. Yes. So we have a mix of families. We have low-income families. We have refugee families that are coming in. We have young mothers and young fathers coming in. And it's sort of what I was trying to get at this morning, and I should have been a little clearer about it, is when we get to middle school and we get to high school, there are wraparound services, but they're harder to get to. What's interesting to me is at the daycare centers or the Head Start centers or whatever we want to call them, pre-K centers, that's usually where a lot of the wraparound services get discovered by the parents, because for whatever reason, maybe it's because vulnerable children are involved, there always seems to be somebody there that's providing the, okay, you've qualified for Head Start, or you're in daycare, or this is what you're doing. Oh, by the way, are you having trouble with providing food and food security? Are you having trouble with figuring out your health care? Are you having trouble with, you know, whatever it is, fuel assistance that comes next? It seems as though there's a real focus on not just making sure mom or dad can go to work, but also that the home is settled for that child as well. And so I just wanted to point that out. I know my colleagues probably know that, but I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's so important, the work that's being done. If we're going to sit up here and say we want to invest in families, then early education and pre-K and in childcare and Head Start is all part of that investment in families and helping to build those secure units.
I really appreciate that you said that. And I think that everybody that works with kids in our program and really across the state, children can't be fragmented into what's the economic circumstance of that family versus what's the emotional, social, or learning circumstance of that family. We work with the whole child and we work with the whole family. And if a child comes to, you know, I would substitute drive the bus sometimes, and kids on the bus would be talking about the food they ate that day because they knew it was the biggest meal they were going to get that day. And that was the most important thing we did that day on some level, even though there were so many other important things we did, right? But that child knew we were a trustworthy place to learn because they knew they'd get fed, right? And so we have to really think about the whole child. We can't fragment into this department takes care of this and that person takes care of that. We have to think about it in the most holistic way as we think about children. So thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Representative Holmes.
Thank you, Rep. Vargas. Claire, I agree with you. I think that's what my point was when I was asking the Undersecretary this afternoon. It is very difficult. I can tell you, I grew up in a very poor town where when you say about need, every student I knew or every person I knew went to Head Start. Yeah. And we didn't realize at that time that we were all just poor. We just all thought that everybody went to Head Start. And those first developmental years are so tough. And that's why I was asking the question to her. But she said, hey, you're doing this too, trying to get to the infrastructure, trying to do it on both sides and the funding. But can you give what is the daily rate?
Sure.
And then, Bill, you mentioned the thought around, should we grow it by 8,000 students? And when I think about what all of that leadership team said about stabilizing and healing, that's the challenge, right? So if we grow it before we stabilize it, right? So if you grow from 50 some odd thousand, let's say, to 63, is it better to stabilize it with getting us more or more adequate funding before we grow it by another 8,000? I know that's a tough question. That's what we all are trying to balance. But if you can tell me because I'm still just trying to figure out what is the number? Like, how far are we underfunding it today for whatever the daily rate is?
Yeah, so I don't have, the full data that the Commissioner Kershaw and her team are going to do more work on the cost study, but their preliminary cost study said that the range of cost for infant care for a full day is between $145 and $150 a day. Okay, in Western Mass, we get $72.37 a day, and in Boston, Region 4 Metro gets $110 a day. So that's the range, right? So the true cost, we know we know what it is. It's in the $150 range, and we're all under. Toddler rates, similar, 113 to 117. It's driven by teacher ratios, right? You have 9 toddlers, you got to have 2 teachers, you got to pay them enough money, and then all the other costs, right? So 113 to 117 is the range for true cost, and the range for actual reimbursement rates is $66 per day in Western Mass to $100 a day in Boston and Boston Metro, 93 in Boston, 100 in Boston Metro.
Thank you.
And then for preschoolers, the true cost is about between $62 and $64 a day. Western Mass is getting $50 a day. Regions 5, Regions 2, Regions 3 are all in that low 50 range. Region 6, Boston, and Region 4, Metro Boston are $73 and $75 a day. So they actually make a little money on that rate. And back in the day, when we got closer to true cost rates, we never had true cost rates. But when we were closer, a surplus in preschool would subsidize the infant toddler care. Now, there's no subsidy anymore for most of us there. It's just losses.
Mr. Representative, 2 things. First, you hit the key word, balance. There is an absolute need to stabilize the field. There's an absolute need to invest in subsidy programs. But I would say to you that it's time. We need to figure out how to add more children into the subsidy system. The commission report in depth talked about how many children aren't accessing it. Mass Taxpayers Foundation just put a report out of how to reform the subsidy system. And the 2 points they talked about that is hindering people from accessing it are, 1, as Claire talked about, we can't staff our classrooms right now. And that is absolutely not only hurting our program quality, and it's absolutely hindering access increasing. Too many of our programs have closed classrooms right across the entire state. The second is just artificial barriers that the state has that are hurting families to actually getting care. And Commissioner Kershaw deserves credit. One of her first acts has been to put out new regulations trying to ease those burdens. But I'd urge you, as you look at the commission report, to look at the Lawrence example that they cited. The city of Lawrence, with their ARPA funding, used what's called a mayor's scholarship to take some of that funding to use it for children that are above the 50th SMI. Children who below the 50th should be able to access a subsidy. They chose to do between 50 and 125 SMI, thinking that that would help those children with this one-time funding. And much to their amazement, 3/4 of the children who accessed care during using the mayor's scholarship, using ARPA funds, were below the 50th SMI. They just couldn't figure out how to navigate the EEC system. And so there's artificial state hurdles and there's a staffing issue. But I would say to you, given the amount of money that you've put into rates, trying to help us with that, to help us with our salaries, and which we hope you will continue to do so, it's time. We've got to try to figure out how to bring some more children. And as I said to you, it's a very incremental step, 8,000 children.
I want to make sure I have, because we're about 45,000 or 42,000 short. We're doing about 55,000 a year, and we need about 100. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. If I could for just a moment, because this is an issue near and dear to me. I have a 1-year-old and spent a few months paying what I thought was way too much for childcare, but was told was relatively affordable for our region. The Economic Review Commission made some suggestions for other areas to investigate and look into. One of them was sort of the role of the business community and what role the business community could help in, helping us diversify our resources and our revenues. And I'm curious if any further thought has been put into whether or not we should explore creating some sort of an employer benefit program or a tax credit to incentivize businesses to participate in providing their employees with childcare. Just generally, I wonder if any discussions have furthered on that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the question. And we've had some great conversations on this in the past. So about a year ago, the speaker challenged the business community to come up with something, right? And then so that was reflected in kind of this placeholder thing in the commission report. The bill that came out of the Senate also had a commission, I do believe, looking at this issue. So the roundtable has been working with Tom Weber and that Business Coalition for Early Childhood Education doing a ton of research, and here's where we've landed. What seems to be working in terms of employer engagement around the country, and we saw models in Iowa, Wisconsin, Colorado, Michigan, is this public-private partnership where the public sector puts up whatever, it's sort of in the range of these $10 to $15 million appropriations. The private sector matches it, and it goes generally toward two things so far. It has been infrastructure, so building facilities or retrofitting facilities, upgrading facilities, and slots. What we were looking for was a little bit what you're talking about, Representative, because we were asked to look at paid family medical leave type funding model, right? Or a healthcare type funding model, mandated benefit. We did not find that anywhere. So we basically came back to the Speaker's office with a three-pronged employer engagement proposal at this point. The first two prongs were actually filed in legislation by Representative Peisch. The first one was to redraft a public-private partnership law that was already on the books but hadn't been implemented. It was pretty basic. It had about, I think, an original appropriation about $500,000 a few years ago. It was never matched. Then it all kind of died. We looked at that language, redrafted it to reflect what we learned from those other states, and hopefully we'll be able to now implement something that is based on models that work. So that's one piece, a public-private partnership program. The second piece was we looked at the Senate Commission, Senator, and added a few items to it. We continued to say that we should, let's take a look at this, whether it be some sort of a benefit requirement or something of employers of a certain size, I think was the language that was in the commission report. That is in the study commission. It was basically the language was taken from the Senate Commission. We added the tax credit that you've been referencing, Representative. To be honest with you, we didn't find a lot of success when we were looking around the country on that either. The take-up rates where they do exist have been pretty low. And maybe it's because of the thresholds, and that's something that we can look at in the commission. But the second piece of that piece of legislation is a study commission to go a little bit deeper on some of these things that we didn't find, to maybe think about why we didn't find them or what are models that potentially could work. The third item, which is not part of the legislation, but is something that we're undertaking, is what we're calling a community of practice, where employers, there's a lot of stuff happening in employers to support their employees' childcare needs now, right? There's subsidies happening, there's on-site care, there's all sorts of variety of things. We want to bring together employers to see, to have them learn from each other and see if there's anything that we can glean from that we can apply to the public side as well. But that's not in the legislation. That's just something we're doing. So it's sort of this three-pronged response. And my guess is once the Education Committee starts looking at these bills, the Peisch bill will become part of that broader conversation. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
That's great. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Do we have any further questions from House members? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Well, thank you, friends, for your service and your testimony today and your forbearance. I appreciate you all very much.
Thank you.
We hope you get out of here before the snow flies.
We're going to do our best. Friends, we are now on to local aid with our thanks to municipal officials who have been here for some time, and of course to the MMA. Please welcome Jeff Beckwith, Executive Director and CEO of Mass Municipal Association, Linda Dunleavy, Executive Director of the Franklin Regional Council of Governments, a regional planning agency, Sean Suhowski, Chair of the Executive Committee of Small Town Administrators of Massachusetts and a Town Manager of Athol, and Lynn Griesmer, Town Council President for Amherst. Very good. Thank you, Jared. Again, we appreciate you so much, your service and your patience. And I'm going to go to Linda Dunleavy, who will kick us off.
Thank you. I have a 4:45 presentation, so I'm going to try not to talk very, very fast right now. I am Linda Dunleavy from the Franklin Regional Council of Governments and Chair of the Rural Policy Advisory Commission. The Franklin Regional Council of Governments serves the 26 municipalities of Franklin County. That is the most rural county in Massachusetts. Many of our towns have populations of less than 5,000. Many of our towns have populations less than 500. And so I'm going to talk to you about the struggles of rural municipalities and some quick recommendations. I'm going to summarize so quickly because I know Jeff and Sean and Lynn are going to be right behind me with more information. So why do our towns have such limited capacity and why do they struggle so much? They have limited local revenue. Very few of our towns have commercial activity. Very few of our towns have industrial activity. And 12 of our 26 towns have more than 30% of their land as untaxable state-owned land, which further limits their revenue coming into their town. They also get limited local state aid because population is used in the formula to distribute state aid. More than half of our municipalities rely on their town budgets only having 9% or less funded by state aid. So there are a bunch of other discretionary programs that supplement state aid, but because our towns have very limited staffing, they often can't apply for these discretionary competitive grants, and oftentimes rural communities are not eligible for grants or are very non-competitive for grants. So yet another way that they're struggling. Let's turn to Pilot for a second. Auditor Bump did a study on Pilot, and the study's first finding was that Pilot was consistently underfunded. The bigger thing for rural communities is that the formula provides larger reimbursements to municipalities with high and fast-growing property values. So let's give you an example. The town of Warwick, about 61% of their land is state-owned land, 12,000 acres. They get less than $100,000 a year in Pilot. Compare that to Bedford. Bedford has 683 acres of state-owned land. They get just over 1 million. And so the formula needs to be changed to be fairer to our rural municipalities. Moving on to Chapter 90, I know there was just a hearing on Chapter 90 and you heard a lot about this. What I want to talk about is the formula. Auditor Bump studied Chapter 90 and found that the formula was inequitable to rural municipalities because the formula uses road miles, population, and number of jobs in a town. We have been thinking a lot about this, and what our proposal to you is we understand that it is hard to make changes to cut the amount of Chapter 90 to any municipality. So our recommendation would be that for anything over 200 million, Jeff is going to tell you 330 million, and I totally agree with him. If we increase Chapter 90, anything over 200 million, if we just used road miles in that population, every municipality would get more. Some would get less of more, and rural municipalities would get more of more. We think that that is a fair and equitable way to deal with the Chapter 90 inequity. Chapter 70, you've heard all day about the Rural Schools Commission report. If you haven't read it, please do. It is a really good report, and please support the Rural Schools Omnibus Bill. And anything else you do for rural communities would be just awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. That was
quick.
Pretty quick. Yeah. Thank you. Now to Jeff, and then we'll go down the line.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much. Thank you for your stamina, but most of all, thank you for your commitment and your dedication. For the record, my name is Jeff Beckwith. I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Municipal Association. I started in 1979 as a legislative aide in the legislature, served in the House in the 1980s, and became Executive Director of the MMA in 1992. And during that time, I've had a chance to see and meet with and work with hundreds of legislators, and the commitment of the members of the Ways and Means Committee has always been extraordinary. And I think today it's a very sort of a little emotional in the sense that I was driving to campus and I passed the John Olver building, and then I was seeing Claire Higgins testifying. She's a former president of the MMA, remembering that Steve Kulik was a former president of the MMA, and at least for 10 years would chair this hearing in Western Mass on education and local aid. The kind of leaders that really are dedicated and committed, like all of you, to really strong and powerful partnerships with your communities to help people survive in school, outside of school, no matter what their age. And so on behalf of the MMA, I want to express our appreciation to you for your commitment and your partnership and your leadership that has been so demonstrated not only during the pandemic and before, but in many of the items that I will quickly run through in terms of offering comments about priorities for cities and towns this year. Time and time again, the legislature has taken a budget submitted by the governor and only built on it in order to magnify the investments in cities and towns. We're asking you to do the same thing today. House 1 starts in a stronger position than previous budgets filed during the past administration. We had a very strong, positive relationship with the previous administration. But as you know, mostly those bills would file for an increase in unrestricted general government aid, an increase in Chapter 70, and then level fund the other programs and leave it to the legislature to try to get up to full funding. And in so many cases, you advanced above that measure. Well, House 1 offers a better starting place than that pattern by making improvements in the other education priority accounts that are so critical. So I want to express appreciation on behalf of our organization and the communities to the administration, to the governor for filing a very strong budget. There are some items that rise to the top. And we did provide detailed testimony. I don't know if you have it in front of you, but there are a few visuals that I'll be referencing when I make some brief comments on these items. The first is unrestricted general government aid. This is the only portion of local government aid that the state provides that is truly discretionary, that communities can use to fund the full range of services. Much of that money gets spent on public education as part of the community's contribution, the required contribution to schools. The others adding to that amount, but other times supporting public safety, public works, libraries, recreation programs, youth and senior programs, programs that help to lift up and support the children, the families, and the people in communities. As Commissioner of Education said earlier, it's important to provide support for all the services that ready students to be successful in schools. Local aid does that by supporting strong community programming and strong services that are essential to a high quality of life. For unrestricted general government aid, the House 1 includes a proposal for a 2% increase. Quite frankly, that is too low. It is so far below inflation and the general costs that communities are struggling with that it would backslide communities' ability to support municipal services. Last year, the budget that was sent to the governor, sent by the governor to you, included a 2.7% increase in local aid. And the legislature, you and your wisdom, said that that was too low, and you doubled that amount to 5.4%. Up until 2020, there had been a revenue sharing compact that actually worked, that matched the growth in state revenues and the growth in unrestricted general government aid. The volatility of revenue projections over the course of the past several years has meant that local aid has been decoupled really from the state's revenue capacity. And the way that growth has been calculated has artificially resulted in an artificially low number. To go forward, we're recommending that we return to revenue sharing, but use a more accurate, stable, and appropriate calculation of state revenue growth that has much less volatility. And that would be to take a rolling 3-year average of the growth in state taxes and to divide by 3. So you just take that growth from fiscal 21 to today, that's projected now for fiscal 24, divide by 3 in terms of growth. That would yield a 6.13% increase. So instead of $24.6 million, far below inflation. The recommended amount for unrestricted general government aid would be about $75.5 million. Very close to the appropriation that you provided last year, which was extraordinarily helpful because inflation as then as is now was running at about 5%, a little over 5%. So we're asking that you consider that revenue sharing framework and do what you did last year, which is to build a stronger approach in terms of investing in local services, municipal services. And then communities will use this money to address those basic priorities that they have based on their own revenue capacity. It's also important to note that states or cities and towns rather are more reliant on local aid to provide services than they have been. And the reason for that is that local revenue growth, the property tax and local receipts, has actually gone up by only about an average of 3.7%. Inflation has been over 5% these last several years. In fact, the previous year was likely 6+%. And so communities have been backsliding in terms of their own local capacity. The state has, fortunately, because of the way the taxes are raised, what is being taxed has been able to generate a much stronger increase of about 11% on average a year since 2020. So this would allow, communities are more reliant on local aid because they find themselves struggling mightily to keep pace because their local revenues, their local source revenues have been impacted negatively. So in the chart on page 2 just shows what has happened since 2008. And why 2008? Because that's the high watermark for unrestricted general government aid. In 2008, we had the Great Recession and local aid was cut. Local aid was cut pretty deeply, as was much of the rest of state government. And then what happened was a long economic recovery, as you can see, that has seen state tax revenues increase by 93% compared to fiscal 28. But under House 2, unrestricted general government aid would be 4.5% below where it was 16 years ago. And that's not even figuring in the impacts of inflation, which is about 40% during that time. So that would mean that state tax revenues have gone up a little over 50%, but local aid has a buying power that's 40% lower. That's not a complaint. It's just to say, when you say why are communities struggling to balance their budgets in so many parts of the state, it's just because of that fiscal reality. And then on page 3, the chart shows the MMA proposal on unrestricted aid would be that blue line. And House 2 is the orange line that just shows we're not requesting that the entire gap be closed. What we're looking for is to have a more consistent and higher way, more appropriate way, we believe, of calculating revenue growth so that cities and towns would see their aid go up. And then where would that bring us? The next page would say, well, we'd still be 0.6% below where we were in 2008, but that gap would be closing, and then we would go forward in a way that would have a positive investment in terms of our communities. So that right there is a revenue sharing framework that we ask you to consider. I'm happy to answer any questions over time between now and when you make your budget recommendations. We feel it's very solidly grounded in terms of affordability for the Commonwealth and sustainability for cities and towns. In terms of the rest of our comments, with the exception of payment in lieu of taxes and the community compact related programs, it's all education, all education. And we find ourselves in very, very close alignment with those who have testified before you earlier. So I won't go into those details. I'll add a couple of perspectives that might be different and not have been offered to you. So Chapter 70 school aid, 37% of the school districts would be receiving minimum aid only, an increase of $30. Again, last year, you knew $30 was not adequate for communities to keep pace with inflation, and you doubled that amount, which was deeply appreciated. We're asking for a similar, actually a higher increase to the $100 a student amount that you'd see management and labor, the MTA and the school superintendents have all said, yes, $100 a student would help to deal with those communities that are minimum aid communities. So we ask that you consider that amount. The cost of that, so we'll provide the estimate, is $18.8 million. Because there are 275,000 students in Massachusetts who would only have their districts receiving an increase of $30 a student. And that goes from the smallest regional districts to the city of Boston. So that minimum aid would help all types of communities. The other issue, and this is one again that we're very happy to work with you on, is this question of the increase in the required local contribution. The $400 million increase, which is about 5.6%, and that's understandable. The foundation budget is increasing. And as the foundation budget increases, those communities that are not hit by the floor of 17.5% contribution would see themselves struggling to meet those increased costs that are required. And that is that's a very challenging one. But again, it's all types of communities are impacted. Some of the greatest beneficiaries of the Student Opportunity Act find that the 5.6% increase or on average that they would have to implement is unaffordable for them because their municipal revenues are only going up by 3.7%. And so they'd have to take money away from the recreation programs, the library programs, public safety, public works in order to fund their increase in a minimum required contribution. And then similarly for communities that are minimum aid and are not being protected from the 17.5% floor would find themselves in a similar situation. Now, there are communities that are distributed across a wide spectrum. So there are some communities, very few, but there are some communities that are affluent enough and have a method of taxation by passing overrides in the past and so on, where they actually can find some revenues to support that increase. But most communities can't because of Proposition 2.5, and because their municipal receipts, the other taxes don't work for them necessarily. They might not have a lot of hotels, motel rooms, and so on in other types of local taxation. So we ask you to work with you. We do not believe that the $10 million that the administration put in, which is the first time that I can recall an administration putting a pothole amount in House 1. So that's great that the $10 million is there, but that's not enough to deal with what would be, we think, the number of communities. And if you're looking at, and you had asked earlier with the secretary and the commissioner, what's a way to start? One way would be to take a look at what's the growth in the local municipal revenue capacity, which is on average probably about 3.7%, but averages are an average. So there are communities that are going to be distributed differently along that. That might be one way to take a look at how an increased pothole amount could be spent. On the circuit breaker, yes, yes, yes. Just switching, it's a huge problem. A 14% increase in 1 year is unaffordable. You're hearing it from school departments. You're hearing it also from mayors and town managers. And we amplify and support the recommendations of the Mass Association of School Superintendents, either decreasing that threshold from 4 times to 3 times the average foundation budget cost per student, or going up to 90% instead of 75%. That this year could help close some of that gap, even though it's a reimbursement program, because that would be a higher reimbursement this year, but it won't close that $92.8 million gap that the 14% alone is bringing in terms of additional financial costs for communities. So we anticipate that a supplemental budget, one-time money from this year's surplus may be a mechanism to provide, again, a sort of a super pothole or some way to provide assistance to those communities. But was described earlier as the extraordinary impact was far too high a bar. That $15 million addition in that appropriation that would be used for is far too high a bar, and not much of that money would be used, could be used or accessed for communities for relief in that program. I'll wrap up by just saying on the charter school mitigation payments, the reason why this is so important and critical is because, well, first of all, thank you. Thank you, because you enhanced the mitigation reimbursement program, and then you accelerated the funding of it so that it would be fully funded early. So thank you, thank you, thank you. However, this is a real problem. It's level funded in House 1. And if you take a look at the overall cherry sheet, there's not much of an impact in terms of additional money. In fact, there might even be a slight decline in the amount of reimbursements the communities receive. But there's a $52 million increase in the charter school assessments that communities are being forced to pay. It's pretty shocking that 15% of all Chapter 70 money, $975 million, would be going to charter schools, funded by taking it all out of the Chapter 70, essentially having communities pay for the municipal contribution and the Chapter 70 contribution, the education contribution to Chapter 70. So that's a very significant. We'd ask you to take a look at those communities that are disproportionately impacted by their charter school assessments, because that puts a great deal of stress, not just on their school budget, it puts a great deal of stress on their municipal budget, because it's municipalities that are making that up with municipal funds. And that's the reason why you hear from so many communities about this. On student transportation, House 1 does a much better job than previous House 1s or House 2s, but it's at 90% on regional school transportation. We'd ask you to do your best to get up to 100%. And it is similarly makes real progress. I knew that Senator Goby was smiling when she saw the regional school transportation reimbursement, but again, that's at 90%. So if you have some room to get up to 100%, that would be terrific. We ask you to just double check the McKinney-Vento reimbursement, but it looks as though the intent is to fully fund by the administration. We have no reason to believe it's not fully funded, but you will have access to later information. And so we ask you to use that. The MMA strongly supports the rural school finance provision. The $60 million is critical. One size misfits all. And that's the reason why there are so many. This isn't a workaround program. It's because the Chapter 70 formula is not working for rural schools. And so we support that appropriation. Payment in lieu of taxes, we support you getting that up. We support the idea of dealing with those formula issues, but the only way to do that is in a rising tide situation, because you don't want to disadvantage the other communities. The good thing about House 1 is what they've said is with the assessment changes, there's enough money in House 1 to make sure no community gets less than last year. So that's good, but it's getting closer. You have made, last year you did a 29% increase in that program. That kind of investment was critical. You're really close to fully funding it. And then finally, we really do support, and it's been the legislature that has taken the idea and run with it, of the Community Compact Program, the efficiency and regionalization programs, those investments. You know they're wildly popular, because when you announce a micro grant in a community, it actually makes a big difference, especially to the smaller communities that are resource starved. So in all of this, we just want to say thank you for your partnership. And all of this is what you're balancing. These are the kinds of decisions that our members at cities and towns are making at their town meetings and their city councils. The extent to which you make progress on these makes it easier for them to deliver on progress back at home. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And I agree, no one pounds a Senate desk like Ann Goby for regional transportation. And Jeff, thank you for your service. We know that you are making a decision to retire from MMA, and your service is very much appreciated. I know that 351 cities and towns are grateful for the kind of skill you just demonstrated here today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a privilege.
The privilege is ours to have served with you. On now to Sean Suhoski and STAM.
Thank you, Assistant Vice Chair Comerford and Rep. Vargas, for having me here. I'm Sean Suhoski, and
for goodness sake, Sean Suhoski.
I am the current chair of the Small Town Administrators of Massachusetts, as well as the town manager in Athol, for coming up on, I guess, 9 years in Athol. And I really appreciate the time. You're still here, you're still listening. And to do that for a day is, and on a regional tour, I guess, your barnstorming tour, but it's great for us to see you out here at this great campus at UMass. And when I was driving down from Athol, a couple things struck me. One was, I remember the trips I'd make. My daughter was in the marching band here. Our family's all product of state colleges and public education. And it was just nice to relive those moments. And I was listening remotely to the first panel. Seems like maybe it was yesterday, but but as I'm listening, I realize I'm going to be speaking to this committee, and yet I'm following these people that are just so deeply experienced and qualified, and along with the members of this committee. So it's quite an honor to be here and talk to you a little bit about local aid and why it's important. First, there's been a lot of kudos to the governor, Governor Healy's first budget. It's a great starting point. I think it's a great starting point. There's a lot of good in there for the legislature to work with and work from. But specifically to cities and towns, and I hear this from many of my colleagues from across the Commonwealth, the funding for the unrestricted general government aid, we support the proposal in the funding scenario that the Mass Municipal Association put forward and that Jeff so eloquently addressed. We're looking at inflation, where cities and towns are not just providing service, public safety, public works, education, libraries, senior services, snow and ice removal tomorrow. That all comes from our general funds. We're limited on the property tax collections, and we rely, all of us collectively, on the state aid that the Commonwealth shares with us to make us strong and viable. So we'd like to see that unrestricted general government aid tied into an index so that it can move with inflation. And even under this proposal, we're just catching up to 2008 when it was cut pretty dramatically, and I remember that. And Rep. Smola, you may have been representing Sturbridge, and me too back then. It was a tough time. So really look hard at that. Last year, the movement from the legislature really made a difference as we closed our budget gap, and we were able to actually supplement our part-time planner hours, everything balanced out. It was really a tough time. This year, I've heard from my colleagues, the pandemic costs, the inflation's catching up with everyone now. In addition to providing services, we're employers, even a small town like Athol. I have 110 full-time employees, 150 with seasonal, and we have to compete for workers to provide those services, just like private sector. We have to fuel the vehicles, so we have to light the buildings, and even with all the efforts in green energy, those costs, as the legislature knows, National Grid's costs over the winter through the roof. So we're combating that inflation, and 2% is insufficient. So now we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we're trying to do that now as we work through the budget. So please give that a hard look and see if you're able to supplement that. I'm not going to reiterate. I wrote down Chapter 70, Special Education Circuit Breaker, Regional Transportation. You've heard a lot about that. It's needed. Everything you've heard is true. Senator Goby, you've heard about regional transportation. You've worked on it so hard, and last year progress was made. But if we can get to 100% of that reimbursement, that would help so many rural districts, some of which are sprawling, like we heard from the Mohawk Regional District. So please take a hard look at that as well. I'm going to skip down to pilot payments because I have a town administrator in my group that probably writes each of you, as well as the governor, every year, has these very long and detailed letters. But now you'll know who I'm talking about. If we looked at the town of Clarksburg out in western Massachusetts, they have about 8,000 acres of land. 4,300 is state-owned land. So that's great. Their payment in lieu of taxes last year, after you increased it, the formula was $30,000, and that's not per acre, it's not per buildable lot, it's for 4,300 acres of land. And so, big deal. Well, what's the big deal? It's just forest land, and that doesn't put a strain on things. Well, in a small town, if you can't develop those buildable lots, which would be 47,000 each, is the value out there for a 2-acre lot in Clarksburg. That's over $100 million in property tax value, and they're realizing $30,000 total in pilot payment. So that formula needs continued work for our rural communities. And then I'm going to go off script just a little bit, if I might, as I close. I am closing here. Please continue to look at the Community Compact Program. It's a very good program. It works from the prior administration. Let's keep that moving forward. The Chapter 90 program, I did get to speak to the Joint Committee on Transportation. I think Rep. Cairns was there and others. And right now, I think it's the time to increase that funding. We've talked about it for over a decade. At one point, every legislator signed off to increase it. It hasn't moved from that $200 million per year figure. And if we were to try to catch up to inflation, we're looking at that $330 million over that 2-year period. That would be great. Lastly, cannabis revenue. It's the new law that has gone into effect it's a good law. It's going to help with the equity side of it. We need to find, and this is an argument I'll make to the Cannabis Control Commission, we need to find an off-ramp for cities and towns, over 150 that have these host community agreements and maybe relied on revenue. Now that's going to go away. And so we need an off-ramp for that. But I'll be submitting some written testimony as well. I just want to close by thanking you. We're all on the same team, and we're building a stronger Commonwealth. And it's good to see you and good to be here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sean. And to have you testify before the Joint Committee on Transportation just last week and then show up here, we're grateful. Because I know actually all my colleagues here agree, and I'm sure Jeff and Linda agree, that there is just no job harder than a municipal official. That's it. Hardest job in this whole state government, local government, federal government dance that we do. So thank you for your service.
Thank you for saying that, but I'm sure driving over 20 towns, cities and towns in a district.
No, it's not hard. No, I'm going to have to disagree with you, my friend. Okay. Now over to President Griesmer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us in Western Mass and the city known as the town of Amherst. This is an impressive assembly of legislators. You've all worked hard to sit where you are, not just in the legislature, but on this committee. Obviously, somebody recognized your talent at the leadership level. We are pleased that many of you have attended the Academy for Newly Elected Legislators here on this campus, which we hold every 2 years. It is also with this opportunity, I'd like to also thank Jeff Beckwith. As you mentioned before, he's announced his retirement, and he has spent many years making sense out of budgets for municipalities and advocating for us in meetings like this all across the state and in Boston. Thanks, Jeff. I'm Lynn Griesmer, and it's my honor and privilege, after retiring as executive director of the UMass Donahue Institute, to serve as the president of the Amherst Town Council. We were all sworn in our inaugural council in 2018, and then we changed our form of government from town meeting to town council. Today, we are a 13-member council. That's my buzzer telling me it's time to get ready for town council meeting, which we're not having tonight. 12 of us on the council are women. And today in the audience, I'm accompanied by Anna Devlin Gauthier, who's over here. She's vice president of the council, and Andy Steinberg, who is in the back. He is the council chair of our finance committee. They've been here all day along with me, listening to the amazing amount of things you have to deal with. I actually think you have a tougher job. As my colleagues before thanked us for the governor's budget, they also pointed out it's a great starting place. My goal is to provide a local perspective on issues and requests that have been raised by others on this panel, and particularly K-12. With that in mind, let me tell you a little bit about Amherst, in part to make sure you understand who we really are, not who you think we might be. With a population nearing 40,000, we are caught between large cities and small rural communities. Our K-12 school population, while decreasing in numbers, like many other districts, is increasingly diverse. 54%, over 50% of our elementary school students are reported as being African American, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, or multiracial non-Hispanic. We're a majority elementary school district. 50% are high needs, 38% are low income, and for 26% of our students, their first language is not English. In fact, over 30 different languages are spoken in our elementary schools. We are the heart of the Vive College area, and 38% of our land is owned by non-taxable higher education institutions, while our commercial real estate is less than 5%. We have invested as a town to create affordable housing. In fact, we're 13% above the state minimum. And yet we, like every other community in the Commonwealth, is facing an affordable housing crisis. Amherst is the community where only the H is silent. Our community is passionate about supporting and uplifting voices to make positive change. We advocate for what we believe in, we fight for equity and inclusion at all levels, and we pride ourselves on our backbone of education and in offering an incredible public education to all the children in our community. So let me talk a little bit about where we stand on a couple of things. Today, you are actually in the community that had the highest percent in the state vote for fair share. 85% of Amherst voted for the Fair Share Amendment. But the way we view the recent proposals and discussions regarding fair share, little or none of that money will be coming to our municipal government and our K-12 schools. Chapter 90. While I recognize that much of the testimony and questions today have focused on education, our budget is an ecosystem which supports the health of a community. The health in our community includes our schools, but it also includes things like roads. Our residents travel and our school buses use to take kids to school. Of our approximately 100 miles of road, 46% are in very poor or poor condition. And we estimate that the present cost of repairing those roads to be more than $49 million. We spent all of our Chapter 90 money last summer repairing 3/4 miles of one road. We simply cannot keep up and are losing ground, or should we say are losing roads. I really was tempted to give you a map so that when you leave here, you go on Heatherstone Road, and I hope your car survives. With regard to pilots, you can see I was coming up to that. We appreciate the increased investment last year. Actually, interestingly enough, the town of Hadley gets more pilot money than the town of Amherst, where we're home to the university. So I want you to think about this comparison. The impact of recreational land that we might go to a couple times a year to hike versus the impact of hosting a higher education campus that enrolls 32,000 students with 9,000 employees who live and or converge on our town at least 9 months and sometimes 12 months a year. The town must maintain fire and EMS services that are capable of serving all of our residents and visitors. As we just saw last weekend, sometimes that situation becomes quite an emergency. We request that the state complete a review of the state-owned pilot program with a focus on equity and fairness. We specifically ask that the formula include building values in the calculation. We ask that the state complete a study of state-owned land impacts on community finances. We ask that the state require a community impact payment based on the activities occurring on state-owned land and their impacts on host cities and towns. And I specifically request that you not do this at the expense of the 29 higher ed public education institutions to which I've worked for many years. With regard to UGA, we just wanted to say we support what's been said. We support particularly what Mass Municipal has asked for, which is the 6.13% increase. With regard to school aid, like every other community, we're not keeping up. The governor's budget proposes a significant increase, but the Student Opportunity Act doesn't benefit us. Communities such as Amherst and Northampton receive much smaller increases that don't allow us to keep up with inflation. So, like MMA is asking, we're supporting the $100 per student in pupil aid. With regard to charter schools, charter funding reform must be a top legislative priority. Amherst annually loses over $3 million a year out of our budget. The formula the state uses guarantees the charter schools will be fully funded, but the state does not guarantee that we'll be fully funded in our K-12 schools. For the most part, charter schools do not provide adequate special ed. Most, not some do. Therefore, the students in need of special education, which is significantly more costly, are concentrated in our K-12 schools, which in fact leads to de facto and real segregation, something we tried to get away from in Massachusetts. Special education, returning to the picture of the Amherst schools provided earlier, we ask that special education, both in district and out of district, be adequately funded. So here is what I want you to remember. Please, please place priorities on roads, adjusting the pilot funding formula to reflect what is on the state land, use and impact on local communities, UGA, and supporting our K-12 schools. We're just asking for our fair share. Thanks.
Thank you so much, President Grissmere. Thank you to you all. I'll open it up to my colleagues for questions. Oh.
Oh,
okay.
Just very quickly, first of all, Jeff, this will be your last time having to come. You're welcome to come back next year, though, if you want to.
You just might see me.
Yeah. But I did also just want to say thank you as well. You and the MMA, I think poor Dave Kaufman probably gets sick of my phone calls, but very helpful when people like town administrators sometimes call on different things. You've been a wonderful resource and really appreciate, and you never disappoint. So this was great. Sean, thank you as well. Thank you specifically for not making any jokes today. If anyone knows Sean, he has the worst jokes in the world.
No, Senator.
No, seriously. No. And Sean, what you brought up though too about the cannabis issue and about that off ramp. Have you been working has Stan been working on something specific on that at this time or not?
Not at a STAM level, actually. As a town manager and as the MMA's designee to the Cannabis Advisory Board, yes, I'm saying I'm very much up to date on what's happening, and we're hopeful to give some feedback. The commissioners were at the MMA annual conference expressed that they want to have some hearings on how to transition to the new paradigm that is the cannabis industry. So.
Okay, no, I was wondering, and I don't know this answer. I don't know if, has there been any sort of legislation that was filed to go before the Cannabis Committee at the state? Okay, nothing like that yet. Okay.
No, it's actually in the hands of the commission with till next November 9th, or this November 9th to update their regulations.
Okay.
And we're hopeful to have some impact on that rule.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Jeff, I also wanted to extend my thanks and congratulations for your years of service. When I joined the City Council in Haverhill, the first thing I heard was Jeff Beckwith, and you gotta talk to him. So thank you for your years of service, and the cities and towns across the Commonwealth couldn't have had a better advocate than you. So thank you. We have questions from Representative Kearns and then Representative Pease. No, you had your hand raised. If not, we can go to
sorry.
Pease.
Thank you. Just really appreciate the conversation and dialogue. Saw you in the parking garage, Lynn, and thought, I know that face, and it's from when I was a student here. So thank you all.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pease?
Yes, thank you so much. And you are speaking to the choir here. I run on education and roads because that's what impacts our communities, and that's what most people complain about because that drives the property taxes. That is the foundation of what we should be taking care of at the state in my eyes. I will be proposing a budget amendment to raise the Chapter 90 money. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but it will be in there. And I don't think 330 is enough. I would go for 400. It hasn't been raised in how many years? 13, 14 years? It's been at 200 million?
Generally, Representative, it has been, although the legislature on 3 occasions has taken the opportunity to provide supplemental funds, which we appreciate very much. And last year's $100 million winter recovery program was deeply appreciated. And as Linda and Sean and others have all, and the president have testified that provided significant relief. So we recognize that the legislature has said, we know Chapter 70 has been stuck at 200. We'll do what we can. We're hoping that you can permanently raise that bar.
Right, Chapter 90. And I did appreciate because my community appreciated the extra winter work, but also when there was an increase for the Chapter 90 funding of $100 million that did not go through at the same time. So again, 330, if that's what the municipality is asking for, I know that Mayor Sarnos has put a letter in to ask for that. Then I will definitely be, if nobody else does, submitting a budget amendment to try to ask for that. So because I know, because Westfield with about 40,000, Westfield with about 40,000 population has 188 miles of road. So we have our challenges, and I can give you some roads to drive on there. So again, thank you. You're speaking to the choir, and I think that we've done a good job on the school side with the Student Opportunity Act, and we're continuing to fund the education piece, which is good, but we need to do better on the road piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Chair.
Well, the choir needs rehearsal. So we could always use a little practice. So thank you so much. Deeply grateful to you all for your service and your testimony today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair.
All right, we're going to have our next panel come on up from the Business Alliance for Education, James Michalowski, Director of Policy for the Massachusetts Business Alliance for Education. Thanks for bearing with us.
Thank you. Representative Vargas, members of the committee, good evening, and thank you for inviting the Massachusetts Business Alliance for Education to offer testimony at today's hearing. I'm going to be relatively brief, both because I know you've been here for a while, and also a number of the items I'll be highlighting have already been touched on in other testimony, but we will be sending more detailed testimony to your teams. I'm going to spend a couple of brief minutes highlighting some of the budget priorities that our employer members and affiliates see as being especially important to ensure that state funding is being used to support not only student equity of opportunity, but also the strengthening of the talent pipeline that our businesses need for the future. And I thought JD did a really excellent job of articulating some of those structural challenges, so I won't rehash any of that. I'll just start by thanking the Ways and Means Committee and your colleagues in the legislature for your steadfast support in recent years of college and career pathway programs. The last few years have seen significant investments in programs that will prepare greater numbers of students for success after high school. MBAE and our partners are very grateful for the support. On top of the list of things we're grateful for is the fact that in 2019, the legislature made a historic investment in educational equity with the passage of the Student Opportunity Act, an initiative that had the full support of MBAE and our employer members and affiliates. We hope the legislature will continue the laudable commitment that has been shown in recent years by fully funding the next scheduled year of SOA allocations, which, as mentioned a few times today, would result in the largest single-year increase in Chapter 70 funding and in a way that is targeted to support students from traditionally under-resourced communities. MBAE and our partners will also continue to work with state leaders to ensure that the SOA's requirements around using increased funding on evidence-based practices that are known to narrow equity gaps are honored. We have also been very grateful for the legislature's support in recent years for college and career pathway programs that would enable more students to earn the higher education credentials and degrees that are increasingly necessary to secure a good job that can support a family. H1 includes a new $10 million line item that would be used to grow such pathway programs, which is an encouraging recognition of the link between our public education system and our future talent pipeline, as well as an example of how the fair share surtax revenue can be used to invest in impactful education initiatives. MBAE requests that the legislature make significant investments in college and career pathway programs in FY24, most notably by committing $27.6 million for the growth of early college. You will hear more about this in the panel just after me. We also ask that you and your colleagues adopt the approach taken in H1 to grow funding for the Innovation Pathways program. And when it comes to career training programs that can allow students to enter high-growth industries, MBAE and our partners think it is important for the legislature to continue supporting foundational programs that provide students with meaningful work-based learning opportunities, namely the Connecting Activities and CTE After Dark programs. MBAE was also encouraged by the investments that H1 made in key higher education initiatives, including the newly proposed Mass Reconnect program, which you've heard a lot about today. We think this program is so important, especially when you think about the displaced workers who might benefit from upskilling, as well as the some college, no degree working age adults who we know can make valuable contributions to our state's regional economic needs if we provide them with the means to acquire the skills that are needed in today's workforce. MBAE and our partners also strongly support the proposed investment of $18 million in the Success Fund, which you heard about from Nate and others on the higher ed panel, which helps students make progress toward completion by providing the type of wraparound services that meet the needs of today's community college population. And lastly, on the higher ed front, MBAE and our partners were glad to see that H1 provides increased funding for the Mass Grant Plus program. We think this sort of investment in college affordability will complement efforts to rethink how Massachusetts finances the Commonwealth's higher education system in ways that incentivize a focus on student success. And I will finish up by briefly talking about the importance of investments in childcare and early childhood education, which were covered more comprehensively on the earlier panel. But I'll just add that MBAE and our employer partners are strongly supportive of proposed investments in the C3 stabilization program, as well as efforts to expand high-quality early education programs for 3- and 4-year-olds, especially those in gateway cities. Those are the highlights. As I mentioned, we'll be submitting more detailed written testimony, but thank you again for the opportunity and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mikulowski. Do we have any questions? Senator Goby?
Thank you. Just one, James, I know that you said that you're going to be submitting some other things on that. On the Reconnect, because that's come up a few times about if the amount is going to be sufficient. Is that part of some of the further testimony that you're going to be submitting? Did you do sort of an analysis on that?
I think we will probably defer to Nate and his team on terms of the impact analysis. I think they probably have the expertise to answer that question better than we do. We're supportive of, similar to Commissioner Noega's comments, we think it's a great first step and a great signal that the state is promoting and investing in college affordability. And we think there are other things that can complement it. But if you're looking for a more detailed kind of impact analysis, I think Nate's team is probably best suited for that.
Other questions from members? I did have one quick question relative to childcare and pre-K. I'll pose sort of the same question that I posed to JD. Are you seeing an appetite from your members to participate in some sort of early education and care or pre-K matching program, or interest in putting up business dollars to really put a dent into the childcare crisis?
Well, we've certainly heard that it's a top priority for all of our business members. I actually might have some more clarity for you on that after. We're putting together a survey of all of our business members and asking about different policy options. We haven't posed that specific question to them yet, but we'd be happy to follow up and get you some more information on that.
That's great. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, James. We appreciate it. Our next panel, panel 7, is on early college. Come on up, and thank you so much for bearing with us today, for your stamina. Okay, and this is our last panel of the day, so thank you guys for bringing us home. We saved the best for last. So we have Erica Giampetro from the Executive Director of the Mass Alliance for Early College, and we have Ryan Forsyth. Did I say that right? Forsyth, excuse me, Vice President for Enrollment Management at Worcester State University. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we'll have a student joining us as well via Zoom.
Oh, yes, I see that here. Yep, Lisbeth Teneo. Excellent.
Chairs Comerford and Vargas, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to advocate for early college, an evidence-based intervention that provides students with the opportunity to earn college credit in high school through strategically sequenced coursework and robust student supports. We come to you today as a student, an administrator, and an advocate, and we'll do 3 things briefly in our comments. First, I'll describe the impact of early college. Second, outline our budget ask. And third, detail why you can be confident you're making a good investment. But I want to start by thanking you. The legislature and Ways and Means have been leading on early college. You decided across both branches and both education committees 3 years ago that this is a priority. And here's how you did that. You have been listeners. Representative Lipper Garabedian even hosted students on her podcast. Senator Goby, I remember having a conversation with you probably 4 years ago when I was starting to get into this work. You have been working on supportive legislation. You all have driven attention and interest to the program, and you've stepped up with funding from less than $1 million in FY18 to $19 million in FY23. This funding has breathed life into this burgeoning initiative and taken Massachusetts from a lagging position nationally to an emerging leader in this important movement. Nothing we talk about today would be possible without what you have done. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip talking about the early college basics and background, and instead I'll borrow a term from one of your colleagues, Representative Jeff Roy, and simply say that early college is a forfer. Number 1, students get more out of their high school experience. Number 2, students and families save on the cost of college, which we know can be crushing. Number 3, it accelerates the path to college and career. And number 4, it fuels a diverse workforce pipeline in the Commonwealth. This is called early college, but it isn't about college for its own sake. This is about access. It's about access to family-sustaining jobs and lives of dignity and civic engagement that they enable. This is about the promise of public education, American democracy, and the civil rights and opportunities of every member of the Commonwealth. Our ask is $27.6 million in FY24, up from $19 million in FY23. Through significant collaboration with partners across the state, there's broad consensus that this is what's necessary to sustain and grow current programs, start new programs, and seed critical future growth to take early college from successful pilot to a scaled offering. You could structure this funding in a few ways across current line items and new line items, and we'll submit a detailed written testimony with our suggestion. The H1 budget proposes using a portion of the new fair share income surtax revenue, and we couldn't agree more with this move structurally. We think nothing gives more students a fair share of opportunity than early college. On behalf of our alliance, representing K-12 and higher education institutions, business leaders, and college success organizations, we're at the ready to support you as you craft a structure that meets the needs of students, communities, colleges, and high schools. Lastly, I want you to know that early college is a good investment. Rigorous state evaluation shows that early college is more than doubling the odds of sustained college enrollment for participating students, 2/3 of whom are Black or Latino, and more than half of whom are from low-income homes. Early college is on a short list of very few initiatives evaluated with this level of rigor, and the results are top tier. To learn more, you'll see us again for Early College Day at the State House on March 23rd, where you can hear more from leaders across the state and from dozens of students. And on that note, I will now turn to Lizbeth Teneo, former early college student at Lawrence High School and currently in college.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead, Elizabeth.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
So good afternoon. My name is Lizbeth Teneo, and I'm from Lawrence, Massachusetts, where I participated in the early college program with Merrimack College, and I'm currently right now a sophomore at Barnard College in New York. And I'm just going to be talking a little bit about my college experience, my early college experience, and what it has done to me, and like the effects that early college had. So early college for me was life-changing. I'm a first-generation student, low-income student, and a minority student. So college has been a huge mountain for me to climb ever since I was small. It seemed like this huge thing that I had to do, but I didn't know how. Throughout my whole life, I didn't know if I could make it to college, if I would do well in it, or even like it. All I knew is that I had to get there somehow in some way. When my high school gave me the opportunity to participate in the early college program, I did not know what to expect. But once I stepped foot at Merrimack College for my early college program, my life completely changed. I learned how to navigate the college environment, how to speak to professors, fell in love with politics, and learned skills that I still use to this day. Without early college, I would not have the confidence I have today, and I would not have the skills to succeed at Barnard. There are thousands of other students like me, exactly like me, students who need early college, just like I did. I hope you continue to support the Early College Initiative to make that possible. And thank you for having me today. A big thank you to Chair Comerford and Vargas, along with the members of the committee, for this opportunity to advocate for early college. And of course, if you guys have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Thank you very much, Lizbeth, for that testimony. I think we'll turn to Ryan, and then we'll see if members have questions, but thank you.
Isn't she great?
Fantastic.
That is early college. You just met one of the students that went through the program that we're talking to you about this afternoon, and we're really glad that you get to have a chance to talk to her. Thank you to Senator Comerford. Thank you, Representative Vargas, and to all the members of the Joint Committee for having us here today. We also should take a moment to thank our education leadership, the newly appointed Secretary Tutwiler, Commissioner Ortega, and Commissioner Riley. In their various roles have been very supportive of early college, and we're thankful for that. My name is Ryan Forsyth. I represent Worcester State University. Today we've heard a great deal about the many important education and local aid needs around the state. Early college represents one of those important needs and one of the Commonwealth's bold moves to help students succeed in K-12 and in post-secondary education. In Worcester, early college meant the development of new programming between the Worcester Public Schools, Quinsigamond Community College, and Worcester State University to bring free college classes to high school students, as well as the supports that are necessary to help them be successful in those classes at an early age. Enrolling close to 1,000 students a year just in Worcester, of whom are 75% BIPOC and 25% white in a given year, and often are from lower income backgrounds. And yet these students are passing these rigorous college classes with regular college student learning outcomes at a rate of over 90%. As we endeavor to grow, we're looking forward to bringing the Worcester Public Schools to a 25% participation rate in early college in just the next couple of years. In the Worcester program, the goal is for students to graduate, in all of our programs, the goal is for students to graduate with 12 or more college credits before they leave high school. This gives them the chance to earn credit. It gives them the chance to get a head start on that college education without the cost that comes along with typically enrolling in college. And it builds their confidence to a place where they know that they can be successful in a college course. During the past 4 years of this program, students have graduated with not just 12 college credits, We have had students leave high school with 21, 27, and even 30 college credits by the time they leave high school. That 30 credit student was an anomaly, but finished her entire freshman year before leaving before leaving high school. Our early college graduates have gone on to schools like UMass Amherst, where we sit today, UMass Lowell, UMass Boston, various private colleges, and of course, Quinsigamond Community College and Worcester State University. Early college is having positive effects in varied ways all across this Commonwealth. At Worcester State University, we're working with close to 20 different school districts now, the Worcester Public Schools and 20 other districts, from Avon to Springfield to Shrewsbury and everywhere else in between. We're working with these districts because they see what's possible with early college and they want in. They want to be successful for their students, and we want to help them do that. Public colleges and universities incur costs to serve these early college students well. This includes, but is not limited to, the delivery of the course costs, but even more importantly, the wraparound services that go along with these programs. This includes near-peer mentors, college students who support the high school students while they're participating in the classes. Transportation to make sure that students are getting to their classes and are not being left behind by the lack of transportation. Food to help make sure that the food insecurity that many of our students are experiencing doesn't affect their ability to be successful in college classes, and so much more. Funding to make opportunities like this available have been supported by our administration with increases to the per pupil reimbursement, which we are very thankful for, and grant-based programs that have come from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, as well as the Department of Higher Education. We join with the Alliance and encourage you to consider the ask that the Alliance has put forward. The investment in early college that could come in FY24 gives the Commonwealth the opportunity to expand these programs to students in ways that we haven't been able to yet, and we look forward to doing so. Thank you very much. We welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And if Lizbeth is still there, I had a question for her, if she is. But before she comes back on, I just wanted to say thank you. Early college is huge in my district in Haverhill. Northern Essex Community College does a tremendous job. And to their credit, I gave them a little nudge early on when early college came around the diversity of their participants, and they've totally turned that around, and the diversity numbers are fantastic. Lizbeth, thank you so much for your patience throughout today and being here with us. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the course that you took and where would you be if early college wasn't there for you?
So the courses that I went through, I love government. I always have. I plan to go to law school now, but I didn't grow up with any lawyers in my family. I didn't grow up with anybody going to college in my family. So the first course that I took at Marymount College was biology, which I did well in, but also showed me that I didn't want to do biology. And then the second one was government, which showed me that I did love the structure. I love learning about structure, but I also love learning on how to dismantle structure and make it better. So that course was just life-changing in the way that it gave me the confidence to know that I could be in a classroom and I could make it through a course like that, mostly as somebody that had no idea what government meant or what studying government meant. So just being in that class and being able to talk to a professor and ask the questions and make my voice known and be able to raise my hand, that I think was one of the most impactful things that happened in that classroom. And the second question, where would I be without early college right now? To be honest, I don't know, because the early college gave me the confidence to apply to college. Before I even did early college, I didn't know if I would be able to manage myself on campus. I didn't know if I would be able to manage myself in a college classroom. How would I talk to professors? How will I even talk to my peers who were different than me? And I think having early college and me being able to navigate college in a safe environment before I even got there allowed me the space to ask those questions that aren't really asked in a normal college classroom. Those questions about, hey, how do I even take notes? or questions like how do I even sign up for classes that a lot of students ask their parents, I was able to get those answers that other students have already engraved in them because they grew up with parents going to college or in a college environment. So I think without early college, I wouldn't be in college. Like I wouldn't be where I'm at today because I wouldn't have gained the confidence in myself to tell myself, hey, you're gonna succeed, even if it's going to New York, into an unknown state, into an unknown college.
Thank you very much for your very passionate testimony, and we look forward to seeing you sitting up here as a member of the Ways and Means Committee someday. I'll turn it over to Chair Comerford.
I actually can't think of any better way to end a hearing on public education, Lisbeth, than with your words and call to action. And I echo Chair Vargas. It is time for you to move through and become the rising generation leader and an elected official, should you want to, because your passion and your skill is so evident. So thank you for reminding us all why we do the kind of work we do.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Any other questions from colleagues? Oh, we have. You're not exactly going to get the last word.
I'll be very, very quick. And thank you, Erica. Ryan, it's always good to hear the things that my alma mater is doing in this realm. You brought up a couple big issues about the transportation, some issues with early college, with transportation, the food insecurity issue. I was curious, just real quick, on the admissions part of it, where the schools develop your own app. Is that a problem? And if it is, what are you finding with that?
Yeah, so the application to the early college programs that are existing in the state are coordinated with the school. That way the school is able to help a student complete the application. The student doesn't need to provide all their information to us. The school has half the information. And so we work together to take that burden off of the student. Additionally, some of the universities, public universities and colleges in the campus are guaranteeing students matriculation into the university when they're successful in these college classes. So not only is the student receiving the credit that transfers along with the course that they've completed, but if they do well in their college classes, they're guaranteed admission into some state universities and community colleges, which takes another burden off of the student as they're making that sometimes difficult transition from high school to college.
All right, thank you. I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much for your grit and grace to be here and help us bring this home so powerfully.
Thank you.
And likewise, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Well done. And with that, please let me extend my thanks again to the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Holy Toledo. You've set a bar for gracious hosting, so I'm very, very grateful. And to our court officers who have been here the entire time, we're very, very grateful to you. For tech colleagues and the Legislative Information Services, equally thankful. And with that, I am going to bring this Joint Committee on Ways and Means hearing on education and local aid to a close. Well done. Well done. That is it.